Viciousness, reflective of rap music is mostly just garbage and trash, and it's destroyed the minds reflective of an entire American generation and the American society. Who would listen to this shit? He hates rap, it's garbage. I never said that. I never said anything like that. I know exactly what I said. Erroneous, misstated. Who are these people on this YouTube? Who does these things? Who calls people a hermaphrodite? And who would listen to this shit? People's brains are completely fried. I don't know if it's due to alcoholism, drug addiction, mass hysteria, sociopathy, psychopathy. I mean, what's wrong with these people? What drugs are they taking to disorient their neural synapse? Insult, hate, viciousness, reflective of addiction, alcoholism, psychological disorders. Well, certainly psychological disorders. That's self-evident. Rap music is mostly just garbage and trash. Curly goes on his next appearance on the Nicholas channel. They send me clips of shows that I don't watch. And then Nicholas, my good friend Nicholas, I watch Nicholas channel, Curly. Who would listen to this shit? They send me clips of shows that I don't watch. Destroyed the minds of an entire American society. Garbage and trash. And who thinks this is entertainment? People think that's entertainment. To watch Nicholas channel. Garbage and trash. And then what we all feared has arrived. I'm done. I'm all done. I've had enough. It's time to leave YouTube. And I'm gone. It's time. I've overstayed my welcome. Who are these people on this YouTube? What's it mean? What's it all? What does any of this work? Rap music is mostly just garbage and trash. So my good friend Curly said, insult, hate, viciousness, this guy Powe, reflective of alcoholism, drug addiction, mass hysteria, sociopathy, psychopathy. The moment we all feared has arrived. Hello, Justin.
Palwe of the Warrior, guys. This is the Heraldry Dungeon. Welcome to the program. Welcome to the show. I am Palwe's Watch Hangout today, and we're going to be hosting a Palwe show on the Heraldry Dungeon. Now, I do have a poll up, as you guys see. What should Palwe do? All right, so Palwe has been spotted. A wild Palwe appearance. A wild Palwe appears. Really, a Palwe sighting on the Archie Luxury channel with like a lot of content on it. So I thought, this is a good, I think a lot of people may not have seen it. Not everybody watches Lux's show. Apparently that's the show where all the shit's happening these days. I don't know, but yeah, Palwe did have an appearance today. I'm going to be covering it with you guys. I haven't seen all of it. I'm going to be commenting on it so you guys can see it. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. But just to kind of get us kicked off, I mean, what should Palwe do? Should he rejoin, watch Nicholas as his consigliere? Should he open a deep dish pizzeria with Curly? Deep dish motherfucker, right? Or fuck Palwe, right? I'm only here for the red meat. But yeah, before we get into some of the clips, let's say hello to everybody in the chat. We got our first chatter of the day and a super chat from the peso cannon himself, GD, 20 Argentinian pesos. Red meat, red meat, red meat, red meat, red meat. So we know GD has voted for the red meat. We got balls deep. Can't we all get along? Yeah, man. I don't know what's going on. This happened like literally like really early in the morning. I don't even, it was like fucking like 6 a.m. my time when this shit was popping off. So, I know a lot of people haven't seen it. I want to cover it, get your guys' opinion. I'm going to give you guys my thoughts of what's going on. And, I thought it was a good time for our folks in Europe. It's about 7 o'clock in the UK, 8 p.m. in mainland Europe. It's a good time. People have had their dinner, having a drink. They can just enjoy the chat. I know it's not a popular time for North America on the West Coast. It's before lunch on the East Coast. It's after lunch, but nobody's really near the end of the workday. So if you are listening from North America, definitely check this out podcast style. And I'll just keep you guys a little entertained for a couple hours, and we'll go from there. But interactive show. Feel free to let me know what you guys think in the chat. We got Jimmy always in the chat, moderator, legend. The script, it's all gone pear-shaped. Yeah, man. Honestly, the script is really difficult to you can write the script, but trying to get characters to follow the script is where it gets interesting to me. It's like you can have a narrative set up like, okay, this is what we're going to talk about, or this is what we're going to do, and you can have Archie, completely go off script. You could have, Curly go off script. You could have, whoever, right? Not that they, not that it's anything wrong, but they feel that they want to improv the script or pivot the script, and so that brings the unpredictability of it into it, Jimmy. And that's something I do like though about it is, oftentimes when we, if we're talking about narratives or something's going on in the Archieverse, we tend not to give Archie a lot of information up front because Archie, you know what Archie will do, right? He'll method act, he'll make up shit, like, and you can kind of see through it. Where it's like, well, if you can see through it, it's not as entertaining. So we try to give Archie the element of surprise, so that we kind of spring it on him. All this shit's going on, and then you can kind of see Archie in his natural element. Whether that's Archie just kind of not really wanting to deal with the problem or not be decisive or whatever, right? But that's what keeps it unpredictable. And that's what I like about it. We got the Higgy baby in the house. Powe is a long talker. Yeah, we're gonna review that. I actually do have a little clip teaser before I get into the narrative on it that you guys haven't seen. I did receive it this morning, and I will play it. Hopefully, it doesn't get us a strike because I haven't actually tested this video, but I'm sure it's fine. We got the leads who says Palwe is definitely SD43. Actually, apparently both of them were on at the same time, or SD came on like right after. So we will hear that. You will get a chance to hear Palwe both in a calm Palwe as well as a normal wild Palwe. Alongside I think SD43. We got GD peso cannon 20 Argentinian pesos. I will try to read this out correctly. So it's a picture of Higgy equals a phone call to the police, and then they go to the golf course. So hopefully I did that one right, GD. Appreciate the 20 Argentinian pesos. We have Elite Urology channel that's saying the narrative with the Locks report has left the building. What do I do? Yeah, these are kind of like Locks report. I think I would say today is probably like a long Locks report. It's not really a script. I'm kind of reacting to the video. I haven't seen a lot of it. I've seen some of it. I don't think everybody's seen it all, so we can watch it together. Obviously, if you're in North America, you likely didn't see the Lux show, so you can listen in. You can hear the commentary. Obviously, I've dropped the link today. Anybody can hop on, give their feedback, give their commentary. I'm going to give my opinion. Doesn't mean my opinion's right. Doesn't mean my opinion, means anything in the grand scheme of things. But as a viewer, I want to kind of talk about how I feel about the situation, what Powe is saying about JJ, and everything else. We got Urinator in the chat. Says, is this part 2 of yesterday's apologism? Not really sure if it was apologism yesterday, but nope, completely different theme today. Urinator. We got Bufaris in the chat. Nice to see you, Bufaris, as always. Hopefully you're doing well. And yeah, man, always happy to have you with us on the stream. We got the Whiskey Reaper in the chat. Reaper crew, you know what time it is. We number one. Appreciate you, Whiskey Reaper. I see you. We got Rufus, $2. Appreciate it, Rufus. Cats and dogs living together. It is my favorite line from Ghostbusters. And it's just funny because whenever I hear the clip, as I said, I always think of that clip of Venkman saying it in the mayor's office in Ghostbusters, the first one. Failing fair and balanced MCM. Yeah, look, it's I'm not always. I don't think I can preach like the Narc does about being fair and balanced. But look, I mean, the Narc's viewpoint, he is fair and balanced. I think in everyone else's viewpoint, Narc's just tilted. So, yeah, man, that's the way I see it. We got Dan who says TGV is the real governor. He was the governor, but Archie was the governor's governor, right? So for all those that remember the governor shtick, Archie always referred to himself as the governor's governor. Billy Jeans, the doctor in the house, PhD. At the end of the day, it's Luxy Poo's fault, and Mike the Snake is an American treasure. Hey, a lot of people are thinking Lux is in the wrong here, and I would definitely agree with the Mike the Snake sentiment. We got Dodger upvote for the narrative for putting on the show for us. Yeah, man, for the European, I got a soft spot for this European time zone. It's like the time zone. It's like the time slot like nobody wants to do. Like Nick doesn't want to do this time slot. Obviously, Marcelo can't because he's sleeping. Like it's just this time slot in the middle of the day. Yeah, like I get it, right? It's not gonna pull in the views like yesterday. I did the time slot at 5 p.m. Eastern, right? It's right before Archie. 140 viewers off. I mean, it makes sense, right? In the middle of the day, I'm doing this obviously for European fans, UK fans, people that do contribute. I see a lot of our European and UK fans hopping on the panel, contributing, helping Archie out. So it's a bit of a thank you to you guys more than anything on that, Dodgers. So yeah, that's really where come from today. Tommy's liking the poll. Tommy's saying here, loves the poll, says it's hilarious. Yeah, we're gonna have a bit of fun with this. I'm gonna run a not never before seen clip that's gonna set the stage up for us today on the whole Powe narrative. But yeah, let's see how she goes. We got Dirk Diggler, man. Finally, you show up to one of my dungeons. I had a nice dungeon yesterday, and Dirk was like, "I didn't fucking know you had a dungeon going." Like, dude watches every fucking show and misses one. Dirk Diggler, $2. I want my ribeye medium rare. Don't ban me, bro. It's all good, man. We talked about it yesterday. We said, that some people are here for the red meat. Some people are here for fucking the watches. Some people are here for the comedy acts. All good, man. We welcome everybody. We try to put on a good show. We try to, entertain and please the audience, please the crowd. But look, guys, definitely contribute. Anybody can hop on the panel. You can type your comments in the chat. I'm going to be playing this stream from this morning where Powe hops on to the Archie Luxury channel. And honestly, you guys are going to kind of see Archie get convinced in certain directions. And this is the part that I think is important for everybody to see. It's very contentious, and I think it's just really interesting. But before we get into it, to set the stage of what we're going to talk about today, I'm going to show you guys a never before seen clip. It's actually from today, so it's probably your quickest produced clip. But yeah, let's check this out, and then let's get into the narrative.
There's a lot of people that super chat to JJ that don't super chat to Archie, and there are occasional people from JJ stream that will super chat to Archie, but equally there are a lot of people with JJ that are super chatters to Archie that contribute to JJ. But overall, and it's the same with Mookie and Curly, it's all intertwined. If you all start separating, it all ends. The best thing for everybody is that everybody contributes to one another.
Yeah, you're an idiot. The accordion's honestly, Mookie, if you could do that with Eddie's accordion playing, I think that would look. This is just like rough draft stuff. Like Mookie was kind enough to share it. I kind of told him earlier that I was going to do this show, and he helped me out with a small little clip which I uploaded onto our StreamYard. I thought it was fitting because it's actually from this show. It's later on, but it kind of sets the stage, right? It sets the stage of like Powe. He is an opinionated guy, and honestly, Powe is one of my favorite characters on the dungeon. When I first started watching the dungeon, it was the Curly era, Curly Angelic Narc. And Powe would be on, and I remember watching that show, I think, when it was like Powe and Narc, and it was like Narc was trying to get Powe the keys. It's really no different than today, right? You see people are like, oh, we got to give the keys to Jimmy C, and we got to give the keys to Eddie, and we got to give it was literally the same, but Powe was our Eddie back then, and it's funny because when you see that clip, when I watch this clip that I just played, like it's funny with the music that Mookie plays because Powe is making no fucking sense. Even when he's not being like crazy fucking Powe, like it's what I found really interesting about this because Powe, everyone knows this is an opinionated guy, but in the stream today you're gonna see you're gonna see Powe like be serious, and you're gonna see how Archie reacts and interacts with him. So yeah, I love the music. Reminds me of the Village here. What's going on, Uzi? We can see in the chat. And JQH says Jake the Yuppie's present bracelet so stretched. It looks like an accordion. That's a good one. Powe is an English lord and lives in a castle. Look, I like Powe, right? Like I think he I like his drive-bys. I think his drive-bys are great. I think his Michael Snake shtick is like one of the best. It's obviously not as good as Danny's. Danny's, Mike the Snake shtick is the absolute best, but I would put Powe up there as the number 2 with Michael Snake. His deep dish one with Curly's pretty funny, especially when Curly's kind of like, because Curly, he'll be in the zone doing a narrative, and then fucking Powe will like come in and drive by, deep dish motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like I find that really funny, but there is a serious side to Powe. There's a Powe that, hey, Mike the Mistake, how you doing? Hopefully you're doing well this afternoon. There's a side of Powe that really likes, he really strategizes in his mind, the Archieverse. He's a chess player, right? He's unfortunately not in the game. He wants to be in the game. He is very opinionated about the game. So we're going to hear a bit about his story around what his opinions are, what is, Powe's mini intervention with Archie. He gets a bit of one-on-one time with Archie and Lux to talk about what he thinks, is going on in the Archieverse and what benefits Archie and what doesn't benefit Archie. So let's get into it, guys. I've caught up with the chat. We played the clip. I'll probably play the clip again in a little bit, but I'll let this go for a bit. I'll have an overlay over it for just so that I can play it, so I don't have to stop it every 10 seconds and shit. But yeah, let's see what the wild Powe appearance was like this morning on Lux's show.
We got Powe joining us. Hello, Powe.
It's Deep Dish Curly, yeah?
Hello.
It's Deep Dish Curly.
Hello.
Yeah, Deep Dish Curly.
Yes.
Remember he used to come on and scream at us?
Yeah, I do remember that. Like, Powe comes on like low T right away. So, when I heard about this, people were talking about it this morning. They're messaging me, oh, Powe came on, all this shit. And it's like, when I first fucking logged in to see this, it's just low T Powe. Like, I don't know what's happened, Powe. You're not in the gym anymore, bro. Like, well, what's happening, dude? Like, where's the energy? Where's the fight? I think even Archie even says is like, where's the Powe we want to see?
I'm waiting for the screaming.
Do you want a slice?
Sure, I'll have a slice. Looks good.
I'm Deep Dish Curly. You can have a slice of me all you want.
I don't want a slice of girly. I don't know if it tastes very nice.
Well, Curly, apron strings and all that. Apron strings.
All right, so Powe's kind of starting off with a pretty weak shtick. One of the worst I've seen from Powe as a start off point. Sounds really low T. Sounds a little depressed. He's doing his deep dish curly, but doesn't sound like deep dish curly.
Might taste a bit
It's
sour.
not
To be
taste
honest.
very good, is it?
No.
But if you want a slice, you can have a slice of me. Don't worry about that.
Fuck.
Like, what the fuck does that even mean, Powe?
Powe, long time no speak.
I know it's Curly. It's Deep
We
Dish
always
Curly.
want you to scream, Curly. We want you to scream and do the normal weird
Deep
shit you
Dish
used to do.
Curly, you motherfucker.
That's what we want to hear, Powe. We want to hear the deep dish curly motherfucker. Let me push this back a bit and see. Let's hear that again.
To scream, Curly. We want you to scream and do the normal weird
Deep
shit you
Dish
used to do.
Curly, you motherfucker.
Mm.
Is that all you got, Powe? Come on, you must have more than that.
Curly's running your stream now, isn't he, Archie? He's calling the shots.
I'll do anything for Curly.
So right away, Powe, he comes in, like, and if you think about what he just did, right? Like, Powe is always known to come in doing the drive-by. He rarely comes in calm, collected, ready to have a chat or whatever. Like, this is not like Powe. So, it's funny because Dirk is asking, like, are we going on a deep dish dive into the brain Powe? I think that's what this is. That would have been a great topic, actually, or a great name for the stream, the deep dish dive into the brain of Powe. I may steal that one, Dirk. That's actually really good. But yeah, I mean, Powe's coming in like not fucking hot. He's just, I think he's coming in with a mission to spin something, Archie, spin a narrative, spin some form of message to Archie. And look, like I told you guys, Powe is, and that's why in the poll that we have up here, where I put up, his return as Watch Nicholas's consigliere, like that's what Powe always saw him. So prior to the Curly era with Watch Nick, Powe somehow thought he was the advisor, right? So, I think he's coming on to the Archie show to advise Archie of exactly what he thinks is going on in the Archieverse. But definitely, if you haven't voted in the poll, we got 40 votes, 55 viewers, decent turnout here for votes. 47% says fuck Powe, I'm just here for the red meat. So let's get back to the red meat.
I'll do anything that makes money. Okay, all I care about is survival. Powe, you don't seem to understand.
I can understand profit, but unfortunately for you, Archie, the profit's going to Mookie now.
Why is that?
All right, so here we go. Now we got the narrative that's been floating around here, the stealing the leads narrative. All the money's going to Mookie. Here we go. Have we heard this before from somebody, one of our Bogan friends that's been around?
It doesn't go to you. It doesn't go to you. It goes to Curly, doesn't it?
What do you think I should do then? Tell me.
What do I think you should do? I think you should cull the parasites. I think you should burn them.
All right, so here we go. And this is the setup, guys. Here's the setup. I think you should cull the parasites. Cull the parasites, guys. This is the words that Powe is using. We got JJ here in the chat. Obviously, the stream does become about you, JJ. So I'm going to play that clip one more time for you because you may not have seen it. But yeah, this is the setup that Powe is going to get into. But this is kind of a foreshadowing of what's to come.
There's a lot of people that super chat to JJ that don't super chat to Archie, and there are occasional people from JJ's stream that will super chat to Archie, but equally there are a lot of people with JJ that are super chatters to Archie that contribute to JJ. But overall, and it's the same with Mookie and Curly, it's all intertwined. If you all start separating, it all ends. The best thing for everybody is that everybody contributes to one another.
Yeah, honestly, JJ, I think Mookie's got a hit clip here. He just needs to, maybe tweak. You got the hamster wheel going, maybe Eddie's accordion music playing. I think that would be a banger for sure.
So you say parasites?
Pour gasoline on them. Pour gasoline on them and light them.
Give us names, Powe. Give us names. Who are the?
Here we go. So Lux wants the names, right? Lux, the witch hunt has begun, and Lux wants the names. What's up, Mathis? How you doing, bro? Lux wants the names, right? So you can kind of see Lux is getting a little complicit to whatever. I don't know if Lux has previous knowledge of what Powe is going to talk about, because Lux is not really always the type to let people onto his show, right? Especially volatile types like Powe. But hey. Maybe Lux knew about it, maybe he didn't, but Lux wants the names.
I've been used and abused.
Well, I can't. Do you know something, Che? I tell you something. If I could have pulled that off, what Mookie's doing right now, and he's never shown his face. He's never even spoke on the streams. He's never even spoke on the streams, has he?
We've got a generous 15 Polish love notes super chat from Dodger. Thank you so much, Dodger. Super chat that Powe never does. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I ever remember a Powe super chat. I remember a Narc, obviously Narc super chatted. Powe, I think I've seen him do it on Jimmy C's or something, or he PayPal'd or some shit. Yeah, it was definitely pretty eye-opening to see him super chat Jimmy C. But not the show that he supported for apparently 9 years. That does I do find that funny. But yeah,
even spoke on the streams. He never even spoke on the streams, has he?
I mean, I don't really see how this is relevant. Like, okay, so Mookie doesn't speak on the streams, right? Like, there's a lot of people that create content for the Archieverse that don't come on panels. That and I'll give you an example. Bear Clooney was one of them. Bear Clooney, for a long time, never came on panels, created, whether it was, ideas for the show or, coordination or whatever it was, like he still helped the show, even though he didn't go on the panel. He was still a benefit, right? There's lots of people. You got Perfect Dark, the avatar that I'm using here on the screen. I mean, this was made by Perfect Dark, doesn't come on a panel, doesn't talk, still contributes. I mean, he helped with the merch store. This is like a really cool avatar. Made a bunch of T-shirts and stuff like that. So I mean, I don't know, Powe. Like, just because Mookie doesn't come on the show, and talk, is that really a reason for you to go at him? I don't know.
And he's never shown his face. He's never even spoke on the streams. He never even spoke on the streams, has he?
Apparently, he spoke once, and apparently he's got like a squeaky little voice, but I've never heard him.
Who's that?
Right. So, Lux could easily have just said, no, I think I've heard him speak once, or I've heard that he spoke once. Didn't need to throw in the quip, right? You can obviously see the tension. We've seen it, talked about it yesterday. Lux is having his own, situation with certain people, and, hey, like, you're going to see it here. You're going to see the Lux angle, right? I mean, I don't know if he's with Powe on this, if he's colluding with Powe to talk about this. Again, it is strange. This is why I'm doing the streams, because this is very interesting behavior from Powe. Powe is the drive-by king. He doesn't do like long panels unless he's screaming at you to get his point across, right? So it is very strange behavior. So, I am curious on the whole Lux angle as well. We got a $2 super chat from Uzi. Thank you so much. No message, but appreciate it, Uzi. If you do have a message, type it in the chat and I'll bring it up. He doesn't even talk. Yeah, just like so what? Like, there's lots of people who contribute that don't talk. Like, a guy like Discount, right? Discount's a good example. He's in the chat, always, he's in the comments all the time, trolls. People look at those comments and those chats and find it funny, right? Like, it adds to the show, even though he doesn't send any money in, right? Like, it's just you don't have to, you don't have to talk or whatever to be on the show. Now, the whole Lux thing about like, the voice, it's just, if you hear this part, I don't think Lux needed to really bring this up. It's just interesting that he did.
He spoke once, and apparently he's got like a squeaky little voice, but I've never heard him.
Who's that? Who are we talking about?
Mookie.
Well, Mookie, yeah. Well, whether he spoke once or not at all, it's a good number, isn't it? Really, if you can.
We got a $20 super chat from Uzi. Thank you so much. Very generous super chat. 10 is one of my top 5 characters on the show. Now, Uzi has leaked his top 5, but he hasn't leaked all of them, right? So you'll see it. You'll see him in super chat say, you're in my top 5. But I don't think he's completed his top 5 list. So, definitely check out for that because I don't know who else is. I know there's other people. I've seen it. But hey, man, I appreciate that. I appreciate making the top 5. It's that means a lot.
Can make money like he's making right now, and you've produced very little because his clips. There's plenty of people in society that can create those sorts of clips because we're going in the age of. No, it's not rocket science, and we're coming into the age of artificial intelligence, and yet you've got Mookie there.
So right now they're going down the line of like what Mookie does is not that special. We're coming in the age of AI. We'll probably all be able to do this, et cetera, right now. Look, I think that's a very kind of rudimentary or crude way of looking at the kind of content Mookie makes. What I look for in Mookie clips is like really kind of the exact sayings that he picks up on, because it's funny. I pick up on the same ones, and I just that's the part I find really like good about Mookie's clips. Is he just the certain Mathis was on one of the clips like, hey, we're at a gay bar having dinner, right? Stuff like that is just, it's really funny, and he inserts them into the videos in a certain way. So yeah, I mean, could you piecemeal a video of clips together? Sure, right? But yeah, man, I think that's doing Mookie a bit of a disservice.
But Mookie does so much for the Archieverse, haven't you heard? Mookie does so much.
No, he doesn't do a lot.
Mookie does so much for himself.
Exactly. That's what a lot of people that you're associated with are telling you. I'll tell you another thing, Archie.
So Mookie does so much for himself. Now, this I don't agree with. So, when Mookie, I never encountered Mookie, on the Archie channel, like, if up until more recent times, I would say, I mostly saw him on Watch Nicholas. Like, he was there on Watch Nicholas. I think their history was the whole TPG stuff. I think Mookie was more on that into that. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't really know, Mookie's history that well, but I think, he was more into the TPG stuff, and obviously naturally originally, more on Watch Nick, I would say. So, he's creating clips of Archie, like a lot of fans, right? And there's tons of people who did that in the past. We had Gunzap, we had Uwe, we had Watch WikiLeaks. We had a lot of people that did similar type stuff. But Mookie is different. Gunzap himself has said, me and Mookie, we do things differently. But Gunzap is like, I'm a big fan of Mookie. He was like, the guy is better than me in terms of like clips. He feels that Mookie's content was different, and helping himself, I don't think so, because a lot of the people in the Archers, think about it. Think of how many people super chatted. I know I did, to see Boitano, to see a whole ton of videos, right? The JJ Higgy rap, that was one of the most popular videos. Like, the amount of people that super chatted Archie to see those videos. I mean, Mookie got none of that money, right? So no, I don't think that it's just Mookie helping himself, right? If Mookie is creating content and he offers it to us and we play it, right? Like, we're also choosing to help him. And yeah, like I think that's a bit unfair for Lux to stay there.
You've got people like JJ that don't do very much for your stream, and that have played a really good game over the years, last few years anyway.
I'm with you,
as though
Palwe.
you're-
I don't agree with everything you
Well,
say,
let me
but I'm
speak.
with
I
you.
don't know. I don't know. I'm not talking with prejudice. I'm talking facts here, Lux. Come on. I'm talking
No, I
facts.
said I'm with
We
you.
can't
I'm with you.
let prejudice. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether there's politics and all this. Lux, you know how it goes
Yeah, I
into
know.
streams. So I don't want to associate. I'm not saying that I disagree with you, Lux, but I don't want to associate what I'm saying with you because I don't know
Okay,
what
fair enough.
politics.
Yeah,
I don't know what politics you were associated with. But as an outsider, the way I would look at it is actually JJ, he does do a good stream.
Okay, so we just kind of went from Curly at the start, because we played that right at the beginning, right? Like Powe logs on as deep dish Curly, and obviously Archie and Lux are expecting the shtick, right? They when he hops on, they're expecting they're expecting the crazy Powe to do the drive by, but they don't get that. They get Powe with a Curly is stealing the leads with Mookie narrative, and then it goes into um, making fun of Mookie for whatever his voice, whatever the fuck they were talking about. I've never heard Mookie. I've never spoken to Mookie on the phone. I don't really care what people sound like, look like, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. But then they go, they go into that, the name calling, and then I don't. I mean, I'm not seeing the transition here, JJ. Like, I know you're in the chat. I'm not seeing the transition here. Like, I do think it's a weird argument because it's like I'm just gonna rewind this maybe like 10 seconds and see if I can see the transition to you because like all I'm seeing is like it started with Curly, and the Curly Mookie attachment I get, like that makes sense. But then, insulting Mookie, then really kind of downplaying, his work, which I don't really agree with. Like I applaud people's work, right? If people are doing good content, whether that's Mookie, Archie, Tim, Paul, whoever, right? Like it doesn't matter. To me, if you like certain people's content, like you can, you can watch whatever you like, but I'm not really about downplaying people's like their work and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna rewind it maybe 10 seconds, just see if I can find the transition to JJ because I really don't understand it, JJ, like why he just starts going after you.
An outsider, the way I would look at it is actually JJ, he does do a good stream.
Like right there, JJ. So JJ's on the
Hey,
panel.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. You're good. You're good. Yeah, I can't find the trend. Yeah, it's all good, man. Have you been following along since the beginning, like, or did you just hop in? Oh, maybe JJ's fixing his audio. I don't know. So yeah, like guys, I'm failing to see the transition here. Like, Powe says as an outside, like we were talking about Mookie, they were talking about the leads, and then Powe goes into as an outsider. This is how I see it, and then it goes into JJ, right? I think we got JJ back here. Earth to JJ, can you hear us?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. I had bad signal, I think, where I am.
Yeah, you're a lot better now. You're a lot better. I just said that I can't see the transition point, JJ. Like, it goes from starting with Curly, then insulting Mookie.
Oh, there is no transition. 10. It's random, incoherent thoughts. That's all it is.
I mean, that's the way I see it, right? Like, I think Mookie hit it on the head with the clip where it's just like fucking rambling, and I'm trying to follow his argument, right? Like JJ's super chat. Like, I'm like, I don't fucking understand it at all.
Yeah. Did you ever see Billy Madison? You know the movie Billy Madison?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You remember the part up? He apologizes to the guy from high school, and the guy crosses him off that list.
Yeah.
The kill list or whatever.
Crazy eyes or whatever. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that is Palwe. He's just going through his list of people to kill. So he started with Curly and Mookie. He wants, he has a personal vendetta. So what he does is it's like the Tim Wright method of circular logic and revenge. What he does is he ties everybody that he doesn't like for whatever reason together into this conspiracy narrative that he creates in his mind. And then he presents it to Archie in an incoherent fashion where he just bounces from person to person and weaves this weird story together to try to get people against the people he doesn't like. It's pretty much what he's doing.
Why do you think Poway's targeting you on? I didn't ever think there was an issue. I mean, you don't really have issues with a lot of people, so it's like, well, why is Powe going after you?
Oh, me and Powe were friendly. This all started like he used to message me on Instagram, send me music, all that, talk about his personal life a little bit, which we're gonna obviously get into because I've never done something like that. But we were very friendly. But all of a sudden, he just went nuts because he had beef with Curly, and you know how he gets obsessed. Someone said he boils bunny rabbits, using that fatal
The audio's cutting out
reference.
again, JJ.
And
The
he
audio's
just
kind of
started.
coming in. I'll say the audio's just coming in and out.
Okay, how about now? Any better? Or
Yeah, it's
still
good
bad?
now. Yeah, it's good now. It's good now.
Yeah, I'm in a rough spot. But yeah, it was basically he was pissed at Curly. So Curly came on one day, and this is when he was consigliere for Watch Nick. So their method was anywhere Curly goes to talk people out of having Curly on because they wanted to cancel Curly. So he kept telling me, "Oh, you got this guy on your panel. It's ruining everything, blah, blah, blah." And I just said, hey, Powe, I'm friendly with Curly, and Curly's welcome here. And he just kept going on and on in the chat, like ruining the whole chat. So I'm like, Curly, Powe, if you don't like that Curly's here, don't watch it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're not the boss of the channel. Like, you don't even contribute here. All you do is complain and make demands. Like, I'm not interested. And ever since then, that's it. Now I'm on his shit list as well.
Yeah, it's like I mean, I've seen Powe kind of get put in his place for doing that shit, and he just doesn't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's got lists for a lot of people, right? And you're just, I mean, he's acted that way with me. He's acted that way with a lot of people. So I mean, I think you're right on that because none of this adds up to me. It's just fucking interesting that Powe's specifically hopping on to change Archie's mind, and you're gonna see that in the clip for everybody on is listening in that hasn't seen it.
Just a little context so you know why this happened today. I know. Do you know why this happened today, or do you not?
I have no idea, man. Like I just literally logged in and I saw this and that was it. That's why I'm in the dark as everybody else right now.
Well, let's take a deep dive into down the rabbit hole of Palwe's brain. This was a coordinated attack, which I knew was coming today because last night I popped into Mookie's chat later in the night when I was free, and he was in there, and he was starting the same bullshit and in Mookie's chat. So in Mookie's chat, I pretty much told him off the same way. I said, Powe, you don't contribute to my show. Your input literally means nothing to me. Like I don't answer to you. I don't understand what you don't get. So it kind of like revitalized last night for the first time in a while. So of course, once he gets it stuck in his head, it's like OCD. He just can't get it out. So I knew this was coming today. I definitely knew he was gonna, and I'm sure he'll continue to go on every show he can and preach his message. I'm sure he will.
Hey, look, the link is there. I mean, it's almost 8:00 in the UK. Powe can hop on if he wants to. If he wants to talk deep dish, but 521 Taipei says Curly wouldn't let Powe on last night. Mookie's, so Powe wants his revenge. Okay, that makes sense. That he's hopping on, but again, the coordinated attack, like for what? Because you run your show a certain way, it's a bit rich, Powe.
There's a reason they don't let Powe on, just to justify a little bit, because Curly has his clip set up. They have a formula. They're running through the show. And when you let Powe on, he sidetracks you with a half hour of nonsense. And honestly, people tune out or get bored. And he kind of ruins the show for the other 100 people watching. So I get why people don't let him on, sometimes. It's just he's a logistical nightmare when you're in the middle of doing content. And he just refuses to go along with what everyone else is doing on stream. He wants to have his own stream. It's Powe Hour, where he just tells you wherever he wants to tell you and takes the show in his direction. He just does the takeover. So I get why people don't let him on sometimes.
No, I get you, man. And it's funny because when me and Powe were friendly, or more friendly, I would say, it was at a time when, he loved doing his shtick. He loved coming on the show. And he knew that, exactly what you're describing, right? People wouldn't let him on for a long time because they knew he would just fucking take over. So I would tell him during certain segments, I'd be like, hey, man, this would be perfect to do Michael Snake or whatever. And he would hop on and just fucking, because, in the Archie show, there's transitions, it's wash talk, and then, it gets a little boring. I'd send Powe in and be like, yo, Michael fucking Snake, let's go. Let's do this. And he'd come in and it would change the dynamic of the show and stuff. So, yeah, unfortunately, we don't have Powe on demand all the time, right? Go ahead.
Right, but I actually like the characters he does and everything. I think that was fun. The part I don't like is when he's obsessive about, like, if he likes someone, he starts demanding what you should do on your show. Like, just because he has a personal beef with Curly, I have to drop him because he says so. It's unrealistic. But he don't even say it once, and it's like, all right, well, he made it. I don't think about it, or maybe I won't think about it.
Yeah, the audio's in and out again, man.
Throat until
Getting,
like
just getting bad again.
You into submission.
Yeah, the
that
audio's
part's
getting
not
bad.
Cool about Powe.
We got most of it, but the audio was just a bit choppy again. Let me grab the super chat. Sam Davidson, 10 British pounds. Thank you, Sam. I personally think it's very unwise to fall out with JJ. I'm a fan of Curly, but not OC. But I feel JJ is more likable and has a good sense of humor for the drama and also good watch talk. Yeah, look, JJ does primarily watch talk. He does do drama. He's actually, he's pretty good at it. Like when he does it on his show, it's actually pretty fun. But I know he doesn't want to do that for his show. It's not really the purpose of it. He does it, like when we had that one night in London where, it was us going at Tim, right? JJ was covering like kind of what was going on after Archie's show was over and stuff. So yeah, look, I mean, I guess it has its place everywhere. And I understand the whole "I like Curly but not OC" type of a thing, right? It's people have that all over the place, right? They like certain characters. I mean, I can remember a time when Bear was like that, where Bear would watch when I was on, but when Goldberg was on, Bear would tune out, right? So it's tough to please everybody on that, but. From my perspective, I really don't believe in banning people for life and kicking people out. Like, look, people want to be in the Archieverse. They want to be in the Archieverse. That's okay. You don't have to be nice to people. You don't have to, be cool with people. But, I really don't. It's not good for business to drive, anybody out, in my opinion. Hey, Herman, how you doing? I'm not really sure what this means. We got the Magpie in the chat, and I see Magpie. And, I can just continue. I know JJ's been having some audio issues. But JJ, feel free to just type in the chat. I'll bring up your comments as we go along. But let's get back into the clip.
But his stream is really associated to his own stream. It's his own panelists. It's his own donors. His own content. It doesn't anymore have any impact on what you do.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, so what Powe is saying is, JJ has his own stream, he has his own content, he has his own panelists. Doesn't really matter to you, and I would agree with that because JJ, the viewers that watch JJ, they watch it for a certain reason. They don't watch Archie for a certain reason, and that's not unusual, right? Not everybody watches or likes the satire, likes the comedy, likes the trolling, the drama. Right. Some people take watches seriously or they just want to dedicate that time that they're on YouTube to just talk watches. Right. They don't want to come on YouTube and, listen to drama or fights or whatever. Right. They just want to talk watches. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really affect Archie. Archie could benefit from it if Archie actually, put a show together like that. But again, it wouldn't satisfy everybody. Right. Like, we did the poll yesterday. I mean, most people are here for the red meat. At least if you're watching the dungeon, you're here for the red meat. Like, when I used to see Mathis on the other side, Mathis, I'll tell you this genuinely. Like, I always thought, like, it just seemed you were in the wrong place. It was like you're like a dungeon guy. You're a guy you're like a guy like us. You like trolling. You like having a bit of fun. You like watches. Like, you seemed like an Archieverse guy, right? But it doesn't always pan out that way, right? People like who they like. Mathis was a big supporter of Tim at the time. He liked what he liked. Couldn't fault the guy for that. Never had a beef with him. Always said hi to him whenever I'd see, go to the community. And he was always cool with me. So when the split happened, I told Mathis, hey, man, doors open. Would love to have you here. I think you would have a good time here. But hey, that doesn't mean that Mathis represents everybody, that watches, YouTube specifically for watches, right? That a lot of guys that watch JJ's show. So I think Powe is I think he's spot on here.
Is really associated to his own stream. It's his own panelists. It's his own donors. His own content. It doesn't anymore have any impact on what you do. Now, the other thing with JJ is, for a long time, while you were having problems with Marco and Tim, JJ kept quiet. And he played the long game. He thought, what I'll do is I'll run 2 streams a week. And I will only do them for an hour. And Archie won't notice that I'm a problem. I'll turn up on Archie's stream for a bit, and it will be, I do a lot for Archie, and I'll run my own stream, and I won't step on his toes. And then as time's gone along, JJ's stream has got traction. It's got, what's it called? Ali Razor. It's got a lot of people like Totomo, Robert, things like that. And then he's built up and he's decided, I won't just do 2 streams a week. I'll do 3 streams a week.
All right, so I let that play for a bit because I wanted to get the elaborate plan, right? The elaborate plan that Powe is, he's formulated in his mind of, how JJ successfully stole the leads. Archie, you're not, paying attention. It kind of was under your nose. It wasn't like the Tim situation where it was like, a fucking nuclear bomb. Powe is implying that JJ did this kind of sneakily. I'm going to read out JJ's comment here. Tim played the long game. I left with Marco. He's not telling the truth. And even the way, and again, guys, I wasn't around during the soy wars. I don't really know, any of the, the channel splits and stuff like that. I wasn't here. But what I do remember was, I'm pretty sure JJ was the last to make a channel amongst like, Tim and Marco and everybody. JJ was like the last guy to make a channel. It wasn't his original intention. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen Tim Wright's first appearance on Archie. I think Archie was kind of asking him like what he does or what his aspirations are, or whatever. And Tim was just like, I'm here to make a channel. Or I run a channel, right? And I think he kept saying, I run a channel. Like out of off the rip, Tim was like, he was upfront about what he wanted from the Archieverse, what he wanted from being on the show, the fact that he has his own platform or is trying to build a platform. And I remember, 3 years ago at the time, thinking in my mind when I saw that, I was like, you know what? I mean, the guy's being honest up front. Like, I can't really fault him for that. And if Archie, is okay with it, like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not really, who am I to complain about? In my mind, I thought it was unusual because I was like, fucking Archie's pretty territorial, especially at that time, about people stealing leads. So yeah, it doesn't really, like, I know Palwe is trying to put together this elaborate plan. I don't know, man. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you add up the rest of the pieces. Like JJ wasn't the first to make a channel, was actually the last to make a channel. And just, yeah, like I think Powe is just missing the mark a bit here.
Ali Razor. It's got a lot of people like Totomo, Robert, things like that. And then he's built up and he's decided, I won't just do 2 streams a week. I'll do 3 streams a week. And then it's a case of, I'll also do streams when Archie isn't there. Whether he's dealing with his son or he's traveling, I'll capitalize on the fact that he's not there, and I'll run.
So I'm gonna refute this really quick. Powe is insinuating that JJ is, he's being, you can say the word predatorial in terms of the time slot, meaning like Powe saying, well, if Archie's away for whatever, especially if it's something serious like the death of his son or something like that. I don't know exactly what he's trying to insinuate, but he's basically saying, well, JJ will just take over the slot, which is not true. JJ and for those that know about, like, when Curly talks about coordination behind the scenes and stuff like that, like we communicate pretty often around, who's streaming tonight, is anybody streaming tonight? Like, we do that for you guys. We want to make sure that you guys have content, right? Like at the start of the show, I said, I know this isn't a great time slot, right? It's not a popular time slot. Like yesterday I had, a lot of viewers at a 5 p.m. time slot. I'm doing it 3 hours early. It's in the middle of most people's workday and stuff like that. So no, it's just about the fact that, we do this for you guys. And JJ, if ever he streams at that time slot, like JJ will just be like, hey, like, what's the plan? Like, is anybody doing something? We should probably put something on for the punters. He always talks to me about it. And there's never like a beef around it. So no, like, I mean, I think that's just what Powe is seeing. But, for you guys to know that that's completely untrue. We got the Freedom Dollar Cannon, Ryan Hoffray, $2. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate you being here in the chat. It's COVID, boys. Fuck me dead. Love you, Tan. America and Israel. Peace. Appreciate you, Ryan. Appreciate everybody, obviously, who's tuning in. Damn, being told that your narrative is incorrect is the worst insult. Yeah, look, look, it's not that like Palwe, I mean, Poway's speculating, and I get where he's come from. I'm also trying, we're doing the deep dish, dive into the brain of Poway today, and and thank you, Dirk, for that. I did not coin that. That was Dirk Diggler. But like Poway's reasoning, like in this, I mean, it makes sense, but it's just I think that this could become a runaway train. People are going to start saying this, and it's just completely untrue.
Additional streams. Now, if you watch JJ streams, he's actually creating more content and making more money than Archie does, who's his original source, who's the person that made his own.
That's also false. Like, I mean, anybody who's ever seen the Mookie board, I mean, yeah, JJ will have the odd, good night, big unboxing, or there's something special going on, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody, everybody has a good night. Even Marcelo. Like, I mean, Marcelo's had $1,000 nights and stuff like that. It's not like these guys don't have good nights. So no, I don't think that's true. And I think JJ would come out and say that he's not, he's not. I don't think he's trying to expand this to what I think Powe is insinuating is Powe is now saying, well, JJ is making more money than you. He's making more content than you. And now he's clearly moving from 2 days to 3 days. And, he's insinuating he's going to do 5 days. Like, where Powe is building up here. We got the Magpie gifted 1 Archie Luxury Horology Dungeon membership. Let me see if I can find who that is. I just got to go back to my other screen. And the winner is Billy Jeans. We like Billy Jeans. Thank you so much, Magpie, and congrats to Billy Jeans.
On streams possible. Now, JJ has also said that those streams, he could have done them on his own. He doesn't need Archie. He didn't need Archie to create his own channel. And that's when I jumped on his show with Curly and I got booted off and said, yeah, I can understand you've put the hours in. You've done a lot of your own legwork to create your own channel and create your own show. That's fine. And nobody would begrudge JJ that. Archie wouldn't begrudge JJ that. But the problem is that JJ has been saying recently would have done it without Archie. Now,
I've never heard JJ say this. Like, this is where I think Poway is interpreting it this way. And I've never ever heard JJ say this, that he built it all on his own. It wasn't like there wasn't any help or whatever, right? Like, now look, that doesn't mean that Archie built JJ's channel, right? I'm pretty sure Archie went against JJ, when he was building his channel at some point. So no, I mean, I don't think that he needs to kick. I don't think there's any kind of a kickback he needs to give. I think JJ's always been respectful in the sense that, like, hey, he became popular on YouTube, on Archie's platform, and he built his own channel, right? Like, I mean, I don't think that there's anything that's not factual in that JJ had built his channel, because I'm telling you, nobody else fucking built it. It was him. I can tell you for a fact, Archie has gone against him, and not helped him build his channel. And I know for a fact that JJ always says that, yeah, I mean, he a lot of people, learned about him from Archie's channel, and, there's some people that are over there now. He's not going to not credit Archie from that. But look, the spinning wheel in the mind of Palwe, guys, because, you can hear right now he's very calm and collected, but he eventually gets into this type of a Palwe.
There's a lot of people that super chat to JJ that don't super chat to Archie. And there are occasional people from JJ's stream that will super chat to Archie, but equally there are a lot of people with JJ that are super chatters to Archie that contribute to JJ. But overall, and it's the same with Mookie and Curly, it's all intertwined. If you all start separating, it all ends. The best thing for everybody, everybody contributes to one another.
Yeah, Buckley, it's funny, right? Because that's exactly what it is, and it's interesting because in my country there's this like it's in the news and stuff like that, so it kind of like reminded me of this to some extent, but there's a biker war going on. Well, not really a biker war. It's a war against, certain bikers in a city in my country. And basically, it's the Hells Angels controlling or have controlled a certain city. And they kind of like helped build up the street gangs that are now like revolting against them because they want a kickback. They want like, I don't know, like 10% of the take or whatever. And now they built the street gangs up so like strong that the street gangs are like, they're threatening them, and then they want to kick back. So it's just like, I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, is this the mafia? Like, why do people need to give kickbacks? Like, JJ's doing his own show. He's making his own content. Like, same with Mookie, same with everybody else. Like, I don't get the kickback narrative either.
It's not the case, because when it comes to YouTube, you've got to get traction. So if I was to create a channel, Ross, Rachel, Brady, anybody, Blondie,
the hardest thing is getting that first 1,000 subscribers.
It's called it's called traction. It's getting that. It's getting your train moving, getting that gravy train moving. You've got that initial push. Unless you get that initial push, you've not got anything. And what the problem I've got with JJ is he's denying that Archie has given him that initial push.
I mean, I don't think JJ would deny that Archie wasn't. Look, I mean, I can guarantee you JJ would say that Archie went against him, a lot during that initial push. Again, I wasn't there, at the time. I don't really know if Archie sent him links or whatever. I'm sure Archie did help him to an extent. But look, I mean, even if he didn't, right? JJ could hop on or say in the chat that, yeah, you know what? Archie was warring with me. I did it on my own. Maybe he did. But, what I do know is JJ never really downplays his association with Archie, right? There's been a lot of people that have left. The Urban Gentry is a classic example of it, that completely erases, like his connection with Archie or how much Archie influenced him to do his own videos. Like the Urban Gentry channel, like was really inspired to some extent by Archie. So if you're a fan of that, and I know that there's a lot of people that I think originally watched that before they ever watched Archie. Like I think Ali Reza watched the Urban Gentry, if I'm not mistaken. He watched TGV well before he was an Archie. At least the guy watched Archie. So, a lot of people don't know that, and a lot of people don't give Archie credit for, whatever. Whether it's just having him on the show, and look, for guys like Buckley that weren't around, that haven't been around that long. I mean, Buckley, understand, like Bark and Jack used to be, in the chat and stuff like that with Archie. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of big YouTubers, Tim Mosso and a lot of people that have watched Archie in the past and stuff like that. They may not have influenced them, but Archie has influenced a lot of people to some extent. Some people give him credit, some people give him respect, and a lot of people don't. But I don't think JJ is one of those people.
Yeah.
No, for 3 years now. I mean, I've been watching Archie.
What did he say? What did he say?
Hang on a minute. Look, I've been watching Archie for about 9 years now. Yeah. JJ has been around for about 3 years, 4 years since the pandemic.
Yes.
Now, I never had a problem with JJ doing what he's doing. Anybody can make a living, and a lot of companies, big companies, have piggybacked on other companies to make their living. They've piggybacked on an initial idea, like McDonald's, Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
They piggybacked on it and made their own company that's as successful. But the problem is that JJ has done the same thing, but he's denying that Archie has given him that.
Yeah, the leg up, giving him that leg up, right?
Yeah, and for a long time, JJ was saying that Archie did give him that.
What's up, Curly? How you doing? Audio.
I thought the little Englishman was going to be the new reverend to officially excommunicate the fucking virus that entered Palwe, where are you? Look at Palwe. I mean, okay, we're trying to catfish you. That is obvious. But what the fuck? It's 8 o'clock. You're off work. Get a bottle of wine. Come over here. Give us your prophecies. Give us your readings. But remember, me and you have a special date. You said you were coming to Chicago. And I have my soundproof room all ready for you. I got a chair bolted to the ground. I can't wait to drill a couple of holes in your fucking kneecaps. My specialty, you know what it is? Sloppy Giuseppe, hey, fucking motherfucker, deep dish, okay? The chair is ready for you to get duct taped in. I bought a couple of fucking belts of 1,500 firecrackers. You know what that is on the 4th of July? In America, we have freedom, so we blow off fireworks. So you buy a belt of 1,000 firecrackers, 1,500. I like 1,500. It's just enough not to set off the smoke detectors, and it's just enough to where my soundproof room can fucking hide it. I want to wrap that around your fucking head, light it, and after they're all done with all your black and blue face, me and you can talk, Palwe. Where are you, Palwe? Give us some more prophecies. Give us some more business advice. You and your fucking seniority system. Come on, Palwe. This is the platform you want to do it on. Where is the deep dish fucking pizza man? Who else does he got to? And Herman, you know what, Herman? Your problem is if you think that fucking the content that we do rots your brain, the problem is your brain already started rot from fucking birth. Okay? Hermie? We love you, Hermie. We promoted your channel, Hermie. I know that you come here, you do your fucking Hermie act, and then you make your clips on your channel. I'm sorry that you don't get the traction that you get, Hermie. And a Palwe show would be great. He was Roch Nicholas's co-host when he had an audience of 12 fucking people, okay? Until JL was kind enough to start sharing a dungeon link with Roch Nicholas, and we started cutting the dungeon shows down to about 4 hours, and we started going over there, like the bartenders, finishing the fucking, the rounds at the biker bar. We went over to the isolated island and helped out Roch Nick, but he's another one with the what have you done for me lately fucking attitude. A lot of these channel owners are. These peripheral people that add value, we're the ones that are monkeys in the middle. Am I wrong or am I right, Tan? I mean, are you the new guy that was getting set up to get tossed under the bus because everybody left because OC was here? This is the new... Yeah. So, I mean, do you blame that... I think on one of the dungeons I was doing, you were like, okay, fuck you guys. Where's all the red meat? Hey, all you red meat fucking deadbeats and freeloaders, where's all the fucking super chats for the red meat that the fucking narrative is giving you? He gave you fucking premium red meat yesterday, and if he doesn't fucking fund it, where's all the fucking super chat from the red meat fucking trolls? Oh, is it because you're mostly low-value fucktards? Like Palwe, who super chatted a total, I think, of Archie's. Let me see here. Hang on a second. In pounds. His average, it was £1.79, right? Is that the way you say that? Pence?
Yep,
Cents.
pence.
Okay.
Pence.
All right. So he had, what did he say? He's been in the Archieverse for 10 years?
9 years, yeah, 9 years.
Okay, so unfortunately, we can only go back 5 years. But in 5 years, he's fucking super chatted a grand total of 18 pence.
Woo!
And fucking 19 cents. Now, Palwe, you like to show all your you took a pass on the fucking what was it? The El Tiger, the Leopard, which fucking multi-$1,000 Daytona was it?
Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger, fucktard. Imagine all this entertainment, all this relevance you've been getting in your fucking little fucking Palwe world all these years, okay? These are your huge contributions. You're a bit of a fucking freeloader. Now, Herman, at least, he may be a nut job, but at least he pays to play. So that's why, Herman, we promoted your channel. Anytime you have a live stream when you're banging on the piano or smoking a cigar outside, I'll be more than happy to jump on and have what you call a debate. But other than that, where's all everybody that wanted all this red meat stuff? How come you're not, what has Tan got a super chat himself? Where's all the fucking reward for it? If there's this big need, where is it at?
Well, we do have one super chat here, Curly, so let's do it. We got Neo, $10. The golden path of peace and love needs everyone who banned Brother Dirk to reinstate him back in the fold. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, we got to explain something to Buckley here, Curly. Let's pull it up. I got to find Buckley's comment. He's like, wait, I thought Tan and Curly were fighting. I missed this. Look, man, like, Curly and I will take a fucking shot at each other. It's all good, like the Archieverse can be like Game of Thrones. You're the king one day, you're not the king the next day. It's unpredictable, but me and Curly are all good. Don't even worry about it.
I was hoping that Tam would have found the replacement for plastic. What was he? The Reverend? for the official
Yeah,
excommunication to the Shadowlands?
yeah. Look, I agree with you, right? If you were gonna get excommunicated, we should have brought
You
plastic.
got to do it properly. I mean, he is my mentor. He is the one who made me admin.
I thought about that. I was like, you know what, that would have been really good. If fucking getting plastic on is like impossible right now. So
Can I make an announcement? I'm officially never taking keys for the Archieverse. Not that I don't want to contribute, but I don't want to put in a position to where I think we made it clear yesterday. I've never had YouTube account access. So the wrench thing,
yeah,
can't blame me for that sabotage. Now, the stuff that happened in StreamYard, if there's going to be a process of elimination, I'm just going to eliminate myself by not having access to StreamYard. Is that fair? So we all know where it's coming from?
Yeah, I don't think you've ever really had you never really bitched about keys. That was usually the narc. You know, you take his keys away, it's like you fucking like kidnapped his daughter or some shit. Like,
allegedly has a daughter. Allegedly.
I mean, I don't know, but like he used to get so mad about it, and it's like, dude, like, why do you care? He brings it up if you ever want to really pinpoint the narc, he constantly talks about. That's the only reason I think he's mad is like we pulled his keys, like, and that wasn't even me. Okay, so
I've always had your back, Narc. I've always had your Narc's famous words. I've always had your back, Arch. I've always had your back.
Yeah. Look, we got some red meat here, Cody. We got some red meat. We got GD 20.
There we go.
Hi to OC. Hi to OC. Hi to Satan.
Atta boy. The peso cannon never fucking never lets us down. All right, so Are you gonna break? I know that you're doing a clip. I could transition into what do we call it? The Park Bench Premium. But what about is there an announcement to make about the Higgy Doc situation or what? That's actually the best news I've heard.
I don't know. Those two guys would have to like handle their own like news business. Doc's like, and I asked Doc yesterday. I'm like, can you unban me? Like, you shouldn't be banning the press. Because I'm also in the news business. But he said he needed to protect his brand. Now, I don't know if that means he feels threatened.
Wait. Yeah. Can you repeat that, please?
Doc's told me he couldn't unban me because he's trying to protect his brand. So I said, look, we're competing. You're Fox News on CNN, whatever. Like,
that's the best. He's got to protect. So he's lifting everything. He's got to protect his brand. You know where he got that from, don't you?
I have no idea.
The Road 100 channel. Road 100 channel. That's that. When did he say that?
Oh, it was like yesterday. He was in the chat.
Okay, so he got it off the Road 100 channel. That's JJ said that. What that guy? He's the biggest plagiarist. That fucking nut job in that self-imposed birdcage prison that he put himself in. Come on, Docs, be a little original. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like because he comes in and he says, "Oh, Narc stream killer." So I said to Docs, I said, "Look, man, if you're insinuating that Narc killed the stream, that means you were enjoying it before." And he's like, "Yeah, it was fucking the funniest stream I've ever seen." So it's just I've never seen Docs that positive in Archie's chat for some reason. So.
I gave him a little breadcrumb that he loved to repeat. Even Curly admitted it's a cult.
We got Ross Rachel Brady $5. I always appreciate Tan and Curly. Very well read and distinguished gentlemen. I love you all. Thank you so much, Ross. We got GD 50 Argentinian pesos. Talking about Lex, shout out to Lex Report, the #1 news provider to the global watch community, the only Hingis-free channel in the verse. I don't know. I think Watch Nicholas turned on Higgy too, so who knows, man? Who knows?
No, but Watch Nicholas does the patty cakes, turn. He does the throws a little rumor mill gossip out there and then doesn't follow up on it.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. But no, I was mostly covering this stuff. That's it, man.
I didn't watch. I actually caught the Road 100 part of this, so I didn't see the whole thing. But I mean, this is just the typical Palwe. I need a fucking podium to prophesize on.
Yeah, look, it's the deep dish dive into the mind of Palwe, right? Like in his conspiracy.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, so let's see what he has to say.
It's not a leg up; it's a push. You've got to get traction. If your train is going to move, it needs that initial push to move. And once it's moving, it's a runaway train. What JJ is doing with Ali and Toyota Mo and his other panelists is they've timed it to perfection. They've waited, and now all of a sudden they're saying, They never needed Archie.
Yeah, Powe is insinuating that Ali, Toyota Mo, JJ were all conspiring to, somehow time this. That it's just we're out now. Like, I mean, Curly, that's not how this went. JJ, I mean, I really don't even
Poor
understand
little
how he
guy's
got brought
got a
into
red
it.
ass. The poor. I don't know if you know the reasoning behind what he's doing here.
Nah, I'm trying to unpack
Hang
the
on a
deep
second.
dish
You
mind
go
here.
go ahead and do that, and then I got a clip for you that I think will round it up. Why our little British lost friend has a little bit of a red ass, but listen, if he thinks he could influence Archie, then let him have his podium. The deep dish little fuck.
In this clip, I don't know how far Rodin got into it, but Archie does start responding. So I'll just play a little bit more. Let's see if we can get Archie's response here, because I think he starts getting into Archie's head.
Create the channel.
Yeah, and I like that
That's
they
the
say
problem
now
now.
that they say, well, I don't even want the link anymore. I don't even want it. Why do I even? Yeah, but back in the day, they really wanted that link because it gave them the traction.
Ooh,
Well, the thing is,
Luxy Poo's
in a
throwing
lot of
little
lines of
fire
business,
on there.
this
Okay.
is called fair game.
Oh, Luxy's been, he started he started with insulting Mookie. He started with insulting his work, and Lux has been kind of kicking, just throwing a big couple kicks here. Let me grab these super chats. Dodger 50 Polish love notes for Tan and Curly to keep their heads up out of the toxic city. Thank you so much, Dodger. We got Elds $2 per Palwe. Watch Nicholas has the best interest in AC3. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Well, wait, Dodger. Look, if you choose the right platform to do it on, I think it's perfectly fine, right? I mean, now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, some of the people want to see some red meat stuff get tossed. Well, good. If there's value in it, then it's worth doing, right? I mean, this is going to go to Archie. No 40%, by the way. I'm completely fucking here on my own recognizance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, so there's if people start, just getting in their mind that different platforms can do different things. Colony could do their Watch Talk. JJ does Watch Talk Premium. Archie does whatever the fuck the panelists, drive the panelists kind of drive his show lately, right? I mean, unless, if you got Palwe and you got Narc and you got Luxy Poo, you get, what you got on the morning show. If you have Kelso and you have people like Tan and Higgins and Saad jump on and do actual real Watch Talk, and I agree, I think that Saad brings a completely different type of Watch Talk that a lot of people are interested in, because when he's not, interrupted by, hey man, and he's got Kelso and he's got a couple other people that are on there driving the actual, diverse Watch Talk, I think it works pretty good because, I don't know, Tan, am I wrong? I've seen Watch Talk bring in a lot of money with questions with that have to do with whatever the topic of watches that are going on, whether it's different kind of day dates or specialty watches off catalog watches. I mean, I don't think Uzi ever knew that his fucking day date is part of a Crown collection. I may be wrong, but did you know that, Uzi? I mean, it would be kind of cool to have Saad, Higgy, Sean, and who else could we throw in there? Evan from the Colony Channel, do a luxury pen and horology stream, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the crowd, right? But you're right.
Depends on the crowd, right? Exactly.
When you got the crowd that wants to hear the Watch Talk, you got CB there, you got me there, you got Bondage there. You're going to see, obviously people trying to continue that. But you got a different crowd. You got a Pavel crowd that's there that may want to see a bit of red meat to other people, right? It all kind of depends. And that's why,
four pillars.
Yeah, just keep the
That's
balance,
what the
right?
hard part of
as
is,
long
the
as
four pillars.
As long as you do it, though, right? As long as you do it, somebody's going to be satisfied, and people will super chat in. 100 Argentinian pesos from GD, a very generous super chat from him. For Curly and Tan to dip their heads in the toxicity again. We're always in the toxicity, man. Don't even worry about it.
Now, I mean, if you want to explain a backstory, why? Of course, Palwe's had an obsessed red ass with me for a long time, and it's fun to watch. But he doesn't know what platforms to bring it to. So he brought it to JJ's platform, and I could show you the before and after of why he may.
Yeah,
be starting-
JJ talked about it, but I'd never seen that. Like,
Well,
where
he's obsessed with JJ because JJ lets me on his platform. We did like a long extended Sunday fun day which he pivoted from 2 or 3 hours of watch talk. I believe he even did an unboxing, and then it was like me and Ali, and I forget. I don't know if it was shot or somebody.
Look, if you have the clip, I got time. So if you wanna run the intro on that one, and then we can get.
Do you want JJ's response to Palwe, or do you want what Palwe jumped on the panel to disrupt while we were just talking about? I actually think we were talking about Boar's Head Ham, me and Ali. And Sloppy Giuseppe jumped on to run some kind of a.
I think honestly, well, I'd say both are relevant, right? Because the JJ one talks about why Palwe's going after him here, and you do hear Archie kind of sour to JJ a little bit later. So, yeah, and again, why did he come on today, right? And I didn't know that it was because
it's because he's red-assed. He's a little bit red-assed because look, he doesn't know that. I know if I go on JJ's channel, I know my place. If I go on the Colony, I know my place. If I go on Archie's main show, I know my place. I know what to do and what not to do. Palwe doesn't seem to have that ability to do that. He thinks that wherever he shows up, it's the Palwe show. So here's how this started. Hold on a second. I'll get it tee it right up for you. Share screen. Here's how it started, and then I'll give you JJ. JJ popped on. He actually was crashed down. It was just me. Yeah, it was me, Ali, and Shot. You could see what our topic was, right? We were doing like a crappie thing. We were discussing Virginia ham and prosciutto. And Sloppy Giuseppe jumped on it. And this was our exchange. This was just me and Palwe. Ali let him on because he was excited. He hadn't come around in a long time. But unfortunately, this is the second time that he did this on JJ's channel. I mean, 6 months ago, he did the exact same thing. So here we go.
This person in a long time, we are being joined by Powe, allegedly.
Hey, is that Sloppy Giuseppe?
Curly, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Holy shit.
Okay, what did you just hear, Tan? Didn't you got a couple of questions, right?
Very serious, yeah. I wasn't expecting that. So
Tam, what is involved in a couple of questions? I thought we were going to have a conversation. I mean, we had a beautiful dungeon one night, me and Palwe, for about 2 hours. He even dedicated, Tan, he literally turned his camera on. And he dedicated a gummy heart to me and expressed his love for me. And then Dodger jumped on. He was at his summer home doing some gonzoing. And we had a great fucking show going, just a conversation. It was actually a good park bench. And then all of a sudden, and Patrick came on and asked him about his dating, his recent dating. Has he been dating? Has he been seeing women? Because, obviously sometimes you get this kind of behavior by being undersexed.
Yep.
And so he told us about this dating app, and he went out with this girl, and he happened to say, well, on the dating apps, I rate myself between an 8 and a 10. So somebody asked, wait a minute. Okay, so we kind of know what your hairline looks like. We kind of know, that you're short. What do your biceps look like? So the fucking jizz brain turns on his camera.
Yep, I remember this.
All right, and now it's no secret. Now we could talk about it because Roland copped to it. Roland took a screenshot, and at that time, I'm not going to explain the whole thing. At that time, I was streaming from a Chromebook, so I'm adminning the stream. I'm running the stream on a fucking 14-inch Chromebook. So I go from page to page. I can't even split screen, or else I can't even see it with my glasses. Right?
Yep.
I'm on a YouTube. You know what I'm talking about because you've ran streams.
Yeah.
So
you're
StreamYard is different than YouTube. So I'm on the YouTube thing, and somebody pops on. I let him on. I go back to the YouTube stream because when I popped him on, I checked the 3 buttons. It was Roland. I didn't pay attention to what the fucking avatar was. I didn't know it was fucking Palwe's face, half a face. So, and all of a sudden, the story continued for 3 months until Roland finally copped to it. And even after he copped to it, Palwe still blamed me for.
Honestly, I don't understand why he's mad. Like, it was one of the funniest self-doxes I've ever seen. So, you know, I mean, I don't know why he's mad. He's the one who doxed himself. We got Pete Cars, super sticker, $9.99. Thank you so much, Pete Cars. Let me just
Thank you, Pete Cars. All right, so here's how this supposed conversation. I thought we were going to have a conversation, question time with Sloppy Giuseppe, but here we go. He took a deep breath on that.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Curly.
Fire away, Palwe. Fire away.
Bear in mind, we've got to be careful and we've got to be cognizant of cat turds rolled in glitter, okay? With your answers. Don't roll.
Cat turds rolling in glitter. Hey, Toyota Mo, $5. Nice to see you, Mo. Hopefully, it's probably your lunch hour, Mo, so we're going to give you some entertainment over lunch here. Good to see you, bro.
But I have, at first, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about until Ali reminds me, well, this is a stream I did on my fucking non-monetized channel where it was like an open panel and JJ had jumped on it. And JJ was addressing somebody that was in the chat who he checked the account and it was like an account that was 1 day old.
Okay, yeah.
And so he started answering this 1 day old account because he thought it was somebody, okay? That he thought he knew who it was.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And he made a statement about his channel and the way his channel, is ran and how it is nowadays, okay? And I agreed with it. I was like, yeah, I mean, that's the way I saw it. I don't go all the way back to the soy wars, but yeah, I agree with that. That's all I did. My sin was that I agreed with JJ's assessment of the time frame of his channel and how his channel is run today. And Ali had to remind me of it because it was such a throwaway moment. It was meaningless. It was just JJ talking to somebody in the chat. I happened to agree with him. I didn't make a statement. And this is what the cat turd rolled in gold glitter is.
Or cat turd in glitter. So the first question I've got to ask you is in relation to your comments over JJ and Archie the other night, do you think that it's correct? And do you want to reiterate what you were saying about JJ being able to create and establish his own channel from scratch without Archie? And let me finish with my second point.
Go fuck yourself. Do I even sound like I talk like that, you fucking jizz brain? Do I even sound like I'd make a statement?
These are all the freedom streams. And the second point is, if the answer is no,
because I don't speak like
that.
No.
Let me just finish. You can counter what I'm saying after I've left as much as you want forevermore.
No, it's what you're saying, what you interpreted, but you're saying that I said that. I didn't say anything like that. What are you talking about?
What was being discussed on the previous JJ stream, and JJ said it himself.
Not on previous JJ stream. He was talking about it on Horology Hooligans last night.
On one stream or another, Ali. On one stream or another,
yeah,
he was talking about it. He was.
Who was talking about Ali?
You were. We were talking about it.
I will be open and honest. I will be open and honest. I disagree that JJ could have made it from scratch on his own because he couldn't.
Now, all I'm thinking right now, Tan, you know me, I'm the crypt keeper, right?
Yeah, you're gonna look for
all
it.
I'm thinking right now. Okay, so tell me where the fuck he's talking about because he went from the Freedom Stream, which is Nicholas, then he said JJ.
Yeah.
So I'll find the clip and let's talk about the clip. I thought we were going to have a conversation back and forth, but it's not. And he makes it readily available what he came to. He makes it. He makes it. He actually bust himself on what he came here to do. He didn't come here to ask questions or have a conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, Curly.
Right.
Like, what's he?
So the sin is JJ let me on, and the other sin is I agreed with JJ's assessment to who he was talking to in the chat.
Let me get the super chat real quick before we start so I can take it off. Jake Brooks, $10. Nice to see you, Jake Brooks. Haven't seen you in a while. Entertainment. I love how this avatar is deep dish. Yeah, man. He's been using that avatar for a little bit. Go for it, Curly.
Have done because YouTube doesn't work like any other job. I'm sure that JJ is more than capable of making his fortunes in any industry he wants. But on YouTube, it does require
I'm not trying to interrupt.
A bit of a leg up, and it does require being propelled.
Are you talking about when somebody
I just need to finish my point, and then you don't need to. I don't need to be on here. Point 2 is if JJ couldn't have made his stream
what do you mean you don't need to be on here? Then how
is it possible that you and JJ?
So you want to make a statement? You're not asking me a question.
Exactly. Because I'm not going to be able to make my argument
clear. It fucking means zero, like usual.
I'm not going to be able to stay on here and make my point because it never has happened before. I've been muted, booted, and whatever you want to call
By
it.
who?
before.
By who? And this fucking mongoloid, the only person that ever mutes or boots him was either Angelic, Narc, or Watch Nicholas himself.
Yeah,
I've never had a problem with fucking sitting there and doing what we're doing right now with Palwe. I mean, we did it for hours and hours on the dungeon, but in his mind, he's thinking to himself that I'm the one that was. Watch Nicholas used to fucking when he was doing the Blondie insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Nicholas fucking muted and booted him and backstaged him. And when he go on a dungeon with this shit, Narc did it and Angelic did it.
Look,
I never did it because I find it kind of funny, actually.
Curly, one of my favorite shticks is when you let Palwe go, and then you get mad, you get frustrated with him. Like, it is one of the funniest shticks. That's why I know you don't do it, because I actually watch for that. Because I like.
Do you
how
remember?
it makes
Do you
you
remember
angry.
when I did do this? I did lower his volume and make him like background music.
Yeah, and look, like
we're having a conversation on the fucking panel, and Palway's just fucking going and going. The only problem used to be with Palwe when he used to do the 5 or 6 hour rants. He would disappear for like 4 or 5 days. He'd blow his load. And then he couldn't reload. He would make us wait like 4 or 5 fucking days. I wanted him to have the keys so bad. Can you imagine?
He was the original recruit, right? If you think of like the T-Dubs, the Jimmy C's, all the people that we really are like, fuck, we need to give them keys. He was the original one you guys tried.
But you know what happened, Tan? One day in the dungeon, I was like, I got your email. I'm sending you the fucking keys, but you're gonna audition. And at backstage, we had like 6 people on the panel. I backstaged everybody, left him alone, and he fucking froze. He didn't say shit. He just, like he had stage fright. And we left him up there for like a minute. He didn't say anything. He didn't even fucking read the chat. Nothing. It was like, what the fuck? We came back, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Look,
I mean,
Palwe needs a muse, right? He always needs somebody he needs a muse, right?
He needs the opponent. You little fuck. By who?
By
I
you.
never did it. Stop
By you.
throwing accusations to me. I never did it to you.
Accusations. I've been on
Palwe, did
things
I
where
ever
you've
mute or mute you?
backstage me.
The problem with Palwe is that he doxed fucking AD Never Calling. He doxed fucking Plastic twice. I don't know why he gets into that phase. That's why I lost contact with Palwe, because he I wasn't talking to him behind the scenes as if we were streaming. You know what I mean, Tan? He was going through a rough patch.
Yeah,
taking care of elderly.
But Curly, you've gotten the like 15 chain emails from him a day, right? Like,
I didn't mind it at all. Look, I didn't mind it. I actually I would ask him, hey, can I play the because he would send me voicemail, the voice things on WhatsApp.
Yeah,
they were fucking hilarious, and
They
I
were
would
the
ask
best.
him, can I play this stuff? But as far as the email stuff went, I don't want to say I was giving him life advice, but I mean, I walked that path, and I tried to, I don't want to talk about it too much, but it's very hard on him because he doesn't have the family structure that helps him. So he's basically the head of the household when it comes to that. And he's a young guy, and I tried to be very sincere with letting him know what to expect, and when it reaches a point where you need alternative care, don't feel guilty for using that option, even though it's hard. You're not abandoning, your folks. But the problem is that sometimes you need professional help. You know what I mean? Especially when you don't have the family structure, which, according to him, he didn't have.
I never got those emails.
I didn't want that. I didn't want that fucking shit talked about. Where he basically told me, you acted like you cared about me, and then you throw me under the bus. And I'm like, dude, I'm fucking StreamYard Curly here when we do this. Why are you fucking? Can't you distinguish from one to the other? I'm not fucking Curly the troll when I'm talking to you about this shit. I'm like Curly the fucking guy who's been through this in a different situation because I had a family tree to help me. You don't. So I'm just trying to tell you that if you need to move to professional elder care, that's what you got. And it was fucking really off-putting to me. It's no different than Tan sharing Higgy's private correspondence and shit. I don't believe in that stuff. That's a no-go for me then after that.
Yeah, like the emails I got from him were like the Archieverse newsletter. He would like spam like a lot of people with, and and this is where the consigliere like piece comes from. Like he's always been the strategist, right? Like he wants to write the narrative, and the narrative should go one way, but it's like he can't convince anybody of it, and that's really where he kind of falls short.
All right. Well, and like I said, and there was a long time where I would say, hey JJ, I don't, because the last time that this happened, he spammed JJ's comment section on his channel, and JJ ended up banning him, and I was like, I don't want to bring this shit to your channel. I come here to just chill and especially when JJ decides he wants to do a little bit of drama after the watch talk on a Sunday fun day, and I don't particularly, Sundays is I'd rather chill than put on a show.
Yep.
So, and then you go there and it's like, I feel responsible for this fucking nut job. I mean, he did the same thing on Jimmy C's. I mean, that's really why I didn't I stopped going by Jimmy C, because he's, it's kind of off-putting when the person's that obsessed. It just is. I mean,
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think, have you ever had that? Have you ever had that deal with that where it's like fucking people spend as much time off stream fucking, talking about you as on stream? It's kind of weird, man.
All the time.
Did I ever mute or boot you?
Yes,
when?
you have, yes.
You're
Many
a fucking
times.
liar. That's
on your own
Narc.
stream, on the Horology
I never
Dungeon,
did it.
on Watch Nicholas's stream. Yes, you did. Plenty of times.
I never
yes,
did it. That was him, you fucking little retard. That was
no,
him. I never did that.
Yes, you did. I've
No,
been on
I
streams
didn't.
with just me and you, and you backstage me. Anyway,
You're a
the
fucking
second
liar.
point is, and can I make
Powe,
it?
you're a
I'm gonna leave.
fucking liar as usual. And you coming on
Curly,
here, thinking that you're gonna fucking have a
talking over me,
podium.
You're
You're
you have
a
plenty,
fucking. No, I'm
plenty
gonna
of
talk
time
over
to
you
make your
because
own
I
points
talk
because
over
you're on here all the
liars.
time.
You're a fucking liar.
Well, do you know something,
If there's
Curly?
one
I've not been
person,
on here
I've
for,
only done
I've not
one
even been on
thing.
here
I
for 2
paid.
minutes and I can't make my
I
point.
only Powe. No,
I've
because
not been
you're
on here for 2
lying.
minutes
Why
and I've
am I
not been
gonna
able to
let?
make
Why
my
am I
point.
gonna let?
You're on
Why
here
am I
for
gonna
10
let?
hours a day.
So you
and
want to
won't let me
start this
speak.
bullshit again? You little fucking weasel loser, liar fuck. Like
Yeah,
you
you don't,
accuse me of
is
fucking
that what you do?
doxing
Is that what
you?
you do when you can't
Hey,
win
jack
an
off.
argument?
Man, that's classic
Is
Powe and
that
Curly.
toxicity? Is that
That's
toxic?
classic. That is so good. I missed this. I missed this because you know what?
Is that the toxicity you were talking about, Tam?
Oh yeah. I love this stuff. And this reminds me of like 2 years ago. Like you guys were doing this, so it's really
give it
good.
Curly.
No,
Just
no,
talk
that's
over
what I do
somebody.
with fucking punks. You're a punk. You accuse
I'm a
me
punk.
of doxing you for
Is it,
fucking 3
what's
months.
the term? What's the term, Curly?
No,
Is
you
it failure
accuse me
to
of
launch?
doxing you for 3. One day, me and Plastic were doing this shtick about, okay, what is the best way to torture Powe? So I went on to, I go, have you ever heard of John Wayne Gacy? Because that's what Powe used to say. That I got a crawl space, and I'm like, I think he used to call me Curly Wayne Gacy.
Okay.
And I was like, I go, no. I go, let me explain something to you. John Wayne Gacy fucked up because he used to put people out of their misery. I would never put Powe out of his misery. I would drill one kneecap. I'd drill a hole in one kneecap. Then the next day I'd drill a hole in the other kneecap. Then I would strangle him just to knock him out a little bit. Then I would revive him. Then just torture him. I never put him out of his misery. And then if Powe happens to die of a heart attack because he can't take the pain, then I'll put him in my crawl space. You know that fucktard, what he did? He actually fucking started telling people that I was threatening him behind the scenes in real life, that I was threatening his life. And
Guys,
I mean,
these streams are satire, guys. There's no meaning to it. This is a joke. It's not real. Like, do not take these.
like Hermie. Did you not hear Doc? Now Doc is like the least drama. He's like the least drama guy. Okay, Hermie, did you not hear Doc say, "Well, Herman, maybe you shouldn't take him literally"? I mean, Herman, do you think that I'm gonna? I promote your channel. I fucking watch you go all the way to New York. Look at this. Yeah, but Hermie, you were booted for a fucking reason. You're kind of toxic, and you get obsessed. I'm sorry, but Herman, I mean, when you take what I say literally, I mean, do you really think I literally want you to go hang yourself in your backyard? Come on. You take that shtick, you make content out of it on your channel, you make your little, crazy Herman shorts, and that's it. But Herman, you were making people feel really creepy by sending fucking all these people all these WhatsApp messages. Like I'm serious. I mean, what? You get to play the drama, but then when it comes to me, you take it seriously? Come on, Herman. 3
What
months,
terminology
you
have you got for
fucking
people
retard.
like me?
And Roland admitted to doxing you, and you still fucking said I doxed you, you
What are
piece
you
of
going on
shit.
about, Curly?
You're a piece
Nothing
of
that you
fucking
can say.
shit.
Curly, listen to me now. Nothing
I'm
you can
not gonna.
say.
Why would I fucking listen to
Listen
you?
to me,
You're a fucking
Curly. Nothing you
retard.
can say
Go ahead and start
can affect
leaving
me.
nasty comments everywhere
It might
that I
affect
fucking
many
stream.
people in these
Go
in
fuck
these streams
yourself.
on this
Palwe,
community.
you're a
It
fucking
doesn't affect
liar.
me.
You're an
So
obsessed
tell me, Curly.
fucking liar.
Tell me, Curly. Could
You're an
JJ
obsessed
have made it on
liar,
his
Palwe.
own?
And
Could
you
he
know
have
what?
made it on his
You
own without
came here to
Archie?
create
And why has
content for Watch
JJ thrown him
Nicholas.
under the bus?
You're not that fucking smart, you little fucking weasel.
Are you that smart?
You're here.
Are you
You're
that
here
smart?
to create content for
You
fucking
think that
Watch
you're that
Nicholas.
smart, but you've got
Which your fucking
and
statements.
you have an
You're a
ability
fucking
to
liar.
talk over people.
You're a fucking liar.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm gonna
claim
talk
to be
over you
smart.
because you're a fucking liar.
I don't claim to be smart.
You're a
Curly.
liar.
You can just see like Ali is so uncomfortable right now. He hates this kind of shit.
That's why
You're the one
fucking
that asks
JJ
people
banned you because
how
you're an
smart
obsessed
are they.
whack job.
You ask people how intelligent are
You're
they.
an
I'm not asking you
obsessed whack
what your
job. You're
IQ is.
fucking
You're the one
meaningless.
who's questioning me. Most people don't
No,
question you,
I'm
Curly. I
not
don't have
even
an ability
questioning you. I'm
to.
pointing out
But I
that you're
see through
a
you,
fucking
and I
liar.
always have.
You're willing to
And I won't let you
lie.
talk.
He's definitely willing to lie. I would agree with that. I think that Powe has been fibbing a bit, guys, on the whole.
Uh,
Uh,
And
Curly
he did in the clip you're gonna go back to this morning.
Yep.
He said he was tossed off the panel on this clip right here. He said he was. That is really why I want to play it. He said he was tossed. He was not tossed.
There you go.
He was not tossed. But this morning he said he was tossed, and those are the little things that are to me. Okay, guys, look. Tan knows that we do this toxic fucking machine, washing machine drama. It's the dungeon's the place for it. Okay, reliving the little moments that we used to do on the dungeon when we steered away from, because the dungeon. I think people have a little amnesia. The dungeon used to be probably 80% at the beginning of the dungeon, and a good way through the dungeon used to be 80%. We used to fucking mock Timmy,
Yep.
OC, and fucking O'Sheen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's just plain and simple. When we started doing the park benching and started tearing people apart, the first person that fucking left was JL, and he was the glue that held us together. He was like Mookie Light back then. But just to show you, when you get to a point to where now you went on Jay, you actually accuse one of the nicest and most credible guys of booting you off a panel. When Ali, you're going to see he's making it a point to say that Palwe left on his own accord. This morning, when Tan goes back to this clip, Palwe's going to say he was booted. So this is what I mean about using little malicious fucking lies to suit his narrative. And that's what I don't agree with Palwe, because I love Palwe. I tried with Palwe. There is no breakthrough moment with him. I don't know who the fuck he thinks he is. Like Archie is in control of cult members and he could pull them back at any time he wants. No. People volunteer for this stuff, and if there's too much of this garbage, and it hits the wrong people who don't have rhino skin like myself and Tan.
Look, I think Powe's been indoctrinated, man. We got extremist Powe on our hands right now.
Radicalized Powe, indoctrinated.
Look,
Woo.
man,
Even I wouldn't fucking go that deep.
I think he's indoctrinated. I think look, Powe's
Tan.
he's been fed the narrative, right? Like, look, the Narc has spoon fed Powe the narrative and kind of just set Powe onto the Archieverse, because look, Powe hasn't been around, right? He's in the chat. He doesn't really come on anymore. We've been egging him to come on. Hey, man, we want to see the Michael Snake shtick. Doesn't want to do it, but then he's doing this, clearly calculated. Like, I think we've got to radicalize Powe. Ryan Hoffray, $2. You're nobody until you've been in a Harmon short. Yes,
exactly. Yeah,
I would
sure.
agree. I would agree.
Or on road. Hey, you want to really make the big time? You got to make it on the rodent chat. I'm still hey, Magpie. I know you think it's funny. That's Magpie's channel. I'm just gonna stick to that because I don't want to bust whose channel it really is.
All right.
Talk over me either. I won't let you talk over me either.
You're
'Cause I
fucking
see
willing
straight
to
through you,
lie.
Curly, and I know exactly what you are. But most
don't
people
know
won't
shit.
tell
You
you.
don't even know who
You
you
got either
are,
2
you
weeks
fucking
to,
mongoloid.
or it's
You
money.
dysfunctional
Because you
little
run
fucking
streams.
mongoloid. You
Because
don't
you
even know
run
who
streams
you
to
are.
people, Curly.
You're
And if
an
you keep running
obsessed
streams to
whack
people,
job.
Curly, they'll
You're an
tell you what you want to hear.
obsessed
And
whack
that's
job.
called a
You
turd
don't
rolled in
belong on
glitter.
fucking streams.
Like
They're
I
not
told you at the
healthy for
beginning,
you.
it's a
They're not
turd
healthy for you,
rolled in
Palwe.
glitter.
They're not healthy for you, Palwe. What are you doing tonight? You not drinking tonight? Are you not on some fucking? All right, so I think you're going to see Ali makes a specific point about saying that Palwe left on his own. Prescriptions tonight? Come here, fucking tell me I backstage and muted you, you lying fuck.
All right, for the record, Powe left himself.
All right, you hear that, guys?
There you go. There you go.
All right, for the record, Powe left himself.
All right, now here's why he's shifting his. I mean, he's been doing this curly crusade for, I don't know, going on 18 months. He's tried on Jimmy C's channel. I think he even went over by Watch Reporter for a little while. Now here's JJ comes on and wraps it up with a nice little bow on top. Very subdued, being shot of.
Just real quick. First of all, number one, Powe's persona non grata. I don't give a fuck about it. He doesn't need to be here. He's irrelevant. I know he's one of those guys, same losers that never donate a penny or contribute or join a panel, but they've been here for 10 years. 10 years trolling people in all these chats, and they think that earned them some type of bag or something. He makes no sense. He says you let Curly talk over him. So what did he want you to do? Mute him and boot him? The same thing he's accusing Curly of doing. But he wants Ali to do it for him. So it just shows that he's a hypocrite, number one. Number two, I don't subscribe to the cult like you do. You think popping on Archie's once or twice brings you to a monetized channel automatically, Palwe? Or do you think you got to put in work? I don't understand your point. Are you trying to say Archie built this channel? Did he come on here and cultivate viewers? He had nothing to do with it. You had to drag him on every once in a while to help. So I did build this channel. He didn't. Yeah, our audience comes from there because they know me from there.
Yeah, where'd the Watch Time New York dinner idea come from?
Why did they know me from there? Because I put in the hours helping him. So I'm the one who helped build his channel. So let's get it right. You guys have this twisted cult mentality that he's some fucking superstar. That's why he can't even pull 80 people anymore, sitting there by himself crying for people to come on. You're in a fucking delusional state. We helped build his channel, pal. We helped make him hundreds of thousands. Get your facts straight. Tired of these morons and their fucking cult views. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. If anything, give credit where credit is due. We helped build his channel. Get it straight. Not you, Palwe. You sit and jerk off in the corner, in the dark, like a creep. You don't super chat him. You don't join his panel. You do nothing but troll the guests. And there's a lot of guys like you. And none of them are here at this channel because we don't want them. We don't need the creeps and the losers. So you can go back to whatever the fucking hole you just crawled out of and stay the fuck out of my room. Stay out. Stay off the stream. You're not welcome. Don't even let him on anymore. He can go fuck himself. Let him go cry to watch Nick and the other 11 fucking clowns. I don't care.
No,
that was my fault. I have different memories of Powe.
No, it wasn't your fault. It was fine to let him on, just to show an example of what an extreme freak loser he is.
There you go. So see, extreme, radicalized.
He just did the same thing he did and then JJ left after that. So just to put it in context, he is willing, and trolling is one thing, guys, but when you start lying because you want to, I don't know, shift the chat into your favor, I think that's a little bit, I mean, Tan, you know that when that anti-Semitic shit fucking started happening, and to shut it down immediately because I think trolling is one thing, but I think smearing via lies is a completely different thing. It takes away from the fucking fun of trolling. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, look, you and I are very similar in that we like if it's about characters, it's about whatever, that's fine, right? Like just don't cross the line with a bunch of shit. Like
look at what you got to do to this narrative that was pounded and pounded and pounded. And it's like, it's really, your explanation is really simple. Look at if the guy that you're using to run this narrative, which is Archie, doesn't give a fuck, why should anybody else? I mean, you're in a band of maybe 3 or 4 extreme, radicalized, whatever the fuck obsessed fucking whack jobs.
Yeah, I mean, I told that to Narc yesterday. I said, "Look, man, like the only thing you're proving here is you're obsessed. Like, I mean, you're not really proving much else." We did get a membership that was gifted by the Magpie, and G Godwa is the winner of the membership. Congratulations to G Godwa. All right, so I got the clip back from this morning. I think Curly got us set up. He had we'd seen kind of and JJ came on earlier, talked about like, hey, Lux is, hey, this is why this happened on, I was expecting it. This is why I was expecting it. But yeah, we're really kind of seeing an extreme power.
Obsession gone wrong. Obsession gone wrong, man.
JJ called him extreme, right? An extreme Powe now trying to pitch his propaganda, I would say, to Archie.
But online, on YouTube, a lot of people, they require, you got an Instagram channel, there's girls that are doing OnlyFans and all sorts, but they all start from the base of somebody else's channel and getting traction. What JJ is starting to do now is saying that I've got my traction, my channel's a success, and now he's denying that Archie's helped him. That's the problem
I never got that sense though. Like I've never seen that. Like look, it's JJ is just saying, look, like I didn't. My channel was not built from Archie, as in like he did not give me a monetized channel. I still had to build it. Yeah, was I known from that place? Sure, but like it didn't mean that that's what created my channel.
So one hand washes the other relationship, but the thing is it's not Archie when Archie reacts to people coming on and giving him this narrative, it's Archie's reaction. But I think anybody that's been around, Archie's reactions are in one ear and out the other. That's part of the entertainment. He's not taking any of this seriously, I don't think. I mean, I don't see it. I mean, everybody, it's an honor to be fucking fired and banned for 1 or 2 days or cast out to the Shadowlands. I mean, I couldn't wear the badge of honor until I'm officially excommunicated. And if fucking Powe wants to volunteer to be the Reverend, that would be the fucking even better. I would give me a heart on a mile long.
Look, I wish I could get Powe on demand to do that kind of stuff, but like he's like I said,
he's withholding.
He's been indoctrinated, right? Powe is not thinking straight, guys. We're here to help. Powe, this is our intervention for you. We have an entire stream dedicated to the deep dish dive into the world of Powe and the brain of Powe.
Where the fuck is the grievance garage? He's got enough fucking content in the last 2 days to make a fucking week's worth of fucking unhinged grievance garage material out of it. Where are all these fucking drama players? Why the fuck? And we we got the only drama going on. And it's like super chats are trickling in. Where are all these high value red meat fucking trolls that keep asking for this stuff? Hermie, where's the fucking Hermie super chats? Or you only super chat when you want to get your wrench back? Oh, Archie, I want my wrench back, Archie. Let me send you a PayPal. I want my wrench back. I got my wrench taken away, Archie. Fucking Hermie, the little delicate flower that you are. I would never even about Hermie's all like, Archie, you really doxed my real name. I don't want certain people to know who I am. I mean, that's uncalled for. Please get rid of the. I mean, Hermie, who would in the Archieverse would harm a single hair that you got left in that peachy keen noggin of yours? Come on. You hear anything from the most vicious thing I've seen happen? I mean, since I've been around, I know that you. Been around when really vicious shit enters the real world, but this Strider thing was fucking bad. I feel so bad for him. I hope that he has a really strong union representation.
Yeah. Me too, man. Me too. I kind of speculated yesterday that I don't think it's anybody from YouTube because, again, it didn't really add up of why they would contact the media about it. Like it would just promote.
Plastic. One day it was just me and Plastic were having a really long. Just a fucking park bench, a bullshit park bench. We were just reminiscing about the boomers versus the fucking biker bar shit from the dungeon, and
right,
that when he the day that I go, you out of anybody, you catfish me the worst when you fucking sent me admin keys and then you booked on me for fucking months, and Strider had jumped on and he was kind of because Strider was like he was enamored with Plastic, right?
Yep.
And we heard the speaker in the back. I heard, the speaker in the background along with Plastic, but I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Plastic was like, mate, you shouldn't come on here and he didn't have his camera on. He said, mate, you shouldn't come on here when you're at work, because the Archieverse can be a very dark hole. I didn't know what he meant by that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then like a week or two later, Strider had disappeared. Like he used to super chat. I think he was in the middle of talking about what the fuck is the guy's name in Australia, Shawnee or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He was thinking about getting a Daytona. And and we made this joke like Plastic was talking him into getting a Daytona so Plastic could get a 20% discount on his next purchase. But he warned him about that. And then when Strider disappeared, I forget who it was, said that Strider's going to take a break. I think it was even Plastic. Strider was taking a break because a coworker at his work, happened to catch his voice on the Archie show. So he was like, yeah, I'm taking a break because I don't want to get my job mixed up into what's going on, and kind of gave him a scare. And he was gone for like 2 or 3 months. So I'm very surprised.
I had no idea why he was gone, because I actually thought, funny enough, I mistook him for somebody else. Like, because Strider used to always talk about cricket because he liked cricket. And so a few of us would just talk to him about it. And then there's this other guy, Brian Toney, that would talk about cricket.
Yeah.
I thought Brian Toney was Strider, and he's like, no, that's not me. I'm not Strider. And then randomly Strider showed up months later. So I had no idea why Strider had left.
What's up, Seth? Yeah, that was I don't know, Strider could straighten it out, but I had thought that the first time he booked for a while was because of that. He said it was job related. So I don't know if it's somebody, because the problem is that he's in Australia. Archie, believe it or not, listen, guys, Australia, Archie is much more elevated than he is in the USA for the simple reason. I mean, even if you go on Playboard, Archie is the number one super chatted YouTuber in Australia for the past, I think, since he went live. So like the past 4 years. I mean, if you look, they stated on StreamYard, number one super chatted YouTuber in Australia is Archie. I mean, there's people that have there's Australians that have millions of subs, but as far as the Playboard figures go, he is the number one earner when it comes to super chats for the past 4 to 5 years running.
Yeah, I mean, he caters to an audience.
I just remember the excitement all the Aussies had were like, you remember the movie, the Fastest Indian?
No, I don't.
The motorcycle movie with Anthony Hopkins, where he's
I remember.
Right. So you remember when all the biker gang that he raced against, and they gave him a hard time all the time. Yep. When they found out he was going to America, he was the pride of Australia, right?
Yep.
And YouTube wise, that's what Archie is to Aussies, because I remember the huge excitement and a bit of pride when Archie was going to the USA, because all the Aussies, even Plastic, were telling him, represent us in the good old USA, mate, and all that stuff. So, there is a bit of mateship when it comes to Archie being an Australian figure on YouTube. I mean, there just is, especially in because Archie is the first person who bridged the gap between luxury and pop culture. I mean.
Well, and I think that's why a lot of folks don't understand the Lux show, right? Like that's not. I mean, some of it's about like helping Lux, from Archie's behalf, but like a lot of it is, like you said, Archie really feels that, the Australian market is close to him, and he wants to do that show for them, right? Like the Angelics and everybody else that wants to watch that show.
I don't know why Lux has such a hard time with content, because he did, I don't know, it was like maybe either 2 or 3 weeks ago, he was always opening the show up with nostalgic clips of old Archie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I don't see why he can't stick to that, because people liked it. It was better than that fucking stupid 5 or 6 minute intros that he does.
Look,
it sets the stage for Archie, you know what I mean?
So what I see Lux has been doing the last couple of days, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, but it's more drama. Like you can see, this is kind of 2 days in a row when we get drama, like right on Lux's show, that we can talk about. One shtick that I haven't ever really released that I think Lux could be pretty good at is like, taking old, like really popular Archie videos, and him and Archie just have Archie actually do like Curly style commentary on it. Like, and
that's what I thought he was gonna do, but the thing is, he plays it as an intro. I mean, The thing about Luxy, if he does this drama stuff like you're talking about, he doesn't have the skin for it. He I mean, we tried it with Marcelo's channel and getting, Jock and Marcelo and even sometimes JB. But the thing is, then he gets a little soft skin and he starts sending out SOS messages to, what am I going to do? Call off Curly, call off the Jock. They're all picking on me. This is toxic. I mean, his last 2 days, he's been, I'm so glad to pivot off the toxicity. I'm like, dude, I mean, you either, if you get the trolls, if you start with the trolls and they fire back at you, you can't all of a sudden become a perma victim.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to be able to take it. I mean,
that's exactly the problem, right? He doesn't want to continue it. He doesn't want to do it. So, like you said, using it for short term is not really going to play out for him.
No,
and I would agree. But let's continue, because I want to get to Archie actually starting to believe some of this stuff that's being said.
That is a snake.
Does it really matter?
Can I ask you something?
Why does it matter? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure.
This show is what, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Australian time?
Yeah, I think so.
Is Archie slugging down some scotch? He looks a little. He looks red. He looks a little tipsy.
I think he's. Well, that's the thing, right? He starts engaging, which is the interesting part about this, because usually Archie would just zone out here. He's like, "Oh, Palwe's here. Let Powe talk for 3 hours," and then Archie zones out. But Archie starts engaging, so yeah, it's a good observation.
Powe, why does it matter?
Hang on. That someday the begrudges paying you any credit for what success they've had. I don't know why they would deny you that, to paying that credibility, that you've helped them gain traction with their own channel.
I know the truth.
Yeah, you know the truth, but the thing is, what you're not realising actually is that you've got a shared audience. I can appreciate that JJ has probably accumulated plenty of people.
Everyone's just picking up on the shared audience part of it, like it's and again, it doesn't really always add up, right? Because one minute it's a shared audience, but the other minute, it's like this.
There's a lot of people that super chat to JJ that don't super chat to Archie, and there are occasional people from JJ's stream that will super chat to Archie, but equally there are a lot of people with JJ that are super chatters to Archie that contribute to JJ. But overall, and it's the same with Mookie and Curly, it's all intertwined. If you all start separating, it all ends. The best thing for everybody is that everybody contributes to one another.
The shared audience, Curly. The shared audience.
You needed Eddie in a little side box, leaning back, playing a fucking accordion with his pants tucked all the way up to his titties.
Yeah, look, like this was like a Mookie rough draft, because I mean, obviously.
Man.
Yeah, look, the stream only happened this morning. Mookie kind of did a rough draft, so we're all giving him ideas on how to just make it a full video. But see, Archie starts to get into it, I think, here. So let's see what he has to say.
People of a different genre that want to listen to JJ and watch content.
Tan, put it on 125.
It's a more sophisticated kind of channel. What it is though, that's part of his channel. Part of his subscribers and part of his viewers have come from here. Come from your channel.
But I mean, does it really matter? I know the truth. JJ knows the truth.
Well, yeah, you know the truth.
Does it really matter?
People watching.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Why does it not matter to JJ? I'm not capable of doing what JJ.
What do I care?
I'm not capable of doing what JJ has done. But if I was, I would never say that it was all on my own.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Powe is capable of doing what JJ has done.
Big player, man. Big player.
At least he admits it, right?
I would always credit you for it. He's starting to move away from that. And the thing is, him and Ali have always planned on this. Sorry?
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
No. Of course he doesn't care.
I don't care either about it. I don't care either.
I don't care either, Curly. I don't care either. It's like, there's the man child right there. JJ doesn't care, so I don't care either.
Well, the same way that JJ didn't care when he made his original millions before he came on YouTube, the way he did when he gone about that. He's that type of mentality.
It doesn't matter. What do I care? What do I care? He doesn't want to...
Now he's setting him off right away. Right away, it's like JJ made millions, and Archie, you can see he hesitated there. He stopped, and he was not happy about that, so he starts going off.
Same way that JJ didn't care when he made his original millions before he came on YouTube, the way he did when he gone about that. He's that type of mentality.
It doesn't matter. What do I care? What do I care? He doesn't want to... Look.
Well, you don't care, but There's people that are listening right now that do care. You don't need to care. I've just managed to say what I.
You know what I do care about, and that's this super chat. Rich Mitch, £2 British. Would Archie ever like to own a horse? Would you like to own a horse, Archie?
Why would you want to own a horse?
Luxury.
Shitting everywhere, and then he needs fucking surgery. It needs antibiotics, and it fucking ruins you. Why would you want a horse?
He's giving him horse ownership advice.
Look, man, we with Powe you get a mixed bag, right? You got the constant consigliere for everybody, right?
The negative side of fucking horse ownership.
Hey man,
what up,
you're
JJ?
stealing leads, man. You made millions, man.
It's just funny to see Archie hesitate, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't care. It's just like,
I wonder what it feels like to be Arch, right? To get constantly bombarded with someone's useless opinion every show, all day. It's got to be frustrating after a while.
You wonder why he does his taxes and drinks that fucking.
Right. He's probably like, shut the fuck up already. Jesus. You guys care more than me.
This is like is this like the Palwe audio manifesto? Is that what this is? Is like the audio book of the audio manifesto of Palwe. I love it.
He finally got someone to listen to him, right?
He finally got somebody to give him
can
a
write
fucking
it?
podium.
How many times do you think he practiced this in front of the mirror before he came on?
Oh, for sure he did. There's no way he held up this much for this long, because this is a long clip. This is like 40 minutes.
Yeah, he came on with that Michael Snake low T energy he came on with.
You gotta give him credit, but at least Narc fixed his audio.
Oh yeah. Narc hasn't even come on yet. Yeah, let's get through this.
Sorry, Richard. I was waiting to give Powe a chance, but it was going on forever, so I had to read the super chat.
Let me just say this: I don't really care. What do I care? I know the truth. JJ knows the truth. It doesn't matter. JJ's turned into a bit of a prima donna, okay?
What does it matter? You know the truth. JJ knows the truth, but you're allowing somebody to coattail off you. You don't have to go on about it forever.
Maybe I'm fed up with him as well. Maybe I'm fed up with his hissy fits. He came on the other day. I didn't acknowledge him quick enough, and he fucked off. Well, do I really need a fucking prima donna either?
The Red Ways, and Powe is getting in his head now. Like he's just like Archie's just like knee-jerk reacting to something that he's just pissed him off like a day ago or some shit.
Right. But when Archie says this, like, I don't take it personally. It's like you said, it's a knee-jerk reaction. He's not like Powe going around with a planned narrative to try to destroy you.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it, JJ.
Right.
Is Powe is trying to show Archie this elaborate plan that's been going on for years, and you and Ali Reza are waiting for the right moment. And Archie's just like, this motherfucker like bounced on me yesterday. Like I'm pissed off at him. Like Archie does not give a fuck about what.
Palwe's the chess player who never moves his pieces.
Meanwhile, it's funny. Ali wasn't even. He used to watch Tim back then. He didn't even watch the show. Actually, he wasn't around at all. He was watching TGV when we first started.
There you go.
Actually, what JJ does a good job of doing is.
Do I need this prima donna?
Owe him something.
Do I need this prima donna? Do I need this prima donna? Do I need this prima donna?
Hey, you turned me. You know what Archie's like? He turned me into the prima donna. He's like when you get a girlfriend and you start spoiling her, and then she wants diamond rings and stuff. That's his fault. He's a sugar daddy. He's the stream sugar daddy.
Yeah, like I don't really. Again, he's knee-jerk reacting to you just leaving that day, and
right. I'm just having fun with it. I don't. I don't think.
But it's funny to see, like, why you can tell why he's doing it. It has nothing to do with what fucking Powe is saying.
Right.
Do I really need this prima donna?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Well, if you could get the old JJ that admits.
No one's even mentioned JJ. You're the only one who brings up this corpse. What do we care for?
That's exactly it. Like nobody brings this up. What the fuck is going on here?
They need to hook up the jumper cables to JJ's fucking nuts and reincarnate him. We want the old JJ. We want the old JJ.
Oh man.
Well, if you could get the old JJ that admits.
No one's even mentioned JJ. You're the only one who brings up this corpse. What do we care for? What do we need this for?
If you can get the old JJ that can admit what he's become and how he's become it, that's fine.
But why do we care? Why do we care, man?
Palwe's not a big fan of Eddie, the new talent, man. But fucking Eddie's been on fire. He doesn't even fucking acknowledge Eddie. This is bad.
Eddie just needed to warm up, man. That's all he needed, man. Now everyone likes Eddie, man. Like Eddie gets he gets hazed, and then he
Dude, he was drawing fucking concept cars with a fountain pen from China. It was fucking fantastic.
Look, we all are happy that Mike the Snake has a new friend to play with.
Exactly.
We're excited for it.
And Saad in the middle trying to fucking wrangle the two.
Saad is just like lighting their fucking pants on fire when they're
Saad's got two chew toys now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have to agree with Narc. It was pretty fucking funny yesterday with those two guys. So
that's another person to coattail off you.
I don't care. Why do I care?
And
why would I
care? You should care because they can actually provide good content. He is a good panelist.
Well, what do you want me to do? Can I ask you that? What do you want me to do?
Really, what you want is JJ to come back to you, but
JJ come back. You can steal the lead.
No,
JJ come back.
You want him to admit
you can steal.
He's straight up not listening to Powe at all. He's just fucking saying random shit like.
You want to admit where his success has come from.
It's funny as I came up with that. I love how they used it against me. The thing I came up with.
Exactly.
And Lux is laughing like Archie just made it up. It's like, Lux, I made that up, stupid. Oh man. Anyway, good.
$2 super chat, Ryan Hoffray. Thanks so much, Ryan. Again, JJ Tan and Curly together, awesome and respect from Merc. Thank you so much, Ryan. We appreciate it.
Thank you too for the support from Richmond.
One second.
I know, but that's super chat. 1 second, please. Super chat says hoof-hearted. I don't know what that means, Archie. Do you know what this means? Hoof-hearted?
No idea.
Give us more details.
Not only do you want,
well, he's visibly frustrated now. He doesn't want to give a fuck about no hoof-hearted, man. Like, he's had a couple of drinks. He's visibly frustrated. He doesn't know why JJ left. Like,
he looks a little constipated.
Yeah.
Actually, not only do you want JJ back, you want people like Curly.
Like if he doesn't want to come back, it doesn't matter. I don't care.
Wait. Didn't he start this by saying to call JJ, call Curly?
Now he's doing what I like to call the yo-yo technique. First, he tells you to burn them. When you agree with him about burning them, then he switches it to, but you shouldn't burn them because they're good panelists. You should bring them on. He's just yo-yoing Archie back.
It's the hamster wheel, man. The hamster wheel.
Right. The pendulum in his brain is swinging back and forth, and unfortunately, Archie's stuck on the ride.
He's the guy that keeps moving the one fucking chess piece pawn back and forth and thinks he's making headway.
See, this is the thing, right? At the start of the show, like, Lux and these guys were making fun of Mookie because they're like, oh, anybody can fucking do this in the age of AI and stuff like that. But they don't understand the whole hamster wheel part of that clip of this isn't the Freedom Stream. That clip, like, it kind of describes what you're seeing today with the fucking hamster wheel with Powe. It just
wraps Powe up all in one tight little package. That's the beauty of fucking that's the beauty of trolling via clips.
And then they disappeared when they've got the traction they want with your viewers. Just the same as Tim did.
They disappeared. I'm not here. Are you here, JJ? Are we disappeared? Are you here? Where am I? Am I here?
Wait,
I'm in a dream.
He's gone. He left. Where'd he go? He's not here.
JJ's done a very good job of doing a Tim right without getting the blame.
Nelson is saying.
I didn't hear this part. I didn't. I only caught like the first. He did a Tim right, so that's kind of smart, no?
Nelson saying.
JJ's done a very good job of doing a Tim right without getting the blame.
Nelson is saying
for a long time while Tim was getting flack, JJ was doing the same thing.
I never screamed Arch. I never badmouthed him in text to people and said he told people to do nasty things to themselves. Me and Tim are two totally different creatures. I never had a digital refrigerator. I never had a sponsorship from David SW. Never did any of those things ever.
Yeah, I think it's just a real stretch here, Powe. Like it's zero evidence just because JJ has a competing channel or whatever you want to call it. Like, what you think is a competing channel, it does not mean that like he was doing what Tim did. That doesn't make any sense.
Hey, Sergeant, I just want to read this out from Nelson. He says, you should be saying that example about OC because it's so recent.
OC isn't as bad as JJ at this point. OC isn't.
Ooh, JJ, that one probably is going to sting.
He's as bad. Damn, I thought he was supposed to be worse on the sliding scale. What the fuck?
Yeah, let's hear that again.
Hey, Sergeant, I just want to read this out from Nelson. He says, you should be saying that example about OC because it's so recent.
OC isn't as bad as JJ at this point. OC isn't as bad as JJ. JJ is the number one leech off this channel. If you want to know who.
Ooh, that's a pointed comment. The number one leech. It's pretty nasty. It's pretty vicious.
Who is taking the super chats away from this channel? It's JJ. Nobody else.
The stealing the leads.
Stealing the leads. Here we go.
Oh.
He's the closest person.
What do you think about the Rolex 1002 with beacon?
What the fuck is Saad talking about? What's your best one and done?
He's trying to pivot to fucking pillow one.
Yeah. That's your. What's your best one and done right there?
If you want to blame anybody, if you want to blame anybody for if you want to blame anybody for taking away from Archie's stream at this moment in time, it's JJ because he provides a very similar content. And you get my point, but you're not fucking stressing it yourself. I'm having to
come on my channel to do anything about it.
Starting to stutter.
It is your channel to do it.
Palwe.
What's up?
Palwe's starting to stutter.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. That's the fucking bat signal for the narc.
It is your channel to do it, Lux. Because on this morning show, you are as much as Archie. So it is your channel as much as Archie. You could. I'm doing it right now. You're not stopping.
Palwe's not letting nobody talk over him.
He's on a roll, baby.
Palwe.
You haven't stopped me for the last 20 minutes.
Palwe, wear your headphones. Wear your headphones.
Wear your headphones. He basically said he took his headphones off and just keeps talking. Like,
Dad's going to be placating everybody. He's going to
Palwe.
with a neutral position. Very fucking neutral.
I've given my advice, and it's not my channel.
The only thing that's going to happen here is if you're going to give advice, it's going to have to be. Well, it might not be. But you're going to have to give
anyone but his own voice.
You're going to have to give Archie advice off stream.
Yeah, I've given Archie advice off stream, but it's only advice. At the end of the day,
I'll tell you something, Archie. You say I don't listen to anybody but my own voice, but you won't listen to fucking anybody.
I don't know how much advice he's getting from these two bozos.
You should have Benny Hill music playing in the background.
Yeah, like
the B team.
You could just see the advice these two guys are going to give him.
It's on stream or off stream or anybody's voice, but you won't listen to anybody. You won't even listen to your own fucking voice.
Archie, I think you need to remove a link from your watch. The watch looks a little bit loose on you.
Like today's code.
Yeah, like Saad even knows. He's like, kill this fucking shtick, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Oh well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Powe,
sat there like it doesn't matter.
Powe just wasted an hour talking about this. Then fuck follows up with it doesn't matter. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
At least it garnered 6 pounds.
Yeah.
I've been played like a sucker by
Why don't you get your fucking claws out like you used to do? Why don't you have a backbone like you used to do? Why don't you do stuff in the
I got played like a sucker.
Have a backbone. You want to do a fucking culling. You want to do a culling.
I was on yesterday. You fucking put me in the. You said hold on and tell me and put me in the back. What do you mean?
Dude, Eddie was on a roll, man. Eddie was on a roll, man. You can't interrupt Eddie, man.
Oh my god, like like when Archie's just not paying attention when he makes Eddie the high valued character, right? Like, fuck.
And it would also elevate
We've got super chats. You don't let.
It's pretty bad when Lux has to say that.
Yeah, and look, Lux to do that, it must have gotten really fucking far, like for sure.
My favorite part of this whole thing is that Lux admitted that off air he advised Archie to give us the boot, and not so many words, but he doesn't listen. So if we're still here, what doesn't he listen to?
Hey man, he's the new henchman. Good for Luxy Poo.
Yeah, chop some heads. Lux, take over.
No,
Hop on all the shows.
We got Rich Mitch, 2 British pounds. Super chat.
Do what you always fucking did.
I gotta put you backstage.
Yeah, you can see Archie fucking yachting, right? Like
super chat.
Do what you always fucking did.
I gotta put you backstage because you won't let me
Powe, so, the problem with Powe is he can't let anyone get a word in. General Saad, what do you think? Have we got a problem here?
No, he doesn't wear the headphones, Archie. Well, we talk only. JJ is a good guy, Archie. He's a good person, JJ.
The voice of reason there, JJ, right?
General Saad.
I guess he humored them for like 20 minutes, and then he's like, all right, let's just move this along.
He used me.
You know that really well. I have to tell you have been used or no?
You got the Narc coming on.
Wait, before we get into
hey.
Where's this 343? Wait, Narc, give me a fucking second. Jesus Christ. We got all these super chats and we give no value to Rich Mitch. We need to give some fucking value. He sent 3 super chats already. 2 British pound. Rich Mitch. He says, say hoof-hearted 3 times quickly. Hoof-hearted. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right, got it. Hoof-hearted.
Where's this 343? Where's this 343? I want to say hello to him. Where'd he go? Saad, how you going, buddy?
Hello, Mr. Narc.
You are the soul of the Archiverse. Where's this 343? He was on the panel. I heard him.
Who is SG43?
He was on the panel before, giving Archie advice.
Yes. That was SG43. Oh, yes,
Yeah,
it was.
Yes. I was going to say, it's been a bit of Captain Obvious. Palwe, look, what do you want us to do?
Yes. And we'll come back.
Right. What do you want? What do you
like JJ? I don't know if another yo-yo is starting where like Narc is trying to give Archie advice and then he's gonna go down and like fucking.
No. This is hopscotch Narc. This is hopscotch Narc. This is okay. Now I'm gonna play the reasonable Narc. It's hopscotch Narc. Let me go. Okay, do I go in vicious? Do I go in obsessed? No, this is hopscotch Narc. Let me be the arbiter of common sense here.
What
talk
what
about
do you want
Captain
Archie
Obvious?
Archie, JJ, if I was in JJ's position, I would have done the same thing. It's up to JJ, Archie, to provide content, and whether content's king.
Well, I think at least you can tell the Narc is watching the streams. Like,
he not only does he watch them, he's on Twitch. He's on. This is the guy's whole. I don't watch it.
What does Narc mean by I would have done the same thing? What thing did I do? I'm still trying to figure it out.
Exactly. That's why Narc can kind of, he wants to play both sides. But look, I'm just happy that, like, I really find it, like, endearing that I was able to influence the Narc with the content is king. It's very nice to hear that from the Narc. Picking up the lingo that we have here on the
calling Palwe Captain Obvious.
Yeah.
JJ, Archie, to provide content, and whether content's king. Am I right, Archie? You can't do much with JJ. He's untouchable now.
He loves saying that to him to piss him off. That's why he always says that. You know that. He's been doing that for a while now.
Well,
JJ's untouchable. You can't touch him. He just does that to like dig at Arch. So he says.
Oh yeah, Archie immediately protests that. You can see it.
You can't do much with JJ. He's untouchable now.
He came on.
He's got Ali Reza and the Butcher. He came on. What do you want to say?
He loves
the Butcher.
He got the shits with me. How come he got the shits with me? I'm the one who has hissy fits, not JJ.
Because it's inconvenience coming on with you. It's like
He's not my friend, is he?
Yeah, it is inconvenient coming on with Archie. Archie wants his panelists to content create when they just want to participate. Like,
oh, he doesn't get. It's annoying when the show is not doing great, right? And he's asking for people to come on, and he's got whatever Eddie's doing. And I don't dislike Eddie, but I'm just saying whatever he's droning on about, and it's not really going anywhere. And I have something like planned out that would be funny to get like the show like amped a little bit, put a little juice in. And I come on, and 2 seconds in, he's like, "Hold on, wait, I want I want to finish with Eddie." They weren't even talking about anything. Like, I know when to interrupt. It wasn't like he was in the middle of something important. It was like nothing happening. He just wanted to sun me. Like, I know what he was doing.
Dude, Eddie's the cruise control it's intermittent. Right. It's intermittent with Eddie. Archie tries to go into cruise control, but it's intermittent. It's too high maintenance cruise.
But even Hop told him. Even Hop said, though, like, why'd you put him on the back burner? He was like, like when you come in and you have something ready, it like kind of killed the moment. So I was like, fuck, it's the moment's passed. So I was like, I'll come back later. And then I just started doing what I was doing.
Look, man, we need filler for dead air, man. That's where Eddie is good. It's like when Archie is, we don't want to see him in desperate mode trying to find panelists. Like, Eddie would hop. Like, it would be good if Eddie just hopped on at the beginning, and then, like, hey, man, like, let's talk about my car, man. And then Archie will start talking about some bullshit. But then when real panelists hop on, that want to talk about, something that's going to contribute to the show. Yeah, Eddie can just take it, and he can still contribute during it, but like, he shouldn't command it at that point, in my opinion.
That's what was happening. They were talking about the new Blanc Pound, and I come on, and I'm like, and I said, because someone said it was like good value, and I came in like hot, like, oh my god, come on, this is good value. A Browns watch, 30,000, and I just got like my legs chopped out from under me to hear Eddie droning on about his belt or whatever the fuck he was talking about. I don't know.
We got Chelsea, 2 British pounds, also Chelsea. Chelsea is also my favorite club as well. Best advert for JJ show for any new Archie viewers. Yeah, exactly. Like, talking about anybody on these streams is free promotion. When you do narratives and there's a back and forth, if you can get the back and forth, that's free promotion. Like, it's pretty simple. Like, a lot of YouTubers just don't want to talk. When they don't talk about you, then you got a fucking problem. Not when they're talking about you, in my opinion, at least.
No, he's not your enemy. I think he likes you.
Okay, are you my friend? You're going to go and watch Nick and scream and tell everyone?
No.
Right away, gets called out and deflects right away. Like, doesn't want to talk about that. Wants to talk about you, right?
You?
Okay, are you my friend? You're going to go and watch Nick and scream and tell everyone?
No. Arch. I've always said
you What's happening with
He's lucky that there's no fucking value in playing clip after clip after clip of what Narc defines as "I've always had your back."
Oh man, I would love to see that actually.
Yeah, Nick supports you. Nick's always been fond of you, right?
Pull the other one. Talking about friends and enemies, Nelson is saying OC threatened Archie behind the scenes countless times.
Yeah, look.
Naki, I don't understand.
What the fuck was that? Wait a minute, Tan. What the fuck was that I just heard?
I don't know, some sipping coffee or something.
All right, wait a minute. Let's can we go back? Okay, now hold on a second. Click on the speed and put it at slow. Let's hear that in slow mo. Go 5.5 half. Yeah, let's hear that again. What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Countless time.
That's Narc right there. You can see the Narc. You can see the Narc's like audio right here.
What the fuck? Who the fuck sips coffee like that? Is he sipping
there,
it or is he at a trough?
You can see the Narc is talking, right? That's the Narc's fucking sip right there. Do it again one more time.
He might have been slurping a noodle.
That is definitely not normal.
Behind the scenes, countless.
I'm taking.
I can see a Mookie slurping.
Dude, I'm
like a cup of noodle with a Narc head on.
No, that ain't no noodle, dude. That's a glory hole swallow if I ever heard one. What the fuck?
All right, let me put this back to 125.
Archie behind the scenes countless times.
Yeah, look.
Naki, I don't understand you. Why don't you could you please mention that story how OC told D
Jake Brooks camel gulp.
Can you please mention that one more time? Because I forgot the details. I'm going
you don't care.
Could you?
You don't care.
I really would like you to mention that one more time. Could you please mention that?
You've been sarcastic. You've been sarcastic.
Here we go. Archie starts to troll, man. This is good because it's very rare that Archie gets into it like this.
I really would like you to mention that one more time. Could you please mention that?
You've been sarcastic. You've been sarcastic.
I love you, Narc, but you can be a real shit. You know that?
I've actually had your back, Arch. Listen to Oliveira.
He had my back, or he hasn't.
I've had your back, Arch. Right?
This is Bogan on Bogan mateship here at its best.
My back. Tell me the truth. No nonsense.
Nelson says JJ is your friend.
I think he's your friend.
Who's
Archie,
my friend?
from my experience,
Friends
Narc is your...
What enemies have I got? Can I ask?
No,
you that?
Narc is the most sincere friend you have.
That's the way to do it, Saad.
Jeez.
Look, if you want to accept OC, if you want to believe the crap that OC wasn't the one to cancel you, go ahead. It's up to you, Arch. People know. Delson Oliveira, he knows.
I know.
The obsession, right? The obsession, and just watch what Archie says to him because this is classic.
No, yeah. Lux
What
knows.
about Tommy? Tommy knows.
What?
You know, this is all because of Tommy. Now
Yes,
I understood
Tommy.
the mismanagement because of Tommy, Archie.
Yes,
Wasn't
Tommy.
he the vice president?
I got that.
Tommy, it is Tommy.
It's Tommy's fault. I think that it is Tommy's fault. I think it's Tommy's fault. Yeah, Tommy knows, but he doesn't know how. The Mr. Zoso.
Tommy can't stand OC and he still went with the ball washing.
Tommy is a bad manager. This is what I have learned.
Tommy's the ball washer.
Tommy's a bad manager. This is all I've learned. Let's hear that again.
Tommy, Archie.
Yes,
Wasn't he the vice president? Tommy, it is Tommy. The Tommy.
The funny is, Tommy can't stand OC and he still went with the ball washing.
Tommy is a bad manager. This is what I have learned.
Get rid of him,
You
Archie.
gave him
Get
power.
rid of Tommy.
So,
Yeah.
Archie, I'm not
General
going to bring up.
speaking.
I'm not going to bring up the D again, at least for today, right? But you believe what you want to believe.
What are you going to bring up? What again?
Like if
I'm not going to bring up
I'm sure
OC
he could
wing
just
up.
call D,
Obviously,
right? And ask him.
Yeah, like I mean, he could easily solve this by calling D. I just, I can't see D, taking his phone call when he wants to talk about some fucking random.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Bother one of Archie's fucking sponsors. I'm sure the guy will be thrilled with that. Listen to his stutter cuck at the other. D. I need this soundbite. D.
No, but I'm saying Archie himself. If he just wanted to know who told him not to, kick him out or whatever, I'm sure D would tell him.
100%. And Archie doesn't care, right? Like he said it countless times, but he does humor the Narc a bit here.
the cover-up's bigger than JFK assassination.
Tell me what happened. People have missed it. You mentioned it so many times.
I didn't think NPDs had sarcasm in them. The ability to be sarcastic. The cover-up is huge. They've even got Dodger on the cover-up. The cover-up of OC ringing up D to get you cancelled is bigger than the JFK assassination.
We got a super chat. Jefferson Exotic, $5 US. Thank you, Jefferson, for the support.
Yes, yes, yes. I love Jefferson. This is a guy who's got no interest in watches. He's here just for you, Arch, and entertainment. The variety show, the shit show, the train wreck, the philandering, the cheating, the lying, throwing people under the bus. He loves it all.
Narc, I just need to ask you one question. Is this all infighting because of Tommy?
The little red-headed gold-digging cunt. He's behind all of it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, let's just blame it on
He knew what he said to me. He goes, I tried to sell it. He goes, I tried to sell OC, but even if you put lipstick on the pig, it's still a pig. A fat pig. It's a pig. Pig. It's a pig with lipstick.
Again, Narc stating the obvious, right? Like, weak narrative. Stating the obvious. Don't really think it's that funny, but Narc is C grade today for me.
Can't get much with it.
Something.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Narky? What incentive do you get to come on here? What is it that you like? What is it that motors you? What is it that floats your boat? Please tell me.
I'm a narcissist. I need my supply. We're having fun. What is Lex coming in? All right, he needs the money. All right,
right there. Look, Archie is getting in the mode though right now, Curly. You can see him casually taking the sip, right? Like when you see him, he asks Narc the question. You know, soul reading gets started. Narc immediately knows what's going on and then tries to deflect it onto Lux. But you can see Archie just taking a quick sip and then getting into what he wants.
You.
His wheels are
What is it
turning.
that floats your boat? Please tell me.
I'm a narcissist. I need my supply. We're having fun. What is Lex coming in? All right, he needs the money. All right. What does Curly come on? What does Bear come on? You enjoy it. A bit of fun.
What's Bear's not back?
No, look. That's why he's not back. The fun's gone. I root for you, Arch. Right? You frustrate me? Yeah, you piss me off. Yeah.
I root for you, Arch. Yeah. Here we go. We got fucking Tweedledee and Tweedledum both on the stream now. Like,
but we root for you.
Watch Nick is on my side. Luxy, would you agree with that?
No, I don't think so.
Nobody begrudges JJ living. Nobody. He's done a lot with his streams. He doesn't.
I think you're jealous of his life. You're jealous of his life.
Come on my stream the other night. He had
well, hold on. Didn't Powe just say that, like, you know, you should credit Archie for doing everything for you, and like, you know, it's you're kind of taking everything, you're plotting against them, but then he's coming on saying you did great things for the stream, and like, here comes the yo-yo, right? Like,
he's following the Stuttercuck lead. Okay, hopscotch to that spot. Okay, I'm with you.
Hissy fit left. What happened? Why did he have a hissy fit?
But lately, JJ has not done a lot for you. He's doing a lot for himself.
No, why does he have to? Why does he have to?
Well, because the backbone of how he's created his channel is off Archie. See, a lot of people are saying, well, he's built his own channel. You've got to get traction for your own channel.
But
there's no way JJ would have created his own channel. Tim is the same. Marco.
Yeah, but that's competition. That's capitalism.
Well, that is capitalism, yeah. It depends on your ethics,
used
doesn't it?
I think JJ used me.
JJ used me.
I don't know. I always thought we had a symbiotic relationship. We helped each other. I thought we just helped each other. I thought that's what it was, but all right.
I don't know, man. The mystique of Powe is seeping into Archie's mind here, Curly.
This is nothing. You guys must forget that this all happened with Green Room too. You know that one day, the loyalty test got so deep, and actually, that's what's funny about a Narc always playing both sides. Narc always, you know, I'm only, I don't start streams because I have to be in and out, but yet he'll spend 12 hours on the fucking stream. But so when Green Room started a stream a half hour, you know, at the same time that the dungeon was going, I left the dungeon. I left Narc on there and went over to Green Room stream, and then Narc left and followed me, and then Bear jumped on the fucking dungeon.
Yeah, look, Narc is very situational. His trolling is very situational. He can't. This is the problem with the Narc. He can't be on all the time because, you know.
He can be. That's his shtick that he plays. Of course he can.
He can, but his material won't be that good because you know he needs material like a situation like this where he can poke at Powe, poke at Sod, poke at Archie. Right, but if you put him in a situation where he can't do that, you know, he just kind of fizzles. So that's why he doesn't. You know, to me, you know, I couldn't really do it like a dungeon for 3 hours by himself. You know, I think he'd just flop for a long.
He always needs a fucking partner, a foil, or somebody to validate his fucking gaga fucking narrative that's stale. And he's Kramer, dude. He comes in the door and out the door, except he thinks he's Seinfeld.
There's no way JJ would have created his own channel. Tim is the same.
Yeah, but that's competition. That's capitalism.
Well, that is
Right?
capitalism, yeah. It depends on your ethics, doesn't it?
I think JJ
Look,
used.
it depends on your ethics.
Look,
I've got any ethics or not.
You use each other. You use each other, Archie. You use each other. You use. What's that, Powe? Shut the fuck. You use each other.
We've got a $5 super chat from Jefferson Exotic, who was actually shown on the stream earlier here. I'm chronically unemployed, man. Alcohol is delicious, man. None of my misfortunes is my fault, man. I love breaking laws, man. Thanks so much, Jefferson Exotic. We've got Eddie.
As a sidetrack, did you hear Eddie going yesterday? You got to watch out for those dash cams, man. You know, they played a video of me in court. I was really surprised. They snitched me, man. My own dash cam snitched me.
Eddie's gold. You know, honestly, I really, hey, he's going to get his hazing. Just so you answer kind of Buckley's question, right? Buckley's like, I'm having trouble understanding why people are so loyal to this A-grade quality content. Bring back the fucking draft, right? Like, I think a lot of people they'll get the hazing in the Archieverse and whatnot, but after you get through that hazing, and if you're not a piece of shit scammer or something like that, like you'll find your way here, like Eddie will, like everybody will, right? And people like it. They like being part of the club, right? It's a place where it's just unique. You can't get this content realistically anywhere else. And if you like this content, right, people want to be part of the club. So, that's why people stay pretty loyal, I would say.
Dude, the hardest hazers I remember in the days of the dungeon. I don't think they knew, because it was like I said, there was a time in the dungeon that it turned into the boomer dungeon, which happened to be mostly, it was Dodger, Sirocco, Luke Mtech, that other guy, the guy from Canada, Justin
Ford,
yeah, Justin. JL was kind of tossed in the middle of it. And then you had Plastic. Now Plastic saw it was like, okay, this is two completely different things. It's like he didn't see it as competition. And the thing was, we always said, what we're doing is the primetime people like it, and you guys could always do the boomer deal like after. Nobody had intentions of running 12-hour fucking streams, but the problem is that it was like people felt like they were getting their toes stepped on. And then when it turned into, the thing that blew it up, I don't know if you remember this, Tam, but they had a management meeting and JL recorded it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was so stuck in the middle and he was so fucking tired. When somebody inadvertently let it out that they had a management meeting because 5 dungeon streams got deleted, and Archie came on and it was like JL was saying, no, it's deleted. It's not in StreamYard. He had the YouTube account. It's not in StreamYard. It's not in YouTube. They got deleted. And Archie made this comment, well, what do I give a fuck if they're deleted or not?
Exactly.
I made the super chats on them. But what Archie didn't understand is we used to use those dungeons as references for clips that we would play. It would go like a week, and then we would go back to, okay, this is what happened. We did this story. We did this storyline. And those 5 happen to be some of the best fucking, just ab-libbed shit that ever happened. And, the only reason we find out about it is I think Narc went back to pull up a clip and he said, the streams are gone. Because when I say clip, it's not like we recorded it. We used to use right off the YouTube account. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what. And when either it got made members or it got made private, he lost access to it. That's why we started actually making MP4 files on them. And we were just learning as we were going, and it was like that whole thing amped up the whole, and what happened. With the Jimmy Seville shit and the Daisy May stuff and all. Then it was like all out war with the boomers.
Well, if you think about it too, Curly, like that's kind of how it's evolved over time as well. Like you're talking about a time when you relied on specific streams to stay up to kind of now everything's recorded and we've got, material, even if it gets taken down and all this other stuff. And it's it's spawned all these kind of different shows, whether it's your show kind of evolving or like a Rodent 100 taking clips or other people, right?
Right.
The Archieverse is completely different, even a year ago.
They said Archie's a cottage industry of, just think about how many, the funny thing is think about how many channels spawned off of, springboarded off of Archie.
We got a lot of good was gonna say we got a lot of good comments here, Curtis. Sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
You know, because I just want to. We're getting behind here, but Brody's got a really good one here. Only in the Archieverse will a main show panel complain about an affiliate show panel that makes money for the same owner as stealing the leads. Did I get that right? Yeah, man. This is what is so crazy about this place, and Jefferson Exotic talks about it, right? Like, it's mad. It doesn't make sense, but it's it's raw. You see the emotion. Archie is not like he's not prepared for this ever. Like, we don't ever give him the narrative. And that's what makes it unique, right? It's you just can't get this. You're not going to go to Tim Mosso.
We don't even know what page we are on sometimes. I mean,
exactly,
that was a perfect example what happened last week. Like I said, that's why I was like, I actually did the fucking biggest sin that I always hated in business was lack of communication. Always fucking spurs a grudge or a spite that really doesn't exist. It happens because of a lack of communication.
Yeah, and look, it's fluid, right? But the fluidity of it is what I find interesting. I find it that the unpredictability of it's good. You don't really know. Yeah, the show could be a stinker. The show could be amazing. It all depends on who's on, right? Eddie could be on. It could be completely great. It could be completely bad, right? A couple super chats here. We got Mr. GMT, $5. By the way, nice to see you, Mr. GMT. I know you've been busy thinking of your wife and your family here. Archie versus like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. So Archie's like a box. His verses or his life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. We got Neo, $10. The golden path of peace and love doesn't understand why people who hate the hate come here to tell us about it. The golden path can go away. Run a poll. Do you want Neo University or golden path? All right, man. I'll get you with that. Let me roll this clip, and then I'll do that for you.
Fizzle out if he doesn't really associate himself with Archie.
What's it, Palwe? What's it? What, Palwe? One moment.
Manage on his own for 5 years. No, he won't.
It doesn't matter, Palwe.
He'll keep associating himself with JJ.
One sec. Palwe, one sec.
Keep associating himself with that.
There's a guy who's got a pizza shop. There's a guy.
One sec,
Palwe, give Narc a second to talk, please.
A guy knows got a pizza shop. A guy knows got a pizza shop in a small village type area. He was owning a pizza shop. Another pizza shop opened up, another Italian restaurant, and he's worried. Okay, you have to make sure you provide better food, better pizzas, better service, better experience.
Yeah, but
it's hard. Did he just JJ? Did he just quote the Papa John's slogan?
I think because he's deep dish curly. Yeah,
it's always a friend of mine. This friend, JJ Tan. I got to bounce. My goddaughter's walking in the door.
No worries, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Good afternoon, boys.
Appreciate it, man.
See you, chat.
Yeah, I only got about a few more minutes in me.
It's
good, midday, but
you're good. You're good. I got the stream. I got everybody. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I think he just, and yeah, you can bounce whenever, man. Don't worry about it because I'll just roll the clip. But yeah, it just seems like he quoted the fucking Papa John's slogan. So I just want to hear that again.
A pizza shop in a small village type area. He was owning a pizza shop. Another pizza shop opened up, another Italian restaurant, and he's worried. Okay, you have to make sure you provide better food, better pizzas, better service, better experience.
Yeah, I think it's better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's, but very, very close, right? Maybe it's the Papa Narc's pizza.
Yeah, it's only a little Papa Narc.
Little Papa Narc.
You can't stop me.
Oh shit! I gotta take this call, Dan.
All right, bro.
I knew it was coming any minute now.
No worries, man. Take care, man. Thanks for coming on. I'm gonna slow this down for everybody, just so that we can enjoy this in just normal mode. And yeah, let's just trying to make sure that we get some content for you guys on this afternoon. I know that it's been it's been a good day for everybody, but people haven't really caught up. This show is from the Lux stream this morning, and yeah, just interesting perspective. Palwe comes on. And, immediately starts going after Curly, then Mookie, and then really this ends up being about JJ. And he's getting in Archie's head. He's, seemingly convincing Archie that it's wrong. But Archie, you can see, is also, being a little sarcastic and trolling back. So hard to tell, what it's like. But, it does seem like Palwe's getting through. So, yeah, Otto, we're all good, man. We're all good. We had our little fight yesterday, and, we squared it off. We're no issues. I mean, Curly came on, hopped on, helped me out. But yeah, it kind of started yesterday on my dungeon, and then went into Mookie's show and stuff like that. But everything squared off, misunderstanding, miscommunication kind of shit. But we are all good. We got Lux in the chat who says, to answer a previous question, no, I'm not pivoting or focusing on drama. I go with the flow. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I mean, I could see that, Lux. I think that, look, drama can work, in certain cases, right? I think Curly and I both believe that drama if Tim Wright were to do some drama, yeah, it would work, right? Maybe a couple of days worth, he'd probably, make some money. And he did when it was, during the Time London show, like Tim at that time was making good money off the drama. Do I think Tim's channel could do that? I mean, sure, he could, but like, I think that he would, it's just not something he could do, for a long period of time and it be, really on his brand, right? For you, yeah, I think the drama also kind of doesn't work unless, you're obviously really going to be involved in it and want to be involved in it, right? I think that interest to be involved in the drama is part of it. You got to really, really want to, combat narratives and handle, the narc and this kind of stuff like that. But I don't really, yeah, I don't really see like drama, being the idea. But I did say earlier that a good idea, and hopefully, the tough part about this idea I'll get into in a second, but a good idea is taking kind of Archie's top videos, from the past. I'm talking like, over the span of the 12 years, whatever it is on YouTube, and, just run a few of them, clip style like we do on the dungeon, as a segment, not as an everyday thing, but like as a segment, maybe once a week, you guys take some popular videos and you run them and then have Archie actually comment on them, because half the time when you run some of these old ones, he doesn't really want to hear it because I think he's embarrassed by what he said. But it would make great viewing if Archie actually was engaged and laughed at it or said, "Yeah, I was just being an idiot" or whatever. Right? I think that would be a really good thing. I like Curly's idea, taking old videos and discussing. Yeah, look, like I think that's a winning idea because I mean, Lux, you've been around a while too, right? You know what's going on and the history. What videos were good, what videos weren't. So like, you really just need somebody who knows the Archieverse well enough that way, and then from there, it's just, hey, just find the videos you want and roll with it. But like I said, the hardest part about it is going to be, getting the host to engage, right? Like getting him to want to, I tried this idea a couple of times through super chats, but he never, he'll put on the video, then he'll bounce, right? Or he'll scroll through parts that I know are the funny parts and he knows are the funny parts, but he doesn't want to air them, kind of a thing, right? So that's the tough part about it, but I think that's a good idea. Many have not seen some of the really old school. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's a lot of people here that are pretty new, right, to the Archieverse. They're asking questions like, I don't understand what's going on, or why would you want to be interested in this, or why do people care about being A grade or this and that? And that's just how the Archieverse is, right? Like, people, they enjoy it. They and it's like it is basically a verse, right? It's you have characters that come here almost daily. You have people kind of look at tiers, wrenches, non-wrenches. People look at that. We don't really have that anymore, but kind of a class system like that sometimes in the chat, between wrenches. People feel that way about YouTube keys, StreamYard keys. I mean, like, people look at that as kind of like a badge of honor, even though they don't even really start streams or run shows, for example, right? Like, I think of those things as more functional things. Like, if you're, a panelist, you should have a wrench because you're probably going to get attacked. Or, if you run a show, you should have keys because obviously you can't do it without it. So, but yeah, I mean, that's just the Archieverse. It's just how it is. And, people find it entertaining. And, Brody kind of was like, you got these two, kind of panels going at each other. You can, Brody, you can even kind of make an analogy between that and, with the WWE, and you got Raw and you got SmackDown, right? And you got those crossovers between the two. It's kind of the same thing if you kind of break it down to its lowest common denominator in that sense. But you kind of get that, right? Where there's, this is about men's jewelry, right? Like, if you really break it down, it's like, this is about men's jewelry. It's not really the most interesting topic that people can talk about for hours on hours and hours, or people that want to view that, for hours on hours and hours. So when Archie kind of brings kind of comedic relief to it, satire to it, yeah, it becomes interesting. It becomes something I think we can enjoy for, a longer period of time.
Oh,
We've
Powe,
got
let
to
me
realise
finish.
that
Let me finish.
70 to 80% of JJ's panelists and fucking donors have originated here, and they're always going to be.
How do I compete against it when he doesn't even give me the kudos that he's supposed to? I mean, I'm the one who made him famous.
Like, I don't really even know what that means. Like the kudos that I'm supposed to, right? Like it's like, well, what are you expecting? I mean, I've never seen him not acknowledge that. He's made it. He's been popular off. From people. Or he's popular on your show, you could say, and has some of his following that definitely probably saw him on your show. I've never seen him say otherwise. So I don't really understand what Archie means by like he doesn't give me the
Have originated here, and they're always
How do
going
I
to be.
compete against it when he doesn't even give me the kudos that he's supposed to? I mean, I'm the one who
Exactly.
made him famous. You know what I mean?
I'm
I did
not being
everything for
funny.
him.
I'm not being.
I did
I'm not
everything
gonna.
for that man, and he treats me like garbage.
What do you got against
now. Why
JJ?
is that?
Palwe, what do you
Why
got
does
against
he treat
JJ?
me like garbage?
No, I'm not.
So right away, Narc is, he's already instigated or been part of the instigation. I wouldn't say he directly did it. Obviously, Powe is the one, really gaslighting here. But like you see the Narc, definitely kind of, maybe trying to defend it a bit, but also wanting to hear in his hearing that Archie is getting visibly upset about it. He's saying kind of stuff like, well, JJ doesn't give me kudos, or JJ, he should be, he should be adding, different things to. Do you want me to add you onto the panel, or just I can just add you because I don't think you can add yourself here. Just let me know. I've added you on, Mookie. I guess you don't have keys, so all good. But yeah, like what I was saying was, like it's strange that like Archie is kind of saying these things that really, doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't really see where he's coming from a lot of it. Yeah, Mr. GMT, I feel the same way. Kind of like a virtual family. It's really cool. In the sense that like, I've been in situations where, you travel somewhere, you go overseas, and hey, like it's somewhere you can tune in, and it's the same old shit going on. It does feel that way, right? So definitely understand that sentiment. What's going on, Mech? What's happening? Narc is agent of chaos. Nice to see you, man. Good to see you.
Anything against JJ, you've got to appreciate
Why does he
that
treat me like
Archie, as
garbage?
weird
He doesn't treat you like garbage, Archie. I bet. He doesn't treat you like garbage, right? He doesn't have to kiss your ass.
He doesn't treat him like garbage, but he doesn't do anything for him.
What do you want him to do?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question, Narc. What do you want him to do for, like, what do you want JJ to do?
Do Palwe.
What does Mookie do for me? Tell me that. What the fuck does Mookie do? You want to talk?
So then it just like bounces to like Mookie for some reason. Like, it's like, well, I want you, JJ, to do, more for me. And then what the fuck does Mookie do what does anybody do for me? Right. Because, like a lot of people have described, it's a, what have you done for me lately mentality. Because yeah, I mean, has JJ not helped build Archie's brand? Because I would agree with that. I think JJ said it earlier. I think that's fair. Obviously, JJ did get benefit from Archie. He was on his platform. People, gave him a shot, while he was, live streaming, and people get to know him, and, then they go see his channel, right? But that doesn't mean that, like, he has to kick back anything. Like, just kicking back the respect, I think is well enough, right? And a lot of people do that for Archie. You talk to Tim Mosso. Tim Mosso is not going to tell you Archie's his very favorite guy or favorite character, but Tim Mosso will respect what Archie's done in the YouTube space, same as a lot of people do, right? They give him respect, and people that you would assume, like, why the fuck would these guys like BQ watches, want to be involved with Archie, right? Like, they're a serious business, and Archie's a clown, half the time, but yeah, it's because people kick back respect to the OG Pontiff.
Talk about somebody who doesn't do anything for me. What the fuck does Mookie do?
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Me?
That's another
what
one. That's another one. Well, JJ's the same.
I think.
Look, the same.
Palwe, can you get? Tell me when you finish, so I can make a point. You finished?
Well, no.
I think
Mookie.
Palwe,
I'm gonna have to put you back.
Palwe really had to think about that because Narc's kind of putting him on a time limit here. He's like, Palwe, can you let me know like when you're finished? Like, Palwe is like, whoa. I think I need to. I think I may need to slow this down if I want to get my 4 hours in. Now, by the way, you guys did see Mookie hop on. We do have a clip. I did see it. I just took a minute here to just make sure I got the right one. I'm going to play it here, Mookie. Don't know if you want me to play it, but I'm still going to play it because it's here. So let's see what this is.
Mostly threatened Archie behind the scenes countless times.
There we go. The Narc clip. Look, we're getting Mookie. Like, Archie says, well, what does Mookie ever do for me? We got 2 Mookie clips today. from a stream that literally happened only like a few hours ago. This stream was from the morning stream, and we've already got two Mookie clips from it. So that was the latest one, and this is one from later on in the stream where I think the hamster wheel is going with Powe. So if you haven't seen it, this is a new one from Mookie.
There's a lot of people that super chat to JJ that don't super chat to Archie, and there are occasional people from JJ's stream that will super chat to Archie, but equally there are a lot of people with JJ that are super chatters to Archie that contribute to JJ. But overall, and it's the same with Mookie and Curly, it's all intertwined. If you all start separating, it all ends. The best thing for everybody is that everybody contributes to one another.
521 Taipei. Lux told Archie that Mookie was stealing his money. Lux is jealous. He can't make content except for the content that gets punchers fired from their job. Yeah, I mean, it's a little harsh on the fired from their job part, right? We were definitely thinking of Strider. But yeah, I mean, that's an unfortunate situation. But yeah, I mean, look, like do I feel that there's, look, Mookie and Lux, interestingly enough, have had, kind of back and forth a little bit. I don't think there's ever any beefs or anything, but, it goes all the way back to like, when Mookie kind of came on the Archieverse scene and, people heard about like, because, Mookie has software that, he uses that's, pretty sensational. I've used it before and, it's cool. People started hearing about it and then Lux was like, well, I have, the same software. And, it kind of started from there. Like, I think Mookie even named his software like Lux's bullshit software or something like that. It's been pretty funny on the back and forth. So yeah, I mean, look, I can see that where, there's definitely potentially, there's potentially some animosity between those two. But yeah, I mean, it's popping off in the morning show with Lux these days, apparently, because the Narc and Powe are not, they're not kind of letting up, and Archie's getting a little pissed off too. So let's see what they got to go with here.
Well, no,
I think Mookie.
Powe, I'm going to have to put you behind the stage because you don't let people.
No,
talk.
don't put me backstage. That's not how it
let
works.
people talk.
Let me finish. Mookie, look, I mark Mookie the high talking little cunt, but he's offered a lot of entertainment to the Archieverse with his clips, right? I think he's adds a lot of professional, a lot of high.
Yeah. Not to the extent.
You can have them if you want. If you.
I don't even have the clips on my channel. Well, look, like you made, whether he has them or not right now, I think is kind of also irrelevant because, Archie's made good money off of those clips for a long time. Like he really has. Like, how many people, super chatted to, see Boitano or to see, the Mike the Snake Pantera clip or the, JJ and Higgins rap. Like, Archie's made good money off those clips. Like whether he has them right now or not is, to me, kind of besides the point, right? Like you can easily go to Mookie's channel, and play his clip from his channel. It's not like you can't, put an overlay or whatever and figure it out. But like, at the end of the day, it's not, I don't think that's the end of the world.
If you want to work with Mookie, you can, right? It's up to you, Arch.
See these fucking clips, okay?
Right? I'm just saying what Mookie's added, and I think the money that Curly makes is more money donated for Mookie's effort. I've been totally unbiased here. I think he's been
all that money the problem is Curly because Curly creates a lot of good content. He doesn't like me, I don't like him, but I watch Curly.
Yeah, but people don't have to watch it. Look, I don't watch it.
He's giving his money
Ryan
to Mookie, and Mookie isn't worth what Curly is doing.
Powe, please.
Mookie is not worth what.
I love Powe just doesn't stop. He just, I think he let Lux just say, a word there in edgeways, but like, yeah, Powe has kind of came back in full force with the I'm not going to let people talk over me type of shtick.
Powe, I got to put you backstage for a second. Ryan Joffrey, $2. Stop fucking screaming, please.
No, let's be honest here. One sec, before you put him back on. Thank you, Ryan Joffrey. People are not forced to pay Curly or Mookie super chats. If he provides entertainment, if people think that he's entertaining, by all means, it deserves a super chats. I think no one's forcing anyone to super chat him, and I have a problem with Curly, but he provides entertainment and content. And
We've got a super chat from Sam Davidson, £2 British. Thank you so much, Sam. Tan, what do you think of SR Bell? Look, SR Bell pays to play, right? He asks, he asks some pretty interesting questions, mainly towards Mark Goldberg, and yeah, I mean, he pays to play, and yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything more to say on SR Bell. Look, I think if Mark, and Mark does let people know when stuff crosses the line. Like Mark is, he's not shy to say stuff, and SR Bell, I know kind of like he'll respect that. I've seen him pivot when stuff gets across the line. Look, he's been on the panel before. People know it's a shtick. There's no malicious type stuff in that. Like so I think that's partly why SR Bell came on the panel, was to maybe like not get people get like the wrong impression about what he's doing. He's just he's just the guy having a couple beers, fucking trolling Mark, and Mark understands the shtick, and so I mean, look, let them have their thing, right? Is what I say. It doesn't really bother or really have anything to do with me. Mookie, Powe was our biggest fan 2 weeks ago. He's either making up shtick for content or totally insane. Likely both. Yeah, you know what? I think it could be both. Like I said, he came on really calm this morning on the show. I really didn't understand it. I see him do the same thing on the other shows that Curly showed. So it really kind of like Powe is, I don't know, man. Like JJ used the term, I use the term. Like Powe's being extreme. I don't know if he's been like radicalized into thinking a certain way about people and trying to divide people and stuff like that. Because I mean, I don't really know, right? Like the whole going like it started with Curly, went to Mookie, and then it just went on for like 40 minutes about JJ. And I don't really understand why, right? So yeah, probably a bit of could be a bit of both. Mac says the colony sucks ass. As Nikki said, bunch of losers on that show, nerds. I don't know, man. Nikki's got a bit of that interest in watches himself. I think Nikki would he'd fit in with those guys if he really wanted to. Mac, I think he puts on a show for us, but I know Nikki's a watch nerd at heart.
And if he puts the hours in, he deserves the money. So if I was Arch, I have to make more of an effort. I have to bring more panelists.
Not the way that Curly approaches this thing.
No, you can't. No. You can't not Curly.
The way that Curly approaches this thing. Not the way that Curly approaches.
No. Why are you criticizing Curly when you should say Arch?
Because he's not like any of us. He's not like anybody else.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're looking at it from a personal. You're letting your personal feelings.
He's a very, very intelligent person that's not got anything else to do.
He's an anomaly. So what?
Well, he's leeching.
So
whether he intentionally does it or not, it's causing a big problem and leeching off Archie.
No, but that's up to Archie.
Yeah, but again, I don't really understand the leeching part. He's leeching off Archie. Well, what does that mean, right? Like, most people that know who Mookie is or have seen his videos or whatever probably have either heard from a WhatsApp group or they subscribe to the channel or someone's talking about it anyways. Like they're gonna find the channel anyways. Like the leeching part doesn't make sense. Like and those guys, the one thing I could say is they do promote their channel, when they're around here, but they don't do it in a way like where they just show up like Watch Reporter does and spam it saying I'm streaming in 2 minutes, right? They come on, they contribute. Mookie throws up a clip. Curly will hop on the panel, help Archie out when he's down or he has nobody else there, right? Like, so when they do that and then they say, hey, by the way, I'm doing a show afterwards, I don't really have a problem with that, right? Like, I would say that's, pretty fair in that sense, right? Where a lot of other people, do it the other way. Tim was very like I said from the get-go was very much about simply promoting his channel, simply building his channel, and like I said, when I watched that back in the day, for the first time, it was like I kind of thought to myself, I said, well, I mean, I can respect that he's being upfront, and we really can't fault him for it, if it ever really kind of goes south in that sense, because he did state it up front that that's why he's here. But I also knew that Archie was very protective and territorial over what he perceived as leads or people that help pay the bills, right? So yeah, it's the Archieverse can be an interesting place like that. But hey, what do I know, right? Otto, serious question for someone with no real context of the past. What value add does Narc bring in this universe we're in? Same for Lux. Look, that's and Yuri says it himself, right? That is definitely the best question for Pluter. serious question for someone with no real context. What value add? Look, the Narc can be very good, when it's, like he's kind of got a sweet spot. And, when he's got that sweet spot, whether that's having the right character with him, or somebody who's engaging, or a topic that honestly the Narc is right about, that, a lot of the chat agrees with him on, like, he can be on fire. And Otto, I don't think, you're obviously pretty new. We had a stream last year where Oshin actually came on the Archie Luxury mainstream, and in that stream, like, Narc was pretty A grade. Like, he pisses he pisses Oshin off, really to the point of, like, Oshin just fucking rage quits, right? And to some people that was like, you should have kept him on longer. And I mean, Oshin was there for a long time. But like, I mean, Narc has definitely got his spots, right? The issue with him is kind of what I described earlier to Curly was, he's it's difficult to put him with, like, all characters at all times. Like, he's not that dynamic. There's going to be characters that don't want to engage with him, that don't want to, deal with his shtick, and it kind of gets neutralized at that point, right? Because if you don't have anybody engaging with him, he's asking yes and no questions in the air. Basically, he's screaming in the wind, right? So, that's where you can see, like, if you're kind of like seeing that in a situation where the Narc's really not succeeding in his shtick, that's probably why you may see that. Oh, well, what's the value of this guy? Like, why is he here? He's just badgering whoever that is, right? In terms of Lux, look, Lux brings, I think, a different value to the verse, and one of that is stability. It's Lux is very consistent with, he's probably the employee, you could say, of anybody that runs streams here, that is the most consistent, that shows up every day, that does the show pretty much every day outside of the odd time he's traveling somewhere, and that's very odd, right? Like, he'll be on, fucking Sunday to Sunday, on shows with Archie for, hour, 2 hour, whatever it is. And that's just something, that even though, people, can criticize his content or don't like his content or just do that because we like trolling him. That's something that I think is very important to the Archieverse, that people enjoy the daily streams. They enjoy, when the Archieverse is on, and, they understand that, like, hey, like, they get behind if they miss stuff, right? So Lux definitely brings that kind of stability. I would say he also caters to the Australian market, which, is Archie. Archie is really, he cares about that market. He wants to do a show for that market. And, Lux is there. He's got the similar time zone to Archie, so that they do it together. So, Lux has his merits on that part. And look, some people like Lux. There's a lot of, Lux does have his fans, and people like him. Back in the day, I mean, you could see guys like Roland Travel Channel. They're, big fans of the morning show. You had Nelson Oliveira, big fan of the morning show. You got Private Info, big fan of the morning show. I mean, Lux also has his donors as well. So, a lot of people don't watch the show, don't understand it. I watch it occasionally, and I see that, right? And I don't really have any problems with Lux. Neo, $10. Brother Wu-Tan, the punters are begging me to abandon the golden path and peace and love. What do I do? Look, Neo, man, like, if that's kind of what they're saying, let me see here. I think I may have it up on the. I think I may have the actual poll here. So what does it say? It says, does the Archieverse want Neo University? I mean, it's tight, Neo. Like, this is in the margin of error here. You got 52% want Neo University, 48% want you to continue on the golden path. I'm pretty sure I voted for Neo University. So, yeah, man. Maybe the golden path isn't meant to be.
Archie, that's up to Archie.
Yeah,
to either say, let's work together.
I'll tell you something. If I actually stopped it.
Thomas Burnett chiming in, £2 Brother Neo, we will never abandon the golden path. Yeah, I mean, Thomas is cool, man. He kept the bro house chill, was streaming all the time. Was really, I was really surprised to see that, but also very happy to see that, because I like Thomas's content. I think Thomas, he's definitely an OG of the Archieverse. He's a guy who really enjoys the Archieverse, and he's, if you really think about it, I mean, Thomas is he loves his Watch Talk. He's, he's more serious about Watch Talk than I am. And Thomas still comes around, and, he's part of the, he sees a lot of the fuckery, and, he enjoys it too. He doesn't engage in it, but, yeah, but look, he's a guy who likes his watches, that also likes the satire, right? He's the ideal, member of the Archieverse in that sense. Yeah. What are you saying here, Mech? Lux is about as enjoyable as Stage 3 can. Ouch. That's harsh, Mech. That's harsh. I think Lux, Hopefully Lux is because I know he's watching, so hopefully he doesn't take that one to heart.
This Curly would be gone. If I actually decided I've had enough
Too late.
of this,
Too late. It's too late for
no,
Curly.
no. If I actually, no, if I actually called it quits, if I actually decided today,
No.
I've had enough of this shit. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I've said this. Now you're stealing my lines.
If you want to go and do, I'll tell you something.
Wait,
Curly,
I said if Tim,
as good as Curly is, if I actually decided to call it quits today, Curly would be no more. He's very good, but he's only as good.
If Archie were to quit today, Curly would be no more, right? Like that's I don't know. Is that what I heard?
As good as Curly is, if Archie decides to call it quits today, Curly would be no more. He's very.
That really doesn't make sense because it's like, Curly really doesn't do Archie content. So, I mean, does he hop on here and talk about it once in a while? Sure. I mean, he does do that. He did it today. He does it he does it all the time. I really don't understand. I mean, if Tim and O'Sheen were to somehow quit, then Curly would have to pivot. And do other content, but he does that, right? He does his politics content. We've talked about doing like a mob slash, whatever mafia style content talk. Like we've got all kinds of ideas that, we can do. So no, I think that, I think Powe's been outside of the advisory role for a while to not understand that we've diversified over the years in terms of like what we're interested in doing, the kind of panelists we want to have on, how the shows go and whatnot. So yeah, I think Powe is kind of missing the point. GD 50 Argentinian pesos. There's an option missing from the poll. Fight the Golden Path, the Higgy baby, the Cretan Castrato, and their master OC. Ooh, I think that's Neo University. I think Neo would go back on the warpath if he is to abandon the Golden Path.
Good, but he's only as good as Archie is. He's only as good as Archie.
But you're being Captain Obvious. We've already said this before. No, but he puts the hours in, right? I can't put those hours in. No.
If I put the hours, if I was
you can't. No, you cannot put the hours in. No, it doesn't matter. You're saying
if I did, I wouldn't compare to Curly.
But you can't put the hours in.
If I created my own channel and spent as much time as Curly, I wouldn't compare to Curly.
If Archie put more effort,
if Archie mean that Curly can run roughshod over everybody else. It doesn't mean that.
Can you let me make my point? Tell me when you finish.
Well, you've tried to make a point. But it doesn't mean anything.
Right. No way. It can't be 100% you talking. We've got to have a conversation.
Right. Let me make my point. Otherwise, you talk to yourself. Put him backstage. Right. Sorry, Powe. It has to be a three-way conversation.
Well, let Lux make that.
I just love how Powe just continues to talk. Like he doesn't give a flying fuck what these guys are saying about putting him backstage and stuff like that. Who is gonna say wow if Flux goes? Yeah, man. I think you're right, Gary. We don't really have anybody.
Decision, not you.
No. All right. You let me talk. It's too late. You cannot do anything with Curly. You cannot do anything with JJ. The only thing that you have control, Archie, is your own content, your own destiny. That's by making more of an effort. It's up to you now. You can't control what they do.
You can with JJ. You can with JJ.
What are you going to do with JJ? Curly. He's got. I understand, but you're saying Curly. 1 sec. You're saying Curly's reactionary. He has to react to other people's stream. I agree. If Tim O'Sheen, right?
Curly's a different beast to JJ because Curly doesn't do it for money. You can't compete with Curly because.
So, this is where Powe is saying, well, the capitalist in JJ, is what's driving, him to, put up this plot, like he said, like, Powe said this has been planned out for years. Like, apparently Toyota Mo, Ali Reza, JJ, they've been sitting in wait to, like, spring their plot to, I don't know, steal the leads, whatever Powe's talking about. But yeah, it's just Powe is just on his, he's not deviating from this whole piece around like, well, JJ does it for money and that's why JJ is bad. He's saying, well, Curly doesn't do it for money and that's why Curly is good, even though Powe earlier on was just trashing Curly anyways. So I've been, again, the yo-yo of Powe, right?
Because he doesn't do it for money. So whether it's Mookie or anybody else, he could consume Archie all he wants. It's
he'll suck
JJ
me dry,
that's the problem.
He'll suck me dry, you know that?
Yeah, but he doesn't do it for money. He's a martyr to a cause. If you take Curly on, he'll consume you because he doesn't do it for money. It's people like JJ and Mookie and Tim and people like that. Anybody that Watch Nicholas. I mean, I like Watch Nicholas. I chat to him, but anybody that makes
you chat to him. I think consigliere is back. A little advisory board for Powe because he talks to Watch Nicholas. Hey, I didn't know that.
It's people like JJ and Mookie and Tim and people like that. Anybody that Watch Nicholas. I mean, I like Watch Nicholas. I chat to him, but anybody that makes a living from it is the ones that you've got a problem with. You can't compete with Curly because he doesn't make a living from it.
Yeah, but neither does JJ. I mean, JJ doesn't do this for a living. Like, he does a part-time show. He does it, I mean, Powe said earlier, well, JJ kind of creep from 2 to 3 days a week. I mean, JJ doesn't always do 3 days a week. If you probably average it out, he probably does like at max like 2. Because there's often times where JJ doesn't stream at all. Like, he's busy, he's got other shit going on, and he doesn't do a show, right? I think the only one he may try to keep, pretty religious is Sunday Fun Day, right? But there are the odd times he skips his Friday, his Friday show and his Watch Wednesday show. He skips those sometimes, right? So it's not like JJ's doing this for money. I think that's I think that's just really, really really false. Urinator Powe talked to Watch Nicholas not to stream for 10. Powe talked Watch Nicholas into her. Powe talked to Watch Nicholas not to stream for 10. Wow, that's it's not too smart, right? Because you're gonna lose momentum, Nikki baby. You're gonna lose momentum.
And he lets somebody else make a living from it. You can't compete with that. That's somebody you've got to work with. Is a formidable beast. Now the problem with Curly is he's been doing it 24 hours a day, as far as I'm concerned, and his content is starting to become stale. Now, you, Archie, have also started to become stale. So your selling point is that you created this community and you are the one that's got the talent. Curly doesn't have the same talent you do. All he has
JJ
is...
Has JJ got talent? We're going to get that answer here in a second, but we got Thomas Burnett, who gifted 1 Archie Luxury Horology Dungeon membership. Let me go and see who won, if everything catches up. And we got Gary as a gangsta who won the membership. We like Gary. Congratulations.
Has JJ got talent?
JJ, no, and he's a different... No, exactly. JJ is the one you could eliminate. You can't eliminate Curly because he's got the same stamina. JJ hasn't got the same stamina.
He's just stolen the leads. He's stolen the leads and left. That's what he's done. He's stolen the leads and left. That's what he's done. He's stolen the leads and left.
Well,
that's what he's done. He's stolen my leads.
Exactly. The only way you can counter that is by telling everybody that he's done it. The only way you can counter that is by telling you haven't been doing a good enough job of telling everybody that he's been doing it. Gotcha. You haven't been telling everybody.
All right, Powe, can I ask you a question?
These were my leads. These were my leads. They weren't your leads. They were my leads.
That's what I've been fucking saying. Now, you can't argue.
We're all talking at the same time. You're taking it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Archie's doing the right thing here. Just feed Powe and just have him keep going, right? They took my leads. Those are my leads. They're not your leads. Or you can tell Archie's not talking about nobody. He's just like, I think he's throwing a bit of the fuel back at Powe to keep him going, right? Because Archie doesn't want to talk on the stream, so he'd rather be happier if Powe just showed up and babbled on for 3 hours.
99% of the, give everyone a chance.
Powe, let me ask you a question. What do you want Archie to do right now? What's the solution?
Well, I think that JJ should resume the position he was in, which was subordinate. Which was subordinate to Archie.
So he wants JJ to simply work, for Archie, become a subordinate to Archie. Basically, I mean, I don't understand, right? Like, JJ doesn't do that show every day. He doesn't compete with Archie. He doesn't stream at the same time as Archie. He, that never streams when Archie's on. So it's like, it doesn't really make sense. Like, what is he becoming a subordinate of? Like, he kind of was still doing that probably when he was on the Archie show. He probably had his channel, and we hear about the whole term, the toilet break, right? Tim would stream before and Tim would stream after. Right? These guys were, at the time there wasn't even anything wrong with it. You could say from that perspective. So I mean, I don't really understand what that means. Make him, go back to being a subordinate. We got SD43, £2 Platinum Bollocks got free membership. What the fuck? Yeah, man. Gary, you should be. I think people are calling you out that you should be paying for your membership, but we hope Gary renews. And we know Gary likes the show. We got Sam Davidson, £5. How are they meant to buy Cybertrucks without AC3 leads? There you go. Mookie needs like a 4th Cybertruck. So, we gotta send him the leads, guys. Send him the leads. But those are my leads, as Archie said, right? Those are my leads.
Well, I think that JJ should resume the position he was in, which was subordinate, to Archie. He's recently what I've seen.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, calling the shots. If Archie decides he wants to run a stream, if he wants to make him run streams, what you've noticed, what I've noticed, JJ.
They've taken my stream and they've taken everything away from me. I've lost everything.
JJ has been running more streams.
They've taken my stream and they've taken everything away from me. Again, that comment doesn't really make any sense because, I mean, Archie can dictate any way the stream goes at any point in time. If he wants to talk watches and he wants to be engaged to talk watches, he can talk watches. If he wants to, burn Watch Nicholas and talk drama, he can talk drama, right? Like, I mean, I don't really know what he means by they took my they took my stream and ran away with it.
What you've noticed, what I've noticed, JJ.
They've taken my stream and they've taken everything away from me. I've lost everything.
JJ has been running more streams lately, and he's been running them at key times. Streams times.
HR, have you got a point that you'd like to make, HR?
I mean, he's been playing a blind.
Wait. You've made your point. Can you let HR bring his?
Now, look, we've obviously got all of the Rhodes Scholars of the Archieverse on the panel right now. So, definitely, recipe for success, recipe for, I would say, intellectual debate. Really, this panel right now, I could say, is the strategic think tank of the Archieverse, and they're really solving world problems here, guys.
Pointing.
I've just got one thing to say, then I'm going to jump off. I didn't come here to entertain. I came here for entertainment.
Entertainment.
Look, at least Powe is like, at least he's engaging here, and he's giving us a bit of like if you're gonna give us fucking like an hour of like, a lecture on the art of war with Powe, right? Like, at least give us the shtick. He gave us, I think, he gave us Deep Dish Curly for like, I don't know, like 10 seconds at the start of the show. And, at least he's given us the entertainment, which I know Blondie loves. That's one of her favorite lines. We do have another generous gift from Thomas Burnett, who has given out one more Archie Luxury Horology Dungeon membership, and that is going to our good friend Sam Davidson, who has supported the show today. Paying it back, appreciate it, Thomas, and congrats to Sam Davidson. We got Toyota Mo super sticker. I can actually probably see it now. And it is a dancing lemon that's saying, ha, ha, ha. Thank you, Toyota Mo. Appreciate it. Buckley saying, this must be an Australian cultural thing. I don't follow the logic here. There's no logic, Buckley. Like, this is why I call them the Archieverse think tank, this panel, because they are solving world problems.
Look, Angelic Slash makes a valid point. JJ doesn't watch show.
SD43 is in the house.
Morning.
Now this is something that like I think I would have never seen in my life was SD43 on a panel with Powe, because a lot of folks say that when Powe is not doing his drive-by Powe, shtick, he's like, him and SD43 actually sound like the same person. So pretty interesting to have these guys on. So I'd be excited to hear if they're both talking to each other.
Gentlemen.
What about if I ask Mookie to come back? What about if I ask Mookie to come back and do stuff with me?
That's not the solution.
That's not the solution.
SD, hey.
So right away, Narc and Lux are like, pretty anti Mookie here. Archie's saying, look, why don't I ask Mookie to come work with me again, right? Like, basically, whatever he thought his relationship was with Mookie, he wants to go back to that. And both Narc and Lux say that's not a good idea. So we know where maybe this is going here from these guys.
Me.
That's not the solution.
That's not the solution.
SD, how you going, buddy?
Is Mookie the solution?
not too
That's
bad,
so much for the Archieverse.
Let us stay talk, please.
I just wanted to say good morning, prove I was still alive, that was all.
It's afternoon, SD. It's afternoon.
Enjoy. Oh, well, it's 12:15. It must be morning somewhere.
All right, look, Palwe, let SD43 talk. Hey, what's
Two
that?
British pounds, Richmond.
Palwe.
Bless you, Archie. Bless you.
All right, Palwe, shut the fuck
Thank
up. Let
you.
SD talk. Go, SD.
I have nothing amazing to say.
Palwe, shut up, Palwe.
Oh, here we
Let
go.
SD talk.
You're hilarious.
SD, go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would have done, Narc, actually, would be the putting those two together. We got Sam Davidson gifting 1 Horology Dungeon membership. Let me have a look at who the winner is. And it is to SD43. Speak of the devil, we like SD43 and or what I guess Narc would say is Palwe.
There we go. I won't fall for that twice.
Fuck, I'm confused.
I gotta tell you something. I think I need to get Mookie on the streams.
By the way, when Powe does that, the blah, 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 whatever shit, like if you ever, if you're ever watching Blondie stream, ask her to do it because it's actually one of the like I always find it the funniest when she does it because she has to kind of like prepare herself when she does it. So yeah, if you ever if you ever ask her to do that, she'll know exactly what's up.
I won't fall for that twice.
Fuck, I'm confused.
I gotta tell you something. I think I need to get Mookie on the streams. I need to get Mookie. Mookie does so much for the Archieverse. I need to get him on.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not going to happen, Archie, because Mookie is more elitist than anybody you can imagine.
Mookie does so much for the Archieverse. I've heard this time and time again.
There's a problem.
I do think people on the spectrum can be sarcastic. This autistic, right? Where did they? You've never been sarcastic yet. Where'd you get this from? You're on the spectrum. You've got Asperger's.
Shut up a fucking minute.
This is the first time I've ever heard Archie be sarcastic.
Palwe, come on, you've had your chance.
You're on here.
SD, what do you have to say, SD?
Give SD a chance.
Look, hey, Bucks.
Hey.
Give SD a chance. You're on here every fucking night.
Maybe we need T-Dubs on here to.
You know what, Archie? That's actually not a bad idea because Lux is really kind of getting Palwe going now into the direction of the Palwe we want, right? Like we've got him doing his, a couple of his old shticks that we want. We still haven't seen Michael Snake. Hopefully, Michael. I don't know. I haven't seen the stream, so maybe Michael Snake shows up. But yeah, I mean, I think Archie's on the right path. But get T-Dubs on, and then like the think tank is really like fucking United Nations level right there.
That's what we need.
Bring that port.
For fuck's sake.
Can you bring that
I reckon we need to get Mookie on. Mookie, can you come on now and give us the advice we need? Do we ditch JJ or do we keep JJ? I think we need to ditch it.
I never knew that Mookie was in charge of kind of like world peace and stuff in the Archieverse. And Archie wants to ask Mookie to come on at like fucking 6 a.m, whenever this show was on, because I think it was pretty early. It was before I was awake. To hop on now and really solve for world peace.
What I'm trying to talk about.
I gotta tell you,
do we keep Mookie or do we get rid of Mookie?
Fish or cut bait? You tell me, Mookie.
You cannot get rid of JJ. You cannot get rid of
What
JJ.
about Mookie?
I think if you're not careful, Archie, I think if you're not careful, you're going to be paddling a one-man canoe before too long.
That is actually good. That is actually good advice from SD43. If you're not careful, you're going to be paddling on a one-man canoe. And yeah, I think he's on the right path. Now, look, do I think Archie will ever be kind of by himself forever? Probably not, right? Like, there's going to be somebody who's going to hop on after a while, and Archie will be, he'll have somebody on the panel. But I think SD43 is saying you got good people here. Why are you driving them away? What's the point of this? Like, why are you going after JJ? Like, you can't believe, that this is a real shtick. Like, come on, right? Like, I think that's the way, kind of SD43 is going. And SD43 is him and Magpie are usually voices of reason and logic when I hear those two guys talking. So yeah, I would have to agree. Muhammad Ali, by the way, happy belated birthday, Muhammad Ali. Obviously, I wished you on the stream through a super chat. Don't know if you're on, but definitely want to wish you right now. Happy belated 50th. 5 British pounds. Future historians are going to love the Archieverse. We're truly living in the golden age. Yeah, like honestly, Muhammad Ali, like it's because guys like Buckley, people that are new, Otto, people that weren't, haven't been part of the craziness of the Archieverse for a long time. Like they kind of are trying to find their way and understand like what do people find appealing, what do they not find appealing. Allegiances kind of shift every day. There's fights every day. 1 minute I'm throwing a punch at Curly, 1 minute he's throwing a punch at me, the next minute we're on the panel together, right? And guys like Otto are like, "Yeah, what happened?" Like I haven't, because shows go on almost 24 hours, right? And the Archieverse is fluid, and that's what makes it fun, right? That's what makes it unpredictable, and yeah, it's just it's cool to see because like a lot of it, when you think of people say, well, it's scripted or there's scripts, right? Like, it's not like you think in like wrestling where it's like, well, there's a script to win that, like this is going to be the outcome of whatever, conflict or whatever is happening, right? Like, we don't know what the outcome is going to be. We don't know, what that interaction is going to do. We just kind of look at it like, hey, this is interesting and this could go in an interesting direction. let's see what happens, right? And often, if not pretty much every time, we don't let Archie in on it because, like I said earlier, like if Archie is in on it, then he's gonna fake it. It's like if you ever ask him to like change a strap on air, right, Muhammad Ali? That's some of Archie's funniest videos are when he's struggling to, switch a strap on a Speedmaster or something like that. And it's funny because his natural reaction when he gets angry, when he, the spring bars are fucking around and, he just can't get it off. Like he really like, he really gets angry. But when you ask him to do it, and I've asked him to do this like last year, was do a change of a strap on air. He knows we want the reaction, so he kind of fakes it, and that doesn't make it good viewing, right? So that's why we keep Archie in the dark. And a lot of people, that's why a lot of people come out and they say, I don't blame Archie, right? You heard Curly say it the other day, I don't blame Archie, because Archie is really not in the know in a lot of this. That's why when you hear him, kind of trolling a bit back and being sarcastic, it's actually pretty interesting because that's his actual character. That's him doing it. That's him doing it independently. And it's just it's different than obviously him looking at the ground, looking at the floor, doing his taxes.
I think whatever has happened
He's
has happened on your watch, and you've allowed it to
Let us
happen.
stay talk.
Oh wait, let us stay fucking. I'm putting you backstage for a second. Jesus Christ! Sorry about
I
that.
got to tell you, I think we need to get Mookie on here. Mookie does so
Can
much
you
for
bring
the
up Matt
Archieverse.
Port's
Let's get him
live
on.
comment, please? Hey, Lux, can you bring up Matt Port's comment, please?
Matt who?
Matt Port's live.
Matt Port's live. Searching.
So the best advice that Bear gave
I
was.
got to get Mookie on the phone. I got to get Mookie on.
Can you read
Best
this, Arch?
advice here, Matt Port's live. The best advice that Bear gave was take control of your own channel. That's what all the others are doing. What was said during the Toy Wars shakedown, we're all capitalists here.
Whatever's happened, you've allowed to.
So the best advice Bear gave was take control of your own channel. That's what all others are doing. Well, okay, so I'm gonna unpack that for you guys. So using the example of JJ taking control of his channel, compared to Archie taking control of his channel, I think are two different things. I think JJ is well in control of what he wants. He understands that certain moves are going to grow his channel a certain way, and certain moves won't, and he just won't have that happen on his channel. I think, I mean, Archie's, for people to think that Archie doesn't control the channel, I think that's a bit naive, right? Like, do you not think that like Archie is consciously just letting the shows go the way they go, right? He says it himself. I let Curly do whatever he wants. That's my decision, right? Like he's like, I want Curly here. I know that I can't control Curly, so I'm okay. That's the part people don't get. I'm okay with him doing whatever he wants. Like he does control the channel. He's just not making great decisions. And that's where, I think that I could disagree with this statement. And Suckerhorn has said this in the past, all Archie needs is Archie. And there is some truth to that. If, Archie is performing, he's on fire, he's got engagement, et cetera, and he's got a panel. Like the stars really have to align. And yes, I would agree that, that star could probably, not really have too many issues getting through a stream. But that is not very common. That doesn't happen all the time, as we all know. And so, Archie probably needs, somebody who can make decisions like that, whether that's a group of people or, advisors or, just somebody to get advice from. around, hey, this decision could probably, help your channel or not help your channel, with a little bit more understanding of like, because look, Archie doesn't, he doesn't pay attention to the chat. Morning, John. How you doing? Archie doesn't pay attention to the chat. He doesn't, like, not to say that he doesn't know what's going on in his streams. He definitely does, but he's not as, as ground level, as understanding what, nuances could happen. Hey, you remove someone's wrench, that's going to piss them off. Like, you probably shouldn't do that or do a mass cleanup without thinking about kind of what, the repercussions should be. We got Thomas Burnett again, really, really generous today, giving another Horology Dungeon membership. I'm just waiting for it to pop up on my screen here, Thomas. And the winner is GD, the Peso Cannon himself, also a great punter who has supported the streams. But yeah, I mean, like, look, Archie is not, for him, yes, I agree with John that he could, he can do this himself, absolutely. But I think that, like, he just, where he is right now with, where, his mindset is, he really prefers having staff. He prefers having, other people run shows as well. He feels he's created a verse, which I would agree he has created a verse of a lot of great people that like interacting with each other, that the chat is that interesting, that people actually want to interact with each other. And so he's okay with, like, shows being run like I'm doing on the Dungeon, which are really kind of like fan shows, you could call these, right? Like, people look at like Watch Nick and Curly and all these other shows and say, well, you don't create content, you just use and steal content. No, those are just fan shows, right? Just like, people write fan books of, fucking Star Wars and all this other stuff, right? Like, they're just fan shows of the main show that's the Archie Luxury channel, right? Whether that's on his mainstream or whenever Archie's on the Dungeon. So, like, it's just fan stuff, and I don't see anything wrong with that. So no, I think this, like, kind of the narrative these guys are on about, like, JJ and these guys being bad for Archie, or what does Mookie do for me? Like, I mean, the more people you have, the more fans that you have that want to do this kind of stuff, the more people are going to want to come back. The more people that are going to attach to the channel and be sticky with the channel, and want to really, be a part of the channel, right? Like, when people, when you ask, it was funny because I saw this not this year, the year before. Tim and OC were at Watches and Wonders, walking around gonzoing, and they found somebody from the streams, like, just walking around Watches and Wonders. I don't know if that person went up to them or they went up to that person. I'm pretty sure that, that individual went up to them, because how would they know that is who that is? So, they start talking to, and the guy's name is Rodent Mutation. You've probably seen him in the chat. And they ask him, I think OC asks him, maybe Tim does, saying, who's your favorite YouTuber? And the guy says Archie Luxury. And it's just, Archie's got, like, Archie's always going to have his fans. And, people are very proud, the ones that like this show are very proud to be part of the verse, right? They we're the Archie guys. Like, we're different, we're just different. And it's not different because you want to be different. It's different because it's people that are like-minded. It's people that like the satire, that like the fun, that like the drama, that like the wars. Me and this guy, we like the wars. Suckerhorn is very good at it too. Like, he's fought Archie, he's fought beside Archie, right? Like, so have I, right? Like, we have like-minded tastes, certain things. So, that's what I think brings the Archieverse together, in that, like, and I've done a lot of the travel this year, and I've sat down with people, like, in London, to, I did last year in New York, to, in Toronto and other places. And you sit down with people in San Francisco, that I did a few weeks ago. You sit down with people, different people from the verse, and you can actually just have a totally normal conversation about actually what's going on in the Archieverse, and it just not be weird, right? Like, I think all of us kind of have family members that kind of look at us like, what the hell are you watching? Like, why would you watch this kind of stuff? Like, what the fuck's going on? You sit down with people that actually know what's going on and find it funny, right? Like, that's actually, it's a pretty cool thing, guys. It's a pretty cool thing.
It happened, Archie, all joking apart.
Hey,
It wasn't-
you know what? You
it
drive a
wasn't-
Porsche, don't you? You drive a Porsche?
Archie, I actually think this is serious advice. I think this is serious advice. Take control of your own channel. It's serious advice.
Okay, what do I do with JJ then? Do I ditch him or burn him?
It's already done with him. It's irrelevant.
See, like, when I said ask people for advice, you could see throughout this whole stream, and I think this is where Archie's, again, you're asking like, well, why doesn't he just take control? Like, again, he's giving that up. He's choosing to delegate that, or ask for advice in this case. The people that I think are just, if you heard the whole stream here, like we're how many minutes into this stream? We're almost 50 minutes into the stream. Like, Archie is asking advice from people that, I think are inherently biased. Lux is having an issue with, Curly and others, right? Like, may not give the right advice, may not give, the right, maybe he does, right? Like, there's always just that element of like, it could probably be a conflict of interest, I would say, to ask that question to Lux at this moment. ST43, I don't think is a conflict. I think he'll give a straight answer. The Narc is always a conflict of interest. Narc, again, I don't think will ever give you an answer that you want to hear unless it's like, fucking gotten to really, really bad level with the Narc. Aside from that, he'll just give you the answer he wants to hear. So, yeah, I think, I don't know. I don't think I would agree with asking these guys this kind of a question.
Do with JJ then? Do I ditch him or burn him?
It's already done with him. It's irrelevant.
Why would you
What's
get rid
happened
of
to
JJ? Right, I don't know whether you're just trying to make clips for Rodent 100 here or what the plan is.
Forget about
What did
JJ.
happen
What
to
is
JJ?
In
Is
what
JJ
world?
on my side or not?
It's
Are you
already
on transmit?
done. Forget about him.
Are
What
you on
happened to
transmit
JJ?
or receive? Right.
What
If you
happened
ask
to
a question,
JJ?
it's courteous to allow somebody to respond. All I'm saying
Is
is he
JJ
comes
on my
onto your.
side?
Well, he wouldn't jump on if he wasn't, would he? Why would he take time out of his day to come and jump onto your channel and have a bit?
See, SD43 right away, the voice of reason, common sense, like, all of us can pick up on this. Like, a guy like SD43 giving, good advice, like, totally no conflict of interest, just a guy who's, sees it, sees the value, sees what JJ's doing, definitely knew that JJ had hopped on literally the day before. Like, it's a voice of reason there that you could see. The awesome Bubba 1999 is Land Rover Defender a good investment? No cars are good investments. Well, not all cars, but definitely not Land Rover Defenders. I would not invest in a Land Rover Defender. I would say lease a Land Rover Defender and then give it back at the end of the lease.
Bit of a laugh with you.
The link.
Oh, Archie, come on.
He doesn't need you now.
His audience is a
That's what I'm
completely
saying.
different set.
He doesn't need you now, right? So, I mean, I think there's some truth to that, right? Like when Archie talks about the link, does the link have a positive effect or not? Like, I mean, there's different opinions about it. I think that some people look at it like, hey, Archie is promoting this channel. I'm an Archie person. I'm still gonna look. I'm still gonna go check it out. You see it, right? Like, I think when we sent the link from like, Archie to the colony, right? Pavel shows up and says, where the hell am I? Right. Like, but he still, said something and contributed and then probably bounced about 5 minutes later when the content wasn't what he wanted to see. Right. So, does the link have any real statistical value? Maybe not anymore for these channels, but, I think there's also symbolic value. People see that as support. People like that. If you're a JJ guy, that's kind of, you've kind of given Archie the chance to check out the show because JJ promoted it. And JJ does this, guys. Like, for everybody that's kind of talking shit about him here, I've seen JJ, tell his crew, hey, guys, check out Archie, check out this show, right? Like, he definitely helps Archie out in that sense with his guys. So, that JJ viewer that, sees that Archie's linking JJ, that evening will feel better about wanting to come back to Archie the next day. So, when I think of the link, that's what I think about. It's not just like a statistical, because everyone's talking about that, right? Like, well, my viewers only go up by 20 or 30 or whatever it is, right? Or I only inherit the trolls. I think it's more than that, right? I think it's, again, people like that. People like, the fact that Archie's supporting, channels that support him. People like the reciprocity. People like, guys, like, war's not always good for business, right? People like, when the shows are succeeding and doing well and, are positive and everything else. Our problem here is just like, we simply can't get there, right? Like, it's just like whenever we get momentum, it just, we sometimes, or we often tear ourselves apart, and I'll give you a good example of that happened literally like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, right? Like, I'm doing this build up to Time London. I'm the Bro House is set up for a reason, right? The idea of the Bro House, I mean, obviously Jamie wanted to stay with, other people. It would, obviously be fun for Jamie, and Jamie knew that, it would be less costly for everybody. So, it could probably be a winning strategy if you pitch the idea. So Jamie had the whole bro house going, and then I was thinking about it, and Marcelo and Archie had just come off of Thailand, and there's still conflict between the two, and people kind of didn't get their fix from Thailand. So we're like, I go to Jamie, I'm like, hey, this may be an interesting idea where we kind of, you have this house, and if we can get all these people to agree to staying there, maybe we can give the viewers really the interaction between Marcelo and Archie that we really wanted, that we didn't get from Thailand, right? So and it's going great, right? Like and around that same time, the colony splits off Tim. We've got 150 viewers watching the dungeon. Archie's got 250 viewers, on his main show. Really, really strong momentum. Like when people say, well, where's the colony? Where's the colony, guys? Like, no, they were definitely there, in full force. We got super chats coming in from other people. We had panelists come on like Diego. We had, Buckley. We had OC. We had other people coming on at the time, right? Like we had all the momentum in the world, and I was very bullish about London, right? And I know a lot of us were very, a lot of people were very hyped about it because of it. Then, fast forward, a couple of weeks, Thomas Burnett, again, super generous with another Horology Dungeon membership gift. And the winner is, and ironically, Thomas Burnett won his own gift. So congratulations, Thomas. That's good karma, boomeranging back, my friend. So yeah, like, we have all this momentum going into Time London. Everything's going great. The Tim split happened. The colony was very, was very warm. Everyone was kind of seeing the up and up. And then, a couple weeks later, yeah, Thomas, I've actually had that happen myself. I've gifted myself. Yeah, Tap. I've seen it happen. It does happen. We get to the point of, Archie's anti-Semitic comment to Marcelo, right? Like, that's a cancellation event, guys, for a lot of places. That's a cancellation event, no doubt. And it's like everything, we've done up until this point has just been fucking on point. Like, yeah, like, there was all these, mini conflicts that were going on, but like realistically, we were on the up and up. And then, Archie just, single-handedly fucking, sinks the Titanic in that sense. Which is really hard, which was really, really hard on the Archieverse. I'll tell you guys, like, it was Memorial Day weekend. I won't forget it because I was off for the weekend, and I had, I spent basically my entire weekend like speaking to people in the Archieverse, and just really listening, around what they, what their feelings were around, what had happened, and really letting the Archieverse, come to terms, process it, and really, make the decisions that every individual wanted to make around, dealing with that situation. So, yeah, it was a tough time. It was really, really tough. There was, Bear wasn't really around, as much handling that with me, and I was kind of single-handedly doing that. And, so you kind of think about it, right? The momentum's killed. And then when we get to, um, getting past that, I think, right? I think a few days go by. And again, Archie, he says that stuff, and, he immediately gets kicked out of Time London. He immediately gets booted, from the bro house, rightfully so. And, it's kind of like, well, it's becoming tough here to kind of, how do you rebound from that? You've done all this, like, people spent all this money and everything's all done, and it's right, like, we're right almost at time to go to London. I think we're about 3 weeks out from going to London, right? It wasn't that close, but we're pretty close, and again, we built this up for months and months and months. And then, yeah, it just really kind of, obviously, really hit the Archieverse hard. And, a week goes by, week and a half goes by, and I think some folks, they've either come to terms with Archie's statement, or they haven't come to terms with Archie's statement. The Archieverse just continued, I would say, at that point, a week and a half later, realistically, to kind of showing where it is, towards, where we kind of got to towards, closer to Time London. Thomas Burnett won Horology Dungeon gift, and it is the Dodger, another good member of the Horology Dungeon. So, we get to that point where, there, the bro house, it's a week and a half out, maybe, from the comment. The Bro House, maybe it was a week and a half, maybe it was a week. I don't know exactly the timeline, but it was around that time. The Bro House is seeing remorse in Archie. They're saying, look, we see remorse in from the individual for what they said, and we want to give him another chance, and we would be okay to let him back in the Bro House. Okay. So that's a decision the Bro House made. It wasn't something I made. Urinator is saying I nudged him in that direction. I definitely told them that, look, Archie's at a, he's at a dark, a dark spot, and a dark time for him right now. In his, professional world, I would say, the personal world wasn't really, his son hadn't passed at this time. So, really not really a personal one on that sense, but from a professional sense, I said, we all like him as an entertainer, but a lot of, the individuals in the Bro House were his friends, right? People have known him, or met him many more times than I have, right? So I kind of just said, look, like, just think about it, that, like, for some of you guys, you're really throwing your friend out, right? Like, he's got a ticket, he's coming to London. Okay, Time London, they made their decision, rightfully so. But I mean, Archie's still booked to come here, right? So, like, why can't we not, like, look, a lot of people come to these events less so for the event and more so for really hanging out with the Archieverse. So, it doesn't really matter where, it doesn't really matter where you're doing the event. The Bro House was there, and they saw remorse. They made the choice to bring him back in. I just said, don't, like, if you guys consider him a friend, don't throw him out in the cold, right? Is all I basically said to them. All right, we got Dodger. We got the gifting train on these memberships, guys. The gifting train on these memberships. We got Dodger gifted 1 Horology Dungeon membership, and then the winner is Captain Kirk. Definitely someone we have seen around the dungeon and the Archieverse. So, look, we start to see a bit of a rebound in terms of, like, hey, Archie's, he's back in the Bro House, and then Archie then cancels his fucking ticket. Because, look, Archie at the end of the day probably just wanted to be in Shenzhen. He didn't really want to go to London. It was work, and stuff like that. And, it's just, he's got, and he cancels his ticket. And he's just not, like, he's already got a Shenzhen trip, planned. He just really wants to go there. He was happy about it. And then obviously when the Bro House kind of, let him back in, and then, D, I'd spoken to him and everybody else, on their side, and D himself was like, look, we've kind of, at the end of the day, we're gonna, we're gonna consider it, but we haven't made any decisions, right? D hadn't forgiven anything, or he wouldn't let Archie back in. Now, then the event happens where Archie's son passes, and then obviously that, was a pretty, was definitely a very tragic event for him personally, right? So all this kind of yo-yo. I'm not going to kind of go on to the full long story here, but the yo-yo of, like, kind of, you had all this massive momentum to taking 2 big hits, in terms of either professional side or personal side. When we get to London, at this point, I was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck if this is going to be the most boring trip in the world. I'm just happy the Archieverse is fucking here. Like that, when I hear, people get upset, right? I hear people defending the Bro House, defending defending the London trips. When people say, "Oh, it's boring," or, and, "Oh, nothing happened," or whatever, right? And then I see people and I hear people defending it. In my mind, like, I don't feel angry about, it being boring, to be honest with you. Like, to me, I was just like, in my mind, I was like, fuck, I'm just happy the Archieverse is here, because, like, fuck, Archie could have, either professionally just not been here or personally not been here. I'm just happy we're here. I'm happy this is going, and then that's really kind of why, I enjoy the Archieverse. Is I enjoy it, and I don't want it to go away. I know many of you guys don't want it to go. I know many people can't super chat money, into the show for whatever reasons, right? And I don't think we ever ask for that from everybody. But, if you can, hey, definitely it's appreciated. It keeps the show going. But also showing support, hopping on panels, helping it go, helping out. Like, nobody wants to be here, every single day. But I think if every, contributed as well by hopping on every once in a while, it'd be a lot easier in that sense, right? And I think that's kind of a lot of the center of a lot of the, Archie's anger right now is, he just, every single day he's hopping on, there's nobody there, right? He's used to having staff. He's used to having Bear with him. He's used to having Lux with him. So when he hops on the main show and he's got nobody there, right? Like, it makes him anxious. I think that's the root cause of a lot of this anger right now is just people aren't hopping on, right? I'm pretty sure if JJ was, and JJ does hop on, I think he's just baseless with the JJ thing. I think he's just buying into Powe's conspiracy here. But yeah, I think that if other people are rotating it, like Archie won't feel as bad.
Have you watched his channel? His channel's like Serious Watch Talk, and it's a completely different beast now. There's no point going on about histrionics. You've got next month's car payments to pay and to make. There's no point getting excited about what's happened in the past.
Pull it and say, I don't want this fucking thing anymore. Take it away from me.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Well, go back to the Honda. I don't know.
Nothing can be done now. You can only control what you can do. You can make more effort. Why do you? If you alienate JJ, you alienate his friends, and you lose. You lose more than JJ.
You alienate JJ. You alienate his friends. Now, I mean, there are, there are many, people that we know that would identify probably as either JJ or, not really an Archie only or JJ only, panelist or person or punter or whatever you want to call these people. But yeah, I mean, Narc is basically insinuating that if you go at JJ, his audience is not going to support, and I think that the Narc really misses the mark here because the whole idea of shared audience. Yes, there is a shared audience. There are people that watch all the shows. I'm one of them, right? I watch them all. Like it's not, I mean, a lot of people could say that. But there are people that are specifically watching Archie for Archie, right? They don't watch JJ because it's not Archie. And I really did see this when the links actually, were pushing, more of, like, the viewership up for these channels. And I'll give you a good example. So Archie, when I link out from Archie, so Archie's got, let's say he's got 150 viewers at the end of a main show, and this is at a time when Watch Nicholas and Curly were two separate. Curly was on, either Curly was on the Dungeon, I think at the time, or Watch Nicholas was on Watch Nicholas at the time, and Watch Nicholas had momentum. When I would link to Curly from Archie's show, and again, it's content may be different, personality may be different. When I linked to Curly, of the 150 viewers, 100 would be watching Curly 10 minutes into the show. Okay. I'm just talking about not the people that trickle in later or whatever it is, just the 100 that probably, either liked the Dungeon and just watched the Dungeon or got sent over to the Dungeon. We got about 100 viewers. Whenever I'd send the 150 to Watch Nicholas, at max, he would get like 50 viewers. So it showed me in the stats that, like, Curly was a more popular, he was a more popular panelist than Watch Nicholas was. In that sense of our viewers, a third of our viewers liked Watch Nicholas. 2/3 basically liked Curly. So you could tell the popularity was there from that. And, so, I mean, I do feel that not everybody, I think Narc's whole narrative around, like, well, you're going to lose a lot of people if you combat JJ. I mean, look, you can hear Archie's talking shit about JJ right now. Like, it's not going to cause a mass exodus, but the people I think that, do support, that do like that, and they're pretty well known. Like a guy like Toyota Mo or whatever, like he wouldn't like it, and a guy like him, he may just go with JJ, or he may just take a hiatus from Archie, but still like Archie, right? Like, it puts those people, it really kind of ruins it for everybody that likes all the shows, I would say.
So much for the Archie vote. The only thing I know is Mookie does so much.
Come on, you backstage me long enough. The problem with JJ is that he doesn't have a balance. He either wants everything or nothing. And the thing with JJ is he's started to get everything.
So JJ wants everything or nothing. Like, again, doesn't really add up. Like, if JJ wanted everything, and wants to give nothing, that JJ would not come on the panel. He would not, be in the chat. He wouldn't do, and JJ doesn't just come on to do watch talk, right? Like JJ does, comedy shticks. You saw him, hop on when JD was on, and he was fucking around with JD for a bit. Like, JJ does all kinds of shticks, right? He does the drama, he does the comedy, he does the whole three pillars. So, I mean, no, I don't agree with that. And Archie's still on this whole, like, what does Mookie do for the Archieverse, right? And again, I don't think, like, I mean, I said this statement, I think yesterday, I said, I'm pretty sure Mookie's like Boitano video, for example, has been viewed more times, on our channels than it has on his own channel. Because think about it, there's, our shows will get 1,000 views, and we probably played that fucking clip like 1,000 fucking times. Like, it's just gonna be simple math. So yes, like we have promoted the videos, but people paid to see those videos. And I think that's what Archie's missing, is all that money that, Mookie gave those for free to us. He didn't make us pay for them. He didn't, he actually paid himself, because there's also certain royalties that come with music and stuff like that. Like, so Mookie definitely invested himself, not only in the work, but also monetarily, to make these clips that a lot of people don't know about. And Archie is just, he just sees it, and this is classic Archie, being ungrateful, right? And how many examples of that have you seen in the past, right? It's not a, and look, it becomes a point of anger for people, and for everybody else that's kind of desensitized by it. I think that's where it's very sensational to a guy like Buckley or Brody or other people that, maybe not Brody. I think Brody's seen this a bit, a bit longer, but maybe Otto, who's newer, who said I'm new. They're kind of like, well, how the fuck does this even make any sense, right? It's because we kind of know that that's Archie's MO, right? He's always going to be ungrateful. He's never going to truly appreciate a gift. He's never really going to truly appreciate, is he going to, like, is he going to be happy? Yeah. Is he going to, um, you know, be forced to remember the guy who, gave him the Chinese dinner? That's Jake Brooks, by the way. If you ever ask him who's Jake Brooks, oh, that's the guy who bought me Chinese dinner, right? Like, I mean, I know Jake Brooks in a different way, right? Like Jake Brooks, I'll tell you a funny story about Jake Brooks. His name is not Jake Brooks, and I kept calling him Jake Brooks, and obviously because that's not his name, he, when I was maybe a little bit further away, I said Jake Brooks, and obviously he didn't respond, and I just yelled P cars, and then he turned around because obviously he probably was like, who the fuck's yelling P cars? And it's just that, but that's how I know Jake Brooks, right? Like him and I have different interactions than the guy who bought me Chinese dinner. But yeah, I mean, that's just Archie's shtick. He's an ungrateful fuck. Like that's part of it, right? That's part of the sensational, that's part of the sensational situation with Archie, right? Like it's it's really like he's going to he's always going to do that. So I don't, you get upset the first time it happens to you, but like everybody else is watching it just knows he's going to do that. So that's pretty straightforward. Anthony P, I think it's Anthony. No, I don't know if it's Anthony Pellegrini, but Anthony P, Patel Philippe, bad move bringing Curly back. You'll regret the decision. I actually never kicked Curly out. That was actually Archie that kicked Curly out. He made that decision to boot Curly. I was respecting his wishes. It's not really my place to tell him. When it's him who wants to do it, right? Like, I'm not gonna, tell him who he says can or cannot be here, right? Like, there's just some level of like Archie's gonna have to own that decision. My only thing with Curly, and I said it yesterday, was he preemptively fired a shot at me, and I didn't really, again, the banning really had nothing to do with me. So, yeah, I mean, didn't really have that. I'm just square with Curly because him and I didn't have a problem. He squared it off yesterday on Mookie's show, sent me a message. We communicated. We were all good. That's really it. So, no, it wasn't me bringing Curly back. It's really Archie, I would guess. Who look, he 1 minute he doesn't want him, 1 minute he wants him, right? Like, and again, that's really more Anthony on the Lux issue with Curly, right? And maybe also Mookie associated with that. I don't know. It's more of that situation where they're just going at it, and Lux is obviously pushing for a power move on certain things, and Archie's doing it one day and then undoing it another day, right? Like that's really what's actually going on. Less so about me, wanting to bring people back. I never really wanted anybody out.
And not only is he getting everything, he's not attributing his success to Archie at all. He's saying that he could. The problem I have with JJ, and I was a very good friend with JJ, same as always with Watch Nicholas. The problem with JJ recently is that he's starting to say that his success is attributed to himself.
But you've said this about 5 times, Powe.
Well, it's really his. That's really his punchline, right? His punchline, and because just like Lux is saying, he said it 5 times. his punchline is simple. It's JJ does not really credit Archie for anything. Should be kicking back to Archie in respect, right? Kind of like mafia style, right? You gotta let Archie wet his beak as well, right? Like, kicking back to Archie, a percentage. I don't know what he wants him to do, as respect. Look, people can do that. JJ could do that, right? And JJ does super chat. He does, toss Archie money. I've seen him do it many times this year, right? Like he does it often enough. But I guess Powe wants him to not only acknowledge that basically Archie made him, but then also, kick back money to him. I think it's, I think it's a little extreme. I think that narrative is a little pointed. It's a little, I don't see why there's logic behind that. I really am failing to see it. I'm trying to see it, but I'm failing to see it. We got Thomas Burnett, the most generous punter with these giveaways of the memberships. So Thomas Burnett with a member giveaway, and it is Skies and Boys who wins. Very, very cool. We like Skies and Boys. All right, we got Neo. Mookie and Curly remind Lux of all the childhood beatings. I guess the golden path is over. I think Neo is happy with the poll results. He wanted to hear what the punters wanted. Neo is now catering to the crowd. So yeah, look, we're happy to have Neo in any shape or form that Neo wants to be today. Neo identifies as a fucking turnip. We are cool that we love everybody in the Archieverse. We got Dirk Diggler. I wish you guys would make a decision on this back and forth beefs day in and day out. Dirk, that's what keeps you on your toes, man. You got to watch the streams. You may miss an entire beef if you're gone for a day, Dirk. I mean, I don't even know. Like you were saying something earlier about you getting banned. I don't even know what the fuck happened with that. Like, you can type it in the chat and tell me. But I didn't even know you got banned. So yeah, maybe it's I don't know if Curly addressed it or not, but yeah, don't know.
Thing is yeah, I can't say it enough. Somebody can put a lot of hours in, but you've got to get online. It's different to any other job. If you was a plumber, if you was a landscaper, anything like that, you could say, well, I've put the hours in, nothing to do with anybody else. But online, you can only make a living online on the streams if you've got traction from something. And he got traction from Archie.
Or he got traction from his own content, right? Like, let's not forget, JJ was the guy who had TPG on his stream, right? Like, had probably one of the most sensational videos, sensational live streams with, TPG and those other two guys, that he had fucked over. And then JJ said, I mean, man, like JJ is not a, he's not a 500,000 sub channel, right? Like he's a very, very small channel, 5,000, plus subs. Like he's not a big channel. For him to have, TPG, who arguably, had a pretty big channel, like, man, that's a big thing. That you can't just be like Archie created that, right? Like, yeah, sure, Archie beefed with TPG back in the day, but JJ also put in the hard work to actually make that happen, get TPG on as well as, two of the other guys that were involved. Neo, $10. Breaking news before departing. Timok OC had Timmy's stool sample tested for a mental infection. It was only after not tasting anything out of the ordinary that OC decided to steal his channel from him. Thank you, Neo. Much appreciated. Yeah, like it I don't know. I think that this whole kind of piece on JJ and the narrative going on JJ is just, it's not really adding up for me, and it's trying to wrap my head around it. Even I'm getting a little lost in the narrative. But there's a lot of conflict of interest here, and a lot of the think tank is trying to pull Archie in one way or the other.
You said that many times.
And he got traction from Archie. Now since he got traction from Archie, he has put a lot of hours in, and he has done very well. And he's probably done more than Archie could have hoped for if he'd have told him to do what he was doing.
You said this 10 minutes ago.
All right, look, all right.
The fact of the matter is,
unless you got anything new
to starting to say.
All right, one sec.
I'm putting you on mute because
repetition. Right, look,
it's on mute.
We're just going in circles. We had Sard on here, who is Archie. If you
A grade.
You could build a team around him.
And look, you guys can see Narc can follow the narrative. Like, he knows exactly what's going on. He's like, hey, we're going in circles. Like, he knows, and this is where, you got to watch what he does, right? Like, because he definitely tries to control the narrative, from points where he tries to reset it and then control the narrative. Classic Narc, if you ever ask him a straight up question, he does a classic deflection. He doesn't answer it straight up. He doesn't answer your question. He just deflects it onto another topic. Again, him controlling or trying to control the narrative. That's how you neutralize him. You don't let him control the narrative. You control the narrative. And that's where the Narc really, he really can't have his yes/no effect, right? It's a pretty one-dimensional troll. We got Skies and Boys now keeping up the very generous donation train of Horology Dungeon memberships. We have one membership gifted from Skies and Boys, and the winner is Tommy, you cheap bastard, not paying for a membership. We like to do membership shaming here, Tommy, for staff that don't. Tommy definitely got his criticism earlier on the stream from the guys, really questioning Tommy's management skills around not handling this situation very well. We got fighting employees. We've got unwanted consultants like the Narc that show up giving really unsolicited advice. We got ST43, who's a guy who I really think has a good head on his shoulders and gives really good advice. Somebody I think has some pretty good wisdom on the situation. So he'd be the guy I'd be listening to, not the rest of these fucking jokers.
A panel. The guy is absolutely. I'm beneath him.
And we got Jonathan. We could build.
Here we go. We got fucking Higgy Baby on the fucking panel, right? So unless Higgy Baby's gonna do a best one and done, let's see if Higgy, who's known to stick his nose where it don't belong, gets into this.
On Jonathan as well,
right? So Archie, get Sard on, build a panel. Because with Sard, I can just listen to YouTube as the guy is just brilliant. Do you agree, boys?
Yeah, I agree.
I can't work out whether half of this is shtick and all part of the script or whatever, but going on about histrionics and all the rest of it.
That always gets me, by the way, when people say, I don't know if this is part of the script or, this isn't the script. Like, it's like, I think folks get the misunderstanding that, like, we script out how it's going to play out or how it's going to end, right? Like, when Curly and I have a conflict, like yesterday, we had an actual conflict. Like, it was straight up. Like, I told you what happened, and and Curly responded and said what he felt about the situation, and we talked and we clarified. That's it. Like, that's usually how normal people handle conflict. They talk and they figure it out. And it's like people I think assume that the script is like, well, it's gonna be like this. Not the script is more like hey, if if these two situations happened, what do you think could happen from there, and then kind of played out, right? And there's every day something can change, right? Like somebody shows up that we don't know is going to show up and it takes a turn, right? And then we just try to, navigate the narrative in a certain way. That's pretty much it. It's not really a set script of where it's going or where it's not. We got the Gangsta, £5 British, a membership for 10. Thank you so much. I don't know if I might not have a membership. You can give me some membership shame. Maybe I don't. But yeah, if I win a membership, that would be really cool. The watch colony is void of laughter. Yeah, it's not for everybody, right? I think that, and I'm going to kind of comment on a comment that OC made, I think on his channel. I think Curly and him were on together. And I think it was the day after, Archie had done the quote unquote firing of Curly. And, OC was doing a show and Curly hopped on. They were talking about the firing. I'll get to it here in a second. We got another super chat from Thomas Burnett, £5 British. Really, really generous today, Thomas. Thank you so much. These gifted memberships are in respect of the Dungeon OGs, Sirocco and Dodger. Best of health to Captain Sirocco. Keep up the great job, 10. Thanks so much, Thomas. Yeah, so, it's, for the Archieverse, for us, I think when we're thinking about like, the comment that OC made, I guess, is he said, look, these are the channels that have momentum, and he obviously names the Colony, he names his channel, he names Mookie's channel, he names JJ's channel, but basically, specifically not naming Archie's channel, which from a viewership perspective is the highest. Arguably highest viewed. Definitely Mookie and Curly have some pretty high views on their shows. But I would say, on average, probably the highest from a views perspective, at least from, probably from concurrent perspective, right? And, yes, I would say that Archie's platform is, pretty stable in the sense of its viewership. Like it's got a loyal viewership of about 130 to 150 viewers at any given time. But to say that like Archie's channel like lacks momentum, I would disagree with it, right? Like, I think the way and they use that statement, OC uses that statement to basically say, well, high value, know if it means donors or punters, or basically he's describing his circle, right? His circle. I'm not going to say his group, because at the end of the day, these are all individuals. They're friends of his, but they're the circle. I guess this is what he's referring to. He's basically saying they're not going to view the Archie Luxury show for and he specifically uses examples like when the host is begging for panelists and everything else, right? And look, there's some truth to that. I would say that, yeah, I mean, certain individuals, like, I don't think would ever watch the Archie Luxury channel. I don't think the content is what they like to see. So I don't think they would ever watch it, no matter how much Archie cleans up his act. So I don't think that really would apply. And so what's left is, we talk about punters that, actually, like that shtick. They it's part of Archie's shtick of him, being ungrateful and him, getting mad about the lead stealing. We all know you get in Archie's ear enough about stealing the leads, he'll go into stealing the leads mode. Like, that's what he's known for, right? So there are other viewers that find that actually very funny. They find a lot of satire in what he does, and they like this kind of content. So, I would agree and disagree. Like, would I say that the certain group of people from the colony, would a majority of them like our content? Probably not. But I would say that there are some of them that do, and we've seen them in our chat. Buckley, Otto, Brody. Like, there are people that like our content, but that's not everybody, right? And there's never a promise that anybody's going to come over, because if you don't understand the Archieverse, if you don't understand who our target market is, and you believe that like our target market is mainstream, then you clearly don't get it. And I think that's where the Narc kind of misses his mark in a lot of like his narrative around, well, OC was brought in because of the promise of the colony. And not, I mean, OC was just there. He was one of the guys who left the show, and he had the choice to come and check us out. That was no more, no less, and nobody told you to be nice to the guy.
So JJ's not the answer anymore, is he?
Yeah, but JJ doesn't want to be the answer. JJ, listen, you're the answer, Archie. We've told you this 1,000 times. I've been sort of catfished into jumping on.
Anyway, see you later, boys.
All right, Narc is clearly not getting his way, right? So that's when the Narc runs off. He doesn't get his way. So if you make it hard for the Narc, like, I was trolling him the other day in super chats, and he got a little angry and left. Like, you can tell when the Narc is just not getting his way, right? And that's the easiest way to neutralize the Narc. Neo, OC covered for all of Tim's shit for years. We all saw it, and we all know it. Yeah, I mean, again, it goes back to the Narc trying to prove his whole narrative around, like, OC called D. It's like, well, is that really the worst thing he's done? Like, I mean, you guys, I mean, I haven't been around, I didn't know who OC was. I never encountered him until I came back. So, for me, it's, I mean, I don't really have the same connection to that you guys do, I would say, in that sense. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are very vocal about it, and, rightfully so. If they want to be vocal about it, everyone has got that right. So, yeah, I mean, it's, I don't disagree that he probably did do some of this that you're describing, but, at this point, it's like, I mean, you don't need to be nice to the guy, right? Like, that's all I'm saying to you is, okay, if you feel that way, fucking, you can just let him know. Like, I mean, he's not a, if he's choosing to be here, right? If he chooses to come to the Archieverse, I mean, what do you expect, right? Yeah, Docs is, his whole analogy of the biker bar, right? Like, Docs is like, well, I don't want to go to the biker bar because, well, what's going to happen? I'm going to get into a fight, right? Like, that's, OC is probably expecting that from people. And we've all seen he's not really scared to, to clap back if he wants to. So, again, for me, that's what's appealing about the Archieverse is we can have that dialogue, right? We don't have to be like, oh, well, that opinion is not what I want, and then boom, ban, right? Because, again, as I described earlier, a lot of people really like the verse, right? They don't always want to participate in it. They don't always want to be the center of attention in the verse. They don't always want to be in the octagon, in the ring, when all the drama's popping off. But, people like to watch it, right? And if you ban someone for life or whatever, you ban someone, like, that doesn't open the door for them to come back. It really, really pisses people off, and they just don't want to come back. And it's like, well, why the fuck are we firing fucking customers, right? Like, that makes sense to me. GD 50 Argentinian pesos. The Cretan cutthroat warrior returns. OC is already running for cover. Fight the golden path. And And Mikey Casio GTR says OC is Rodent 100. Could be, right? I don't know who Rodent 100 is. But yeah, like I never really got it, right? Like the whole beef with OC. It's like, you know, okay, OC's here, so what? Like, you know, nobody has to be nice. No one's saying you got to be. Now, look, if Curly wants to do a show with OC and, you know, talk to OC a certain way, like that, you know, you can take that up with Curly. If I do that, you can take that up with me, right? Like, but if you got a beef with OC, then just fucking tell him you got a beef with him. And I mean, it's no different than if you said it to anybody else. So I just like the fact that we can do it here and actually fucking see the back and forth than, you know, us sitting on our channel just complaining about it, and then, you know, and then the only time you'd ever really see crossover would probably be on Dox's show, and the fucking dinner theater ain't the biker bar, right? I'd rather see OC in the biker bar than to see OC in the fucking dinner theater. If you're really asking me my opinion. Dodger, Higgy jumps from one fire to the next. God bless. Yeah, it's actually true. Actually, Higgy he's attracted to the drama. I don't know what it is. Like, it's not. He doesn't want the drama. He doesn't want the smoke. But you know, he's like everybody else, right? There's nothing wrong with, you know, it's like making people feel bad for like watching boxing. You know, and I know actually people that are like that. They fucking hate boxing. They find it's like whatever. They think it's barbaric or whatever the fuck they're thinking, right? Yeah, and they'll kind of shame you for liking that kind of stuff, right? You know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it personally, and you know, I think that, you know, Higgy's allowed to enjoy it like everybody else. You know, and I think that that's where the variety of characters is what makes this place really fun, because there's a lot of people that just want to participate. They want to hop on the panel. They want to, you know, show their own personality, right? And think of Surdy Danny, you know, with his musical talent. You know, same with Herman, who's got a different musical shtick, to like Angelic, who's got a completely different musical shtick. You know, all three kind of center, you know, doing some form of music when they, you know, hop on the panel whenever they do, and they want to do that, you know, that segment that they do, but they all do it differently, right? It's a ton of variety that I find interesting. To, you know, different types of drama, you know, type variety, right? Nick and Curly do drama completely differently. Angelic does drama completely differently. Angelic's got a bit of a funnier way of doing drama than everybody else. Archie does it in a pretty funny way. If you ever were around when Archie actually engaged in drama and he did videos and all this other stuff, he was pretty good at it. Like his method acting was pretty spot on. But I think that kind of stuff has to be prepared, and he needs to go through like some fucking some prep work to actually get it going. But you know, Archie's pretty good at it as well. Thomas Burnett gifted another Horology Dungeon membership. Thank you so much again, Thomas. And the winner is Dirk Diggler. We're getting some good people winning these memberships. And I'm also going to bring up Thomas's message as he's giving these away. These gifted memberships are in respect of the Dungeon OG, Sirocco and Dodger. Best of health to Captain Sirocco, and keep up the good work. So thank you again, Thomas, for obviously the good cause. And, you know, for showing some love, right? Because, you know, I think that that's really, you know, when you really kind of break it down to like what's happening in the Archieverse and how to correct a lot of this sentiment that I'm playing today, I'm going to give you guys a bit of the answers to it. GD 50 Argentinian pesos. Did you ever comment on Higgy calling the policeman on the news business stand? All I know about that, GD, is look, Higgins was taking, I guess, whatever Docs was saying seriously enough that, you know, he wanted to go and do that, right? Like it was really his, you know, choice to do. I don't think anybody really can make that choice for him or have an opinion on that. I mean, if the guy really felt that way and felt threatened, I mean, what am I going to say to him, right? Like, you know, but it's also not what other people would have done, right? And other people may have different opinions of it, right? You know, I've heard Dirk say it. Why would you do that? I've heard watch Nicholas say it. Why would you do that, right? Like, because maybe to them it's not threatening or it's not real or whatever it is. But hey, if the guy took it that way, you know, I mean, I can't fault the guy for it. It is what it is. SD43, I understand Archie didn't want a suction cup mark on his window and dashboards to hold the camera. I get that. Yeah, 100%. Archie does not want anything touching his car. But yeah, the variety of the Archieverse, guys. This is what you just can't get anywhere. You really can't. Like, I've tried. I've literally, you know, you can click the live tab, you know, on YouTube and just try to go to these other live streams. And, you know, I mean, I've seen beef streams that happen that are like 24/7 drama. And look, they're boring after a while. You know, you just don't want to do beef all the time. You want to, you know, talk about other shit. And so the variety, the Sweet JoJo's variety show is really, Archie is, as much as we kind of call him out for, not being engaged and not doing stuff a certain way, like the balance of this show is pretty damn good compared to a lot of other ones I've seen. And that's where I think where Archie, not only having a wealthy demographic of people, obviously there's a luxury watch collectors, but also having people that are so passionate about the platform that like that's the recipe for success. That's why, when you think of like Rebel streaming and like channel wars and stream wars, and Curly and Mookie in a year are going to be dominating, watch YouTube and stuff like that. I have a lot of skepticism to that because, I've seen the ebbs and flows of the Archieverse. I've been here a long time. I've been doing this for, going on about 7 years here in the Archieverse. I've seen the show without Bear. I've seen the show without Curly. I've seen the show without JJ. I've seen the show without Tam. The show without, a lot of people. And the show goes on. Like it really does. And, it's just something that if you're part of the verse, right, if you want it to continue, it's that participation, I would think, whether that's in the chat, whether that's, through super chats, whether that's through hopping on the panel, whether that's through, letting other people know about the show, right? Letting other people know that you think, would be interested in it. Like, the participation of the verse, I think, is what would save it, from, gradual decline or whatever. And I can even talk about decline, but I'll get to that after this GD spicy super chat. 50 Argentinian pesos. Why is Higgy so afraid of his redacted likeness being exposed on these streams? Besides being decidedly unattractive, as the man from Darwin stated. I think the inaccuracy in that GD is the photo that was posted was a private photo. Originally doxed when he put out the story, which I think a lot of people supported, was if Higgins had gone to a public event and his photo was taken, well, it's fair game, right? Dox posted that photo. I think a lot of the viewers didn't understand that that wasn't a public photo. That was actually a private photo. And just because, Higgins shares a private photo with somebody else privately does not make that public, at least not in the eyes of the European Union and anybody who knows GDPR law. So, yeah, I mean, YouTube pretty much had a duty to actually remove it under, because if in the European Union, if the copyright of the picture is, Higgins, and he says, well, I did not allow, even if you alter the picture, right, it's still copyrighted. That's not what I authorized, and then boom, they got to take it down. It's pretty cut and dry, GD. And look, like if Docs, I think, had posted a public photo, I would agree with you. I would agree that, like, well, why is he getting pissed off about it, right? But it was definitely not a public photo, and the argument around, well, if you text it out to somebody, then it becomes a public photo. I mean, I think anybody with common sense would not think that ever holds up anywhere realistically. Pasta, who I know definitely was around because I was talking to Pasta during this time. I don't agree with what Docs did, but Higgins calling the police was over the top as well. Yeah, look, everybody's got their opinion on that one. Again, the way I see it is if somebody feels definitely that type of way or feel threatened, to that point where, well, hey, that can happen, right? So you gotta, everyone's got different tolerance levels, I think, for the trolling. And when clearly something goes that far offside, and again, maybe Docs didn't know that was that far offside. I don't know, right? Like it could be a big misunderstanding that just blew up and kind of got to the extreme. That's the danger sometimes when people just, we stick it outside of just being about people's characters, right? Like we don't talk about, like, it's all good fun when, hey, Archie buys the Hillbilly Tourbillon. I'm making fun of it because it's a shit watch, or I constantly troll him about his JLC being a terrible watch, right? That's one thing where I'm trolling Archie Luxury, the character, online, right? When I'm trying to find out about Paul Pluta, the person, offline, like that's where it's like, well, like I really don't care about Paul Pluta, the person. I care about Archie Luxury, the character, which is what I have fun with, in the verse. I don't really care about what the fuck he does in his real life. GD 50 Argentinian pesos. Luckily, the number one man in the news business is not subjected to European Union censorship laws. He's America, USA. However, the unfortunate part of that argument, GD, is the company that hosts YouTube is responsible. So, anybody who works in a international or multinational company that knows about GDPR knows that that's something that a lot of companies take very seriously, and just you're not going to win that. Like that's why it was a cut and dry copyright. Like Docs couldn't appeal that copyright; he wouldn't have won. That like, and it wouldn't have even involved Higgy even needing a lawyer. Like that's like, that's pretty easy to just submit as that's my photo. It's a personal photo. He's not allowed to post that on the internet. Right, man. It doesn't matter where Docs lives. The companies that host it, they'll take it down for sure. Nice to see you, man. When you see it, always in the chat. But yeah, what I was talking about, we're going through all this kind of turmoil in the Archieverse. Archie is, kind of getting pissed off with JJ, getting pissed off with all these other characters, and it's like, well, what the fuck do we need to actually fucking fix this? And yeah, it's just it just seems like Archie's the real root cause of his problem is he's just fucking pissed off that no one's coming on, right? And I'm just telling people, hey, if y'all want to fucking end the bit of this, like, just try to give it half an hour or something like that, because that's just what's going to help.
All right, bye now.
Bye, Narky.
Ultimately, look,
I don't think upsetting JJ to appease Palwe is the answer.
No,
I think forget about JJ.
that
JJ's doing his own thing.
Powe's a lunatic. You know this.
Army, can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
We've been
the crux of the matter is actually is that you are in control of the whole Archieverse community.
Yeah.
It's you that calls the shots. What the problem you've had is you've not been engaging with Bert Clooney or somebody of that ilk that can help you control your own community. And because it's disappeared, you've allowed other people to take control of your community. Now, if you have the people around you that you need, it all comes back to you, whether you're prepared to put the effort in or not. It's a strong brand. The Archie Luxury brand is a strong brand.
I would agree with that. I do feel it's a strong brand. I think a lot of people they try to kind of look at the brand and say, well, we want to make it into something else, right? We want to make it mainstream. We want to make it like super big, and it's not like, I mean, would Archie like that? Sure. Is Archie going to put in the effort to change his channel? Really the dynamic of his channel to that, I guarantee you he won't. So I think that's a bit of a pipe dream for people to kind of think that like, hey, he's going to pivot to a mainstream thing. It's not really, I think I'd agree that he's got a good brand. I think that brand is just, it's a niche. It's got a certain market, and that's it. GD 100 Argentinian pesos. Hingis claims Docs is dangerous and a terrorist. I think he retracted the terrorist thing because he asked his subscribers for any info on him publicly while he hires a PI in the background to hunt him down and calls the cops on him. I don't think that's accurate. Never heard anything about a PI. So yeah, I mean, and I think pretty rich. I think he retracted the terrorist thing. But yeah, don't know. Thank you again, GD. But yeah, I think he's got a strong brand, and people like to use that, I think, against him as well. They use that as the has been. And Archie is a guy who should never have gone viral, I would say, in the first place. We see it today as in the TikTok era, viral YouTube, viral kind of videos. Yeah, Archie definitely could fit that mold if he did those videos today and actually knew what he was doing. But in the early YouTube era, a lot of his, his content that blew up was because of his watch content. He was the only one posting about these watches, and people were Googling it and YouTubing it and looking them up and finding him, and knowing him for that. And he can definitely do that. We can definitely, have good watch talk on the show and have, and like I said, I've always said, we've got some of the most seasoned collectors in the Archieverse that can have a good, good amount of watch talk. But, realistically past that, a lot of people hated his satire. He's been booted from the Rolex forums. A lot of people hated his shit. He's really not somebody who should have gone viral. But, again, he was the only game in town. He was the early adopter. He was the first one, right? And, that's where the brand got built. And a lot of people use it against him, saying he's a has-been, and he should change his content. Well, again, he never probably, I mean, I'm sure he still wants to do watch content, but I don't think he's got the same drive to put in the effort to do that, to build what other people want. I think he's like, look, I found myself a good little, a good little job that a lot of people enjoy. 150 people watch it every day, and I bring people happiness and joy, and they have a laugh, and that's it, right? Like, I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't think he sees anything wrong with it, but everyone keeps trying to tell him to change and to modify what he's doing, but I don't always see it as the right path.
You shouldn't. You've done the hard yards over the last fucking 15 years. You shouldn't have to put that effort in. But what you've allowed to happen is you've no allies around you that are going to do the legwork for you, and you don't know yourself how to get people back, and you don't know how to stop other people that are leeching off you. So you've got a perfect storm. There's nobody around you.
You got a perfect storm. You've got nobody around you. We'll get back to that. GD 100 Argentinian pesos. Thank you so much. Hingis admitted he hired someone to track Doc's down. I didn't hear that, but okay. How else would he have known his full name and address? I'm not sure. Maybe Docs has shared it. No idea. Unless he got it from the same person who released his picture. I don't know, right? Don't know who gave anything to Higgy Baby. I guess, yeah, it's really, I don't follow that story that closely. And like I said, both those guys, I think, are, they've kept it like they want to settle it themselves. And, I think that's how they do it, right? So it's not really my concern, but yeah, I don't know if I didn't hear that he admitted that he hired somebody. Maybe he did. Who knows? Yeah.
If you want to get it back, it should have been.
That's not true.
Other people.
Yeah. So Palwe is trying to say that Archie's got no one around him, right? And I would say that, like, everybody's still watching, right? Like, you see Mr. GMT who super chatted earlier, who's also came on and said, hey man, I'm still listening. Like, just because I'm not around doesn't mean I'm not listening. You saw one Pasher who's a panelist on Tim Wright's show, right? Who was on the dungeon, or he was in the chat in the dungeon, maybe I think a week ago, maybe something like that. And he even said it himself. He's like, Tan, just because we don't chat, like, doesn't mean we're not watching. Like, all of us watch. I think we're just in a situation where, and I don't think Archie's picked up on this, and I've said it a few times, but I think he really needs to understand what this means. Is, your panelists don't want to, they just want to participate. They don't want to content create. So what that means is that they don't want to hop on and then Archie just goes fucking AFK, or Archie just, starts zoning out and doing his taxes, while the panelist that, is on to participate then has to kind of hold down the main show. And you see it a lot. You see it with Saad. And Saad's very good at it. Like, he's pretty natural at kind of, controlling the show. And, you can see people that can run hours of long streams that can do that and control the show. There's certain people who can do it really well, but most people don't want to do that. They don't want to, like, if you're JJ, like, you already do like 2-3 shows a week. You don't want to be doing another one for Archie and basically giving, not getting paid to do it. Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. A guy like Hoff, like, he just wants to be on and talk watches. Like, you saw him, when Eddie was on and just like fucking, yeah, just you see him when Eddie's on and he's getting frustrated. He's like, can I just fucking talk some watches, right? Oh, what's going on, Bondage? Nice to see you. I haven't been listening for a while, so hard to keep up. Bondage, there's a lot of shows that give you kind of daily pointers. There's this channel, Rodent 100, that everyone's been talking about. You can go check them out. They kind of post clips on a daily basis of pretty much whatever interesting happened, or the interesting thing that happened in the Archieverse. For example, they had a clip of this show about, maybe about 40 minutes before I had my stream started. And it was only about 10 minutes of it, but it would give you some context that, where we're at right now, Bondage. I'll give you kind of just a quick summary. Is Archie actually he fired Curly and Mookie this week. So that's pretty crazy news. There's been a bit of a conflict between Lux Report, and Curly, and they've been going back and forth, and Mookie, gets roped into it. And then Archie gets roped into it, and Archie blows up and says, well, fuck those guys, fires them. And obviously that's not what a lot of people in the verse want. So then Archie reverses that decision. And you've got all these, you got a lot of people trying to get in Archie's ear. And that's where we're at right now, where we have Palwe, who's basically, gone on the morning show today and tried to tell Archie, well, hey, fuck Mookie, fuck Curly, and fuck JJ, right? Those guys, should all be kicking back up to you. They should be acknowledging you and they should be freaking helping you. And the answer is they have been helping him. And I think Powe is just being pretty extreme with his, his pitch here to Archie. So yeah, it's a situation like that, Bondage, where there's a lot of treachery going on in the verse. But hey, it's good viewing, man. If you got some popcorn, you got some time. GD 20 Argentinian pesos. Eddie is a grade A panelist, man. Yeah, I agree. I like Eddie. Like Eddie went through his hazing. We do the his shtick with him. But yeah, I mean, I would encourage Eddie to be on on a daily basis, because we all need filler, man. We don't want to hear dead air, man. That's where Eddie can come in and actually play the accordion, do some funny shit. People can super chat him to answer questions. Like, I think he's good. He's good to, help the show kind of glue together. And, but yeah, when a guy like Hoff hops on and he wants to talk watches and, the chat wants to see that, then yeah, I mean, that's where Archie should pivot. Everyone gets fired and hired and fired in the Archieverse. Always been that way. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, a lot of folks just are, they're pretty new to it, Bondage. Tim lost, I think, like half of his viewers, and they all kind of, they've all gone created a separate kind of, verse and channel. And a lot of them are obviously watching us and kind of confused, like, well, okay, well, hold on. Like, 1 minute, like, Tan, you're fighting with Curly, and, and Curly's fighting with you. And the next minute you guys are doing a panel together, and like, well, what the fuck's happening? Right. And I tell people, it's like Game of Thrones, right? Like, anything can happen. You can be, like a guy like Bondage, right? Like he can get into, he can get into it and, and troll like he does and have a good time, hop on the panel, do wash talk and just have a great time in the verse. And everybody should be able to just walk in at any point in time, they haven't watched it in 3 months, and just fucking hop in and enjoy the drama, enjoy the fun. And, that's what it's about. No more, no less.
Well, it is. He's got nobody around him at the moment. Who's got around
Well,
him
there's
at the moment?
he's got Tan round him. They're doing dungeons. You've got Saab there.
Tan's
You've got
always
Bucks
been
there.
there. Tan doesn't do
Well,
that.
it's not true to say there's no.
Tan doesn't do that. He doesn't do dungeons. Doesn't do that. It's funny. Apparently, Curly sent me a message when I was doing one of my dungeons a week or two ago, and he's like, "Doc says you don't do dungeons," and I was like, "What do you mean? I'm on a dungeon right now." GD 50 Argentinian pesos. Timmy Tin Cup Trust Fund Marxist Panhandler Airport Lounge Scrounger. There you go, GD, just for you. I told Docs, like, look, GD, one thing that I don't think is cool is Docs is banning me, and I am in the news business as well, right? I do the Locks report. Like, he shouldn't be. Doc should, he should believe in freedom of the press. Like, just because he doesn't like that I'm, the personal. It's like he can't separate the news reporter, the citizen journalist that I am as the Locks report from, Patel Philippe, the donor, to the narrative, the troll, right? Like, I've got many different, phases, dimensions, faces, whatever you want to call it. Call me 2-face, 3-face, 4-face, whatever. But the Locks report, the news business, definitely shouldn't be banned, and you should tell them, hey, like, Docs, if, I've never been disrespectful on that channel. I've always just asked questions and, as a good citizen journalist should. So the news business should not censor the news business. We're just competing channels. We're just competing. We're competing for your news viewership. We got Dirk Diggler. Curly knew he was on the ropes and was the phone early to Tan to apologize to Daddy. Look, hey, Curly, he made his decisions. He came through with communicating back, and it was good enough for me, right? Like, I don't dwell on shit. For me, there's a lot of content to talk about that you could talk about. We got good content yesterday. You heard my opinion. You heard me, kind of going at Curly, and you heard what Curly had to say as well on Mookie's show. So, I think there's a lot of content for viewers to see, to unpack. Like I said, Curly, reached out to me. Mookie reached out to me. All good. And yeah, no issues with me. Now, again, that is different than what's going on with Lux, right? Like, Lux has a different issue with them, and that's where you're still seeing conflict with Archie, and Archie's still angry, and Archie's contemplating, why do these people bring me value and stuff. That's still perpetuating, right? That flip flops every day from whatever show you're on. Are we on the evening show where it's a very pro Curly, pro Mookie, time, or are we on the Lux show where basically Lux controls it? So Archie is very pro Lux. It can kind of flip flop like that, but You guys need to be aware of the playing field. That just because me and Curly, and Mookie and I don't have an issue, does not mean that Lux Report doesn't. And look, Lux is going to do what Lux is going to do, right? He's going to defend himself. He's going to, he's going to attack. He's going to, clap back. He's going to do what he feels is what he wants to do, right? I can't control Lux. Nobody can control Lux. He does what he wants.
There, is it? It's just
does Mookie do a lot for me?
Tom might provide the money,
does Mookie do a lot for me? I'm confused. Does Mookie do a lot for the Archieverse?
No. Well, pretend he does a good job of pretending.
Palwe, give us a pretend.
I think
he does a good job of pretending, right? Like, again, downplaying what Mookie does. Not really the right thing, in my opinion, not really the respectful thing to do for somebody who puts hours upon hours of content, time and effort into content that, a lot of us enjoy. I'm going to say that personally, that I personally enjoy. I actually do go to Mookie's channel and I watch his videos because, hey, we don't have all the videos anymore. And I'm a fan of certain videos that are not that popular. For me, honestly, Mookie, one of my favorite videos is the Lady Boys V2 video, right? It's a different time period in the Archieverse. Plastic's there. A lot of the commentary from Plastic is really cool. And I mean, I miss the guy, right? Plastic's one of my favorite characters on the show. So, but everybody's different. But to say that Mookie doesn't do anything, I think a little disrespectful on that.
You know the honest answer to that, Archie, and you know more than you're probably backing on. The name of the game.
Does Mookie do a lot for the Archieverse? Yes or no?
Right, listen. Well, just let me say. What I'm trying to say to you is, Curly did a lot. What Curly decides to do with whatever you've agreed, once I've give you a super chat, if you decide to buy a shit JLC watch with it, there's not a lot I can do. If he decides that he's going to give his money or his contribution, his efforts to Mookie, then that's a decision he makes, isn't it? It's the net benefit for your channel of the parent.
Palwe, not sure if you listened to the show yesterday, and I'm not taking any sides. I understand what you're saying about Curly, but you heard Tan saying, okay, Curly is the best salesman in the Archieverse. There's no doubt about that. The problem is he pissed off the best client, the best client by a mile, because that best client provides 30 to 50% of the revenue. So what would you do as a CEO?
Well, that's what I was just going to say to you, Higgins.
That's where Higgy Baby, that's where Higgy Baby is like, realistically just, he's going to get into it, and this is where he inserts himself, with the whole part around the salesman and the client. And that's what sets Palwe up, right? Because this is what Palwe is looking for. He's looking for his in. He didn't get affirmation from the Narc, right? The Narc was simply, he was simply going against Palwe. It's really like, it's really like, for me, you see Palwe just hop on the opportunity. And he's been waiting, like, fucking, I don't know how much this is. We're an hour into the show. He's been waiting to, like, hop on, to actually have someone actually support him, to actually go into the whole thing. So, I think this is where Higgins can kind of step on landmines and and really fuel the fire, whether intentionally or not. We got GD, 50 Argentinian pesos. Hingis is afraid of getting dressed down by Curly for the 7th time. No, look, I think a lot of people don't want to have narratives run by Curly and stuff like that. But, again, I think Higgy kind of, he's attracted to the drama, stumbles into it, and then finds himself a little overwhelmed and a little over his head, I think.
The worst that Archie could do was get 50-50. He's not getting 50. 50 actually, it should be 50-50, and he isn't getting that.
I don't know if he means does he mean that Archie should get 50-50 from like what Mookie makes on his show, or what, JJ makes? Like, because I wouldn't agree with that. Archie's not doing anything for those shows. Like, again, you can, let's just kind of break it down. Like, Archie doesn't, like, outside of, having helped in the past, help those shows, get to, or partly help them get to where they are. Well, I mean, he doesn't really do anything for them right now. So a kickback right now of 50%, is a little rich, in my opinion. Look, if Mookie and this is what all these guys do, by the way, Curly, Mookie, and JJ all super chat money to Archie. Like, that's well known. And Curly the most of them by far. So these guys, they do pay tribute. Whatever Powe is insinuating here, they do pay tribute to Archie, and they do respect Archie, and they do contribute to Archie. Saying that Mookie doesn't, but still, we've made so much money off Boitano, off of Mike the Snake Pantera, off of JJ Higgins rap, off of Marcelo's birthday. Like, we made a lot of money. People super chat for those. I've super chatted for them. I was super chatting how much money to see that freaking Lux, cliff diving clip. And that's what kind of started the whole where the hell are the clips? Like, I super chatted Curly saying, hey, can I see that Lux cliff diving clip again? And Curly's like, shit, where the hell did the clip go? So, yeah, I mean, to say that, like, these guys don't contribute, is, I think Powe is just way, I think he's just way too much, I wouldn't even say cult member in this case, but like, he's just pushing it way too far. So I don't know if he means 50-50 like that, because if he does, it just doesn't make sense.
He's getting less than 50-50. That's where the problem arises. Now, everybody around him should be seeing that. It's not just community. He's the one that ultimately provides entertainment day after day.
Luxy, I got to go to bed. By the way, we've got a meet-up tomorrow. I'm meeting up with JCB and Jake the Yuppie.
All right. That'll be good.
I just want to say, can we have some prayers for I want to have some prayers for Mookie. Mookie does so much for the Archieverse.
Why do we need to pray? Why do we need to pray for Mookie? I don't understand.
We also want to have some prayers for.
I think it was a joke.
Okay.
Do you not see Mookie as a
Hello, Tommy's in the
problem?
chat. Hello, Tommy.
Do you not see Mookie as a big problem?
Who?
Here's the setup. So Powe, maybe he's finished with JJ, because at the start of the stream, Powe came on, was really, it's his whole, the little icon you see at the bottom right is Deep Dish Curly. It's his Deep Dish Curly stick. So he originally came on to go at Curly, then he went at Mookie, and then he spent about 40 minutes on JJ. So I think he's potentially circling back to Mookie now to continue like this whole kind of narrative that, anybody who's got their own channel now, is bad for Archie and should be kicking back 50%. It's some fucking crazy shit.
Mookie
does so much for the Archieverse.
No, I'm just asking you, yes or no? Do you not see Mookie as a big problem? Do you not see that there's an opportunity there for compromise?
It's a disaster.
So
whatever it is, you've allowed it to happen, though, Arch, isn't it?
Do you not see that an opportunity for compromise?
I try my best,
I said compromise. You're not going to get everything you want. Do you not see an opportunity for compromise?
Compromise. Well, Dirk wants to talk compromise. So Dirk Diggler, 10 for allowing Curly back in the fold. You should have renegotiated Archie's a 40% kick up. That's what I would have done. But again, right? It's not. Curly and me was not about the channel, right? It's not about channel business. It was, Curly went on and ran a narrative, and I responded to it. That's what it was about. It was a personal one-at-one like that, right? And that's why I didn't, go on the Archie Luxury main show. I did my own dungeon. He had his own show that he did it on, and that was it, right? Again, this whole beef right now with Archie, being salty about it, a lot of it is definitely, Powe is getting in his head right now. Lux has been questioning, this isn't new from Lux. Lux has said it over the past week and a half. Like, he's been questioning Mookie's value. He's been questioning, the value of sending stuff, the link, to other people. What he's like, we shouldn't have to do that. And Lux feels it's, retribution or retaliation for them targeting him. Right. So that's where, Dirk, it's like Archie, fired Curly and Mookie, not because I told them to, right? And I wasn't even involved in all this stuff, right? Like, I got roped into it, and clearly we settled that now, but I wasn't involved in this at all. And so, Archie, if he's firing Curly and Mookie and wants them back, like, then, he's going to have to negotiate with them on what he wants to do, right? And yeah, I mean, this is all what it's about. It's Archie. And look, it doesn't have to be like Archie's just not good at fucking communicating. I don't think half the fucking people are here. Archie, it didn't have to be this fucking difficult. Archie could just go up to Curly and Mookie and say, "Hey, look, like, you know, the deal was working for us up until now. I think both parties have benefited. Mookie's benefited from it, and Archie's benefited from it. He needs to admit that he's not. But he's probably, of the mentality that, like, look, the deal just doesn't really work for me. I don't really get the value that I feel I should be getting. And I want to take another path. Maybe I want to have someone else on the dungeon and maybe just go on a different direction, right? Like, he could easily say that. No hard feelings. Curly could do whatever he wants. And if he really wanted to do that. I don't think Archie wants to do that, though. I think Archie wants to, bank all the cash, but he's got a bit of a problem on his hands with Lux, right? Like, Lux is, he's getting attacked and Lux is fucking fighting back. And, Lux is also probably putting some pressure on Archie. Like, look, I do your fucking show every day. Like, you got to have my back. Like, that's where I think you're seeing a lot more of the power struggle, Dirk, because you've got, a top earner for Archie and a guy that Archie wants around. Or a guy that Archie, I think, genuinely likes. You do have, when they do interact together, Archie can't be mad at Curly. You know that. He just doesn't get mad at Curly. Partly because I think he's afraid of Curly, which I find very funny. But yeah, he doesn't want to have a conflict with him. So yeah, I think that he's just getting pushed into this because it's a tough situation for him with Lux, right? He needs Lux. And, if Lux isn't happy, well, Lux has got a lot of power too, right? A lot of people like to beat up on Lux, but I'm telling y'all, Lux ain't some small player. Like, if Lux puts his foot down, like, it can definitely rock the Archieverse to some extent.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm getting a super chat message now coming in from Tommy. Tommy tells me Powe is nuts.
He is. Everyone knows that.
There's always
Guys,
a compromise, Archie. There's always a
I'll be back on
compromise.
the morning
All
train.
right. Thank you, Archie.
Thank you.
Enjoy
you guys.
your dinner with the guys tomorrow, lunch, whatever you do. All right.
Is Angelic turning up?
I don't think so because he's just had surgery. I think he's recovering from surgery.
Mookie is a problem. Mookie.
He's still going. Like, and by the way, guys, Archie's starting in like 10 minutes. So I'm gonna go until I wasn't really planning to do a 5-hour stream, but like I told you, it's not something I can't do for you guys. I wanted to make sure that we did a good stream for our European fans, our British fans, and yes, I know that Britain is part of Europe. Like, I'm just talking about the separation of the island. The UK and the mainland of Europe, which have different time zones often enough. So, yeah, I wanted to make sure that obviously, we did a show that was at a pretty good time for you guys. We had a lot of support, obviously, from European fans, which is really good because, for those that don't know, the UK is Archie's second biggest market of viewership outside of the United States. It represents, I think, something like 20% of his viewers. Like, it's a big market. And it was a big reason why I was very excited to do the London event for Archie, because he hadn't been there. Like, we had just gotten the New York event, so the Americans got their fix, but our UK fans hadn't. So, and I wanted to be there for it. I wanted to be part of that atmosphere. I thought it would be pretty cool, and it was. But I did explain earlier kind of my sentiment around, like, when people are saying, well, it was boring. Well, yeah, I was actually kind of happy it was boring. Like, I really did not want any more drama in my life, after the Marcelo incident, and then, obviously, the tragedy of Archie's son, and then the subsequent aftermath of that, right? Because doing that stream, it's in and of itself was difficult, but, like, Archie's, he's not going to be in the best, state of mind, I would say, after that. He's going to make decisions that are going to be unusual. So, it was definitely tough. So I kind of was good if London was just chill, which it definitely wasn't, right? For those that, are trying to downplay it in certain cases. Like, I wouldn't downplay that Friday night. That Friday night, like, I straight up couldn't even sleep because I was, like, glued to the streams. Like, not only was I a part of it, where I was in the streets of London just fucking yelling at Tim Wright, but it just, like, the JJ show afterwards, like, I was just fucking I couldn't sleep because it was gripping fucking content. So, I have a pretty good eye for content that works. So, my boy Dirk Diggler, who likes to stir the pot, like, and say that stuff is boring. Like, I know can't really claim that Friday night was boring, because it definitely wasn't. Thomas Burnett, again, super generous, gifted 1 Horology Dungeon a membership. And that membership went to, it's just popping up on my screen here. Come on. And that went to Pasta. We like Pasta. Pasta is a great supporter of the show. again, Thomas Burnett, for those that didn't see his message. So Thomas Burnett, these gifted memberships are in respect of the Dungeon OGs, Sirocco and Dodger. Best of health to Captain Sirocco. Keep up the great job, Tan. Again, thank you so much, Thomas. Like, it definitely means a lot. Like, I know that, for me, when I travel to the UK, and I travel to the UK often enough, it's a pretty fucking shitty time, the Archie Luxury show. It's definitely not prime time for you guys. It's what, midnight, I think, when Archie's going to start his show. Like, that's pretty darn late. And even though the morning show is it's around like maybe like 10, 11 in the morning, like, you guys don't really have the best. You don't really have a prime time slot where Archie is like, he's on at a time when you guys are at home. Maybe you finish dinner. You're just relaxing for the evening, and you're just on the computer, and then boom, like, you see a pop up like Horology Dungeon is on, or Archie Luxury channel is on, right? So for me, my kind of mindset was like, well, I know it's not an opportune time to do a dungeon at 2 p.m. Eastern time, because like Toyota Mo on the West Coast it's like 11 o'clock his time, right? So he's still working. He's not on his lunch break, as well as, like, if you're on the East Coast, it's after lunch, so you're not really necessarily close to the end of your day. So like 2 o'clock's not really a great time to do a show, but it is good for the European market. So I knew that, like, yeah, hey, it wasn't really about the super chats. I know a lot of our our UK friends or European friends, they participate on the panels, they participate in the shows. Magpie, SD43, Skies and Boys, Gary the Gangster, JBJB, a lot of folks from Europe and the UK, like that just that hop on. Higgins, in Germany, and everybody else, right? Like, people participate from that market. Sir Danny, like, just so many people you can name that participate. That really, I think, hey, it'd be cool to do a show that's on their time zone, and that really they can enjoy as well, right? Even though it's going to be a 5-hour show for me, and it's going to be difficult to push through the time. But you know what, I definitely do appreciate everybody that, especially Thomas, coming out and being super generous with the gifts. Got a few more super chats here. We got Muhammad Ali, 5 British pounds. Tan bought the last macarons from Fortnum and Mason. I think I ate most of them. Yeah, I bought the macarons from Harrods. I got them from La Durée, which, I've always known them as being a pretty good maker of macarons. And I brought the chocolates, which were the violet and it was violet and rose cream, which Fortnum and Mason is known for. I bought those from Fortnum and Mason. It's funny because Archie ended up like taking like 2 boxes worth, which he didn't understand was like literally like $60 worth of chocolate. Like, he just straight was eating it like it's fucking Cadbury's Dairy Milk. So yeah, pretty funny stuff. But no, I wanted to get you guys good gifts. It's tough to get gifts for people that everyone's different, right? Like, Thomas kind of got that like really good gift where everybody kind of like everyone's from the Archieverse. The whole like piece of it was interesting around like the book and all that jazz. So that was something that I think unified and united people. But it's just really tough to get gifts. I got Higgy I got him the watchmaking book by George Daniels. That was a tough one to get, Muhammad Ali, like, because I was on a stream with Higgy and Bernard Lederer, like, it must have been a few days before on Higgy's show. And I mean, Bernard Lederer is he's a big name in the watch industry. He's won the GPHG. For a watchmaker to be on Higgins' channel, it was a pretty big deal. And he told a story of how he traveled from Germany, like hitchhiked to the UK to buy the George Daniels book. So when I was thinking of a gift to get Higgins, I was like, that's probably a good idea. I'm buying it here in the UK, similar to that story. And Higgins is a nerd, and he'd probably want to read that book. He'd probably be the only one who's going to read that book. So thought that was pretty good. But for everyone else, I thought a nice gift of chocolates and macarons would be cool. GD 20 Argentinian pesos. No balloons equals boring as fike. Yeah, look, Marcelo. I think Marcelo in Bangkok in Thailand. I mean that those streams, very unique, very. I don't think I think a lot of people said that you're not going to get the same Marcelo, I would say, or the same vibe, because that's the vibe of the city, right? Like Bangkok's got a different vibe than London. In London, you saw mostly Marcelo doing like, pub crawls, pub stuff, not delegating a lot of his work to his wife, which was kind of weird to see. But Marcelo wanted to, he wanted to politic with Thorpe. He wanted to, he wanted to be the big shot with all the, he wanted to be the big influencer. I think he actually thought that it was more than just D kind of pulling a bit of shtick by putting him on in the influencer list, right? Like, I think Marcelo really was proud about that. And look, I'd say that the gifts he got, like those are some really nice gifts. Those are gifts that it came from the heart. He made T-shirts. He made little Kit Kat, boxes with your face on it and stuff like that. So really, really cool, man. Good stuff from Marcel and everything else. Thomas Burnett says those violet and rose creams were exquisite. And yeah, I really enjoyed them. We ended up walking into Fortnum and Mason by chance, Thomas. My wife and I were just touring around the city center, and she spotted it. And she said, "Yeah, no, like this is it's a good shop. Let's go have a look. They're known for their teas." So she looked at the teas, and then I went to the chocolate side, and I was like, I think I was actually watching the stream, Thomas, at the time, and I asked Lux, I'm like, "Hey man, I'm in Fortnum and Mason's. Like, have you ever heard of their chocolates? Like, I'm just kind of standing in front of them." And he's like, "No, they're like really good. Like, you should get them." So I'm like, "All right." So that's what I tested one out, and they were good. So yeah, I was more a fan, I would say, of the violet. I think the violet cream is what I liked more than the rose. But I know OC dusted, like, literally, he must have dusted at least 2 boxes. Like, OC was all about the chocolate. Like, he's like, I mean, maybe that's the connection with Lux, right? Like, maybe OC and Lux just have this bond over chocolate or something, Thomas, because like those two definitely like their chocolates. I mean, OC was definitely devouring them. I definitely, and by the way, Herman, it would be cool to, I know that you were saying, hopefully that you're going to do something in New York at the time for, if you're going to do your, I think it was a concert or what have you, and then Archie was going to be there. I mean, I don't even know if he's going to go this year. Who knows? He's been saying, hey, I may go, I may not go. I don't know, man. I think the Archieverse at some point is just going to, start asking questions like, "Hey man, like Watch Time New York's coming up. Are you going to come?" And, I have a feeling Hoff and Zoso are going to pop up and just twist his arm into going to Watch Time New York. So hopefully he does, man. I'd be excited to go there. I know that JJ's coordinating with the Colony to get the dinner all set up, have a nice big meal with everybody, having a good time. And again, these kind of meets, right? They solidify a lot of I would say a lot of what happens, coming up in the future. And I'll give you an example, like Kelsowitz, like, he really became a star in that Watch Time New York, event. And a lot of people were there, and after Kelso, after the event, people really started liking him on the streams and, encouraged him to come on more. So, definitely very positive stuff that can come out of it. But Archie is live now. So I'm going to send you guys over there. Thank you, everybody. 60 super chats today on the dungeon, including membership giveaways. Really, really cool. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in. Again, this was a show for our European market, and hopefully you stayed up, and let's see what Archie has to say, because now it's his time to shine, guys. All right, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Take care.